It means that the parties have to, have strategic moves or measures in place to win this election. So looking at the spread of Governor Wike and Governor Okowa, between these two gentlemen, wouldn't Wike be a better person to run with in terms of reaching all the way across the country? But again, I just want you to tell me what you think the difference between Okowa and Wike is and why you think he was the best choice for the vice president.
You see, when you are trying to compare people for a particular position, whoever could be penciled down must have shown some kind of dexterity to be able to hold onto that position. What I'm trying to say is there's no doubt about it. Both Wike and Okowa are both qualified to occupy the position of running mate to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. But either we like it or not, one person will have to be chosen. And in choosing one out of these two names we've mentioned, the PDP leadership, in their own wisdom, set up a committee to try as much as possible to interrogate, not even only Wike and Okowa, but I think about 4 or 5 people. All right? But one way or the other, there will be a little thing that will be standing somebody out. And between you and me, that is in the area of technical know-how. Technical know-how. Abubakar Atiku is a politician to the core. Wike is a politician to the core. But when you look at the antecedent and political trajectory of Ifeanyi Okowa, you will find out that he is a technocrat. Bearing in mind that even the president, the flag bearer of PDP, in person of His Excellency Abubakar Atiku, when he was the vice president to Baba Obasanjo there, he was instrumental to bringing in a lot of technocrats into that government, in person of people like Okonjo-Iweala. You know where Okonjo-Iweala is now. In the person of people like Zekwe Zile and all that. So, he himself, Atiku, is looking for somebody who in future can even stand up to say, yes, I want to be the next president. And as a vice president, he must be able to stand in whenever the president is outside of the country. That is one. Two, when you also look at the kind of body composture of Ifeanyi Okowa, you find out that he has a kind of a resemblance to that of Atiku Abubakar. So to a very large extent, you can see the way you can be able to predict if eventually the two of them occupy that position in Aso Rock, one will now be able to foresee the kind of government that we are going to have. And again, when you also look at national cohesion and then balancing of the political equation in Nigeria towards winning election, because every party exists to win election, and there is no flag bearer at this point that we want to lose this election. So you want to look at somebody that will be having very high electoral value.
Okay.
You're going to see that Okowa are before now been in the legislature. Being in the central legislature, that means he has that federal outlook already.
Okay.
He must have made a lot of inroads into people that are also having electoral value within their constituencies in the nation. So these are part of the things that were being considered to now be able to come up with Ifeanyi Okowa as a running mate to Atiku.
Let me go back. Let me go back to Opunabo. Opunabo, let's talk about the fact that many have seen the position of a vice president as a yes position, and just like Mr. Kayode has said, Okowa seems to have the same kind of demeanor, according to him, as to that of the former vice president. But then, going beyond the demeanor here, we're talking about winning elections. Is this a winning team? Because we're yet to hear the announcements of other political parties and their running mates. We're talking about the APC, we're talking about the Labour Party, we're talking about the NNPP and others. Today is supposedly the deadline. Does this look like a winning team to you? And if this is... go ahead.
The other political party is still floundering in the selection process, and I don't know why. And I think, I'm talking of the APC, and I think that is mainly because the standard bearer is a Muslim and from the south. So you need a Christian from the north, and that's why they're even holding the Muslim candidates, because you need somebody from the north to balance the political equation and to also get more votes. Now, having said that, let's get back to the question you asked as the issue of Okowa. I thought you were talking of the political strength or the value it's going to add. Am I right?
Yes.
Good. Now, don't forget that, first and foremost, you need somebody. Let me go back to why he was even chosen. You need somebody with a near impeccable, courteous public persona, and Okowa fits in. Now, Okowa and Wike have had this running battle with his brother government. Don't forget that if you remember when Peter Obi visited the PDP headquarters to declare his intentions, or was it to pick his form, he said, I like you because you address issues and not attack persons. That was an innuendo. He's having a running, and don't forget that these governors, whether you like it or not, have a say, as far as the PDP governors have a say in who will be a running mate. Although Atiku has the final say, but technically they will be consulted. And you are having issues. Even the Atiku himself, Wike himself made some snide comments against Atiku. And do you think that they have consigned those issues into oblivion? They have not. And they want somebody that will be presidential in nature, not abrasive, not brash.
So you're saying that the governor of River State does not have a demeanor of doesn't have a presidential demeanor, and you're also saying that he's abusive?
That is a general perception. Yes, they say, oh, he's bold, he's this. But your choice of words, and you know, there are certain offices you occupy that all eyes must be on you. Okay, look at you go to church, you say, thunder fire you. Those are not the kind of things that should come out from the mouth of a governor. Not at all. You attain a particular height and you choose your words, like we say in communication, the right words from the word basket. Because that will, the very large extent, define who you are, define your character. You know, so a whole lot of issues. Even the Atiku himself, he has failed. Atiku will not come out to tell you, oh, this man said this against me. Therefore, I will not select him because the whole world will condemn him for being myopic. Then if you also talk of the rich, Okowa has the rich. Is it because he did not contest? Today we are all shouting, no, Wike has the grassroots, he has it because he contested. Okowa did not contest. That does not mean he doesn't have the rich. And Okowa is a bridge between the south and the east. He's an Igbo man in Delta State. He's from Igbo, he's of Igbo origin in Delta State. It's like a Calabari man. You have the Calabari in Abonima, you have the Calabari in Buguma, you have the Calabari in Degema. So to a very large extent, Okowa has also placated the East. To some extent, if you talk of the rich, if you look at his demeanor. So you cannot say, when you talk of the political rich, Wike has more, like that. No, it's not possible. Wike is being said of Wike because he contested. If Okowa had contested, of course, we don't know what would have happened as well. You know, so these are some of the issues that the presidential flag bearer would have taken into consideration. And again, the lieutenants, advisors, friends, and so on would have demonstrated, because, look, for you to emerge, there must be a unique selling point. Yes, you're all qualified, but what is that unique selling point that A has and the others lack? That is the truth about it. And that is what has happened. They have considered all this before settling for Okowa. And of course, when we talk of program, like Kayode rightly said, he was a legislator. He was a governor. I don't want to talk of commissionership because, of course, that has to be state. But he has friends that cut across.
Okay.
So the man Okowa is somebody that is being appreciated by majority. He has no issues with his brother governors. No. So it is easy for the brother governors to support both the Okowa and the Okowa and Atiku ticket because he has no issues with them. No running battle, no friction.
Okay.
The committee definitely would have considered a whole lot of this. Even though they will not come on air to say, they definitely would have considered a whole lot of this before settling for Okowa.
Okay, let me come back to you, Mr. Kayode. Interestingly, just as Opunabo has said, he has some political strength around the border states. Do you see an Okowa able to split? Because we also see, let's not forget that we have a Peter Obi who's a core Southeasterner. And Opunabo made a case of him being able to convince the border states to vote for the Atiku Okowa ticket. How easy will it be for this duo to break even in the South-South and the Southeast? Not necessarily the Southwest, because we also know that there is a Tinubu, who is from the Southwest. But how powerful will these duo be in breaking even around majorly within the South?
You see, let me quickly chip in this. The USP for somebody like Peter Obi is that the youth are saying is youthful, and they are looking at his economic acumen. Do you know that even if you have to look at that, Okowa is even more youthful than Peter Obi? When you put the two of them side by side, and then you engage them on how to solve the problem of Nigerian economy, do you know that Okowa will stand very tall? Now that in their own wisdom, the leaders and elders of PDP had put the name of Okowa forward, and knowing fully well the kind of government that he wants to form. You should listen to him very well, his speech after being given the ticket of PDP. He concluded that the day he's sworn in, he wants to start immediately. Now, because of that, who do you think I need astronomy? And that's what in Okowa. All these things we are trying to speak about or speculate, we might not, or even viewers might not understand until when the proper campaign starts here in this country. Then you will be able to assess and evaluate what Ifeanyi Okowa is made of. Again, when you look at Okowa, look at that name, Ifeanyi. It's an Igbo name. There's a kind of affinity, closeness between his own South-South and Southeast. I remember the other time when he was being sworn in for the fourth.
Mr. Kayode, are you still there? Because I wanted to ask a quick question. When you talk about a name, is it the names that Nigerians are voting for, or are we looking at ability to deliver? Because you keep saying, oh, he's from the Southeast. Unfortunately, I think we have lost that connection. But let me throw it back to you, Opunabo. Nigerians have gotten to a point where they're no longer voting based on sentiments. We have been sentimental over the past 8 years, 7.5 years running. Do you think that it's just the name? It's just the fact that, oh, he has an Igbo name or a Southeastern name that would give votes to the PDP? Again, I'm talking strategy here.
No, Marianne, I think what the point is trying to make is trying to underscore the fact that he's an Igbo man when he talks of the name. Otherwise, I mean, you have people from River State answering cross river names, answering Yoruba names, and so on. So that, I think what the point is trying to make actually is that he's even that he's not just an Igbo man from the Delta State, but bearing the Igbo name. I think that's the point he's just trying to make. But the truth about it is that Okowa is from the Igbo-speaking part of Delta State. You know, it's like you have the Jaws in Ondo, you have the Jaws in the West. You can't say because they're in the West, they are not the Jaws. When it has to do with Ijaw National Congress, when it has to do with Ijaw Nation, of course they participate. They've even held offices. So that's the point we're trying to make. We have Ijaws in Rivers, you have Ijaw in Bayelsa. So you have Igbo in Anambra, Igbo in Enugu, Igbo in Imo. You also have Igbo in Delta. So he's an Igbo man in Delta.
I'm sorry, you're saying the same thing again and again, just as he said. We're emphasizing on the ethnicity. We understand that, fair and clear. But how does this mix with getting votes? How does this get us, or get the PDP the winning votes that they're looking for?
Because the point we are making is this. It is Okowa will be more accepted by the Igbos.
Why?
Than any other. Why? Because he's one of them. That's the point. He's one of them. He's an Igbo man. If he goes to Imo State, if he goes to Anambra, he's going to speak. Because I think they have the Okowa's Igbo in Delta has the same dialect, not just language, with the Anambra people. So it's very easy for Okowa to be accepted. He will be seen as one, like a brother who just traveled out of this country. It's like having a brother in America or having a brother in London. That's how you'll be seen. So it is easy for him to mingle. He's going to remind them of his heritage. It's quite easy. That is why they say, because the Igbos, especially Ohanese, they have threatened to ostracize whoever goes for the PP slot. They want the presidency, to become the president of the country. They are even threatened openly, you know. So the point we are trying to make is, fine, you have a P2B there. Definitely not all Igbos will vote for P2B. Because, like I said, as you have also confirmed, we've gone beyond imbecilic followership. Like I have always told you, I don't give a damn about the party. I'm more concerned about the individual. So for House of Assembly, I can vote for Party A. For House of Reps, I can vote for Party B. For Presidency, I can vote for Party C. That is my conclusion, not the individual, not the party, sorry. Because at the end of the day, we are all going to suffer for it. I vote for individual, and I plead with Nigerians to vote for individual. So a lot of people might vote for P2B, no doubt, but some will also have that sentiment. Depends on his oratory power when he approaches them. Some will also have that sentiment. He's also our brother. And also, okay, we're also PDP, so let us vote for him. So it is better for Okowa to be presented to the Igbos than any other person to be presented to the Igbos. If you talk of placating the Igbos, because the clamor for presidency is from there, and the cry against injustice, marginalization, and discrimination is also higher from there. So that's the point. That's why we are saying Well, he probably has an edge as an Igbo man. He's Okowa is an Igbo man in Delta State. That's the truth about it. So he might be more appealing. That's just the synopsis of what we are trying to tell you.
Okay. Quickly, Mr. Kayode, I think we're going to wrap up with you because I think you're back. So can you hear me?
Of Nigeria.
Mr. Kayode, can you hear me?
That the Igbos will consider.
Okay. Go ahead. I think you were saying something.
Yeah, it's a point. It's another point that the Igbos will consider. Because either you like it or not, even look at that name, Ifeanyi. Like I was saying before the line went on, there's a close affinity between that Delta and the Southeast. And to that extent, there is a strong belief that Okowa is an Igbo man too. It's just like when you are looking at the Yoruba people and then the Ajashe people. There is the blood of Yoruba in the Ajashe people of Cotonou. So also the same way we should look at it. And again, whether you are picking Okowa or you are picking whoever it is, what we Nigerians should be looking for is about performance, competence, a team that will kickstart our economic progression. Immediately it brings running. A team that will ensure there is a workable, systemic, and cohesive Nigeria come 2023. A team that will ensure security. A team that will ensure that this incessant strike of ASU and other professional bodies is being put to a stop. A team that will know that importation of fuel is fraudulent. And then ensure that there are a lot of scattered, modular refineries scattered everywhere in our country.
Okay.
A team that be able to look forward, to look inward, and be proactive than just being reactionary. That is what we should be looking for.
Okay.
And interestingly, we have somebody who has an experience, who has been in the presidency for 8 years, and then who was instrumental in the successes of that government by bringing in a lot of technocrats. Now, in his own wisdom, he's now bringing in a technocrat as the vice president.
Well, I want to say thank you, Mr. Dayo Kayode. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. Dayo Kayode, Opunabo Kotara, both political analysts, thank you so much. Eyes are watching, of course, for the campaigns to see how it plays out. Thank you so much.
Thank you for remembering me, Marianne.
Thank you so much.
And good evening, Nigerians, once more.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the Muslim ticket, because that seems to be the question pointing towards the APC right now, as we all await who the choice of the running mate for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be. We'll be right back after this break. A northern group, the Arawa Youth Awareness Forum, have asked the Professor Ishaq Akintola-led Muslim rights concern, MURIC, and the Christian Association of Nigeria to consider floating political parties instead of dictating to the two major political parties, the People's Democratic Party and the All Progressive Congress, over choices of presidential running mates. AYAF expressed concern over the two religious bodies' interference in the affairs of the APC and the PDP. Well, joining us to discuss this is a political analyst, Biodun Showomi, and the chairman, Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Joseph Hayab. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Okay, great. So I'm going to start with you until we get Biodun back. So this is a group of bodies telling you, or a group of people telling you to stay clear of what's happening within the two major political parties, and also, you know, vetoed for all other political parties, and that if you are too concerned, you should go start your own political parties. And I know that CAN, under Bishop Francis Waleoke, had at some point stated, you know, what these political parties should do in terms of the issue of a Muslim ticket or a Muslim-Christian ticket. But I'll ask you, why is CAN so concerned about what the religion of the party flag bearer and the running mate is?
Thank you very much for asking me. Honestly speaking, I would have refused to participate in this conversation because the group in question is not even worthy of our response. And number two, CAN and MURIC are not equal partners. CAN speaks with Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, not with MURIC. But because we live in a democracy where people can express their views, so sometimes when people express views, there's nothing wrong for us to educate them. Let's put this clear, that politics is about people. There is no one that is excluded in the issue of politics and governance of his land. One of the errors is that there are so many ignorant Christians out there who probably want to receive applause from people, and they will say that, you see, Christians, clerics, supposed not to be involved in politics. They get it wrong. Let me put it clear. The Bible says when the righteous are in leadership, the people rejoice. How can the righteous be in leadership if those who call themselves people of God do not participate in the process of bringing up the righteous? The Bible also says that the land, the earth and its fullness thereof belongs to God. If I'm a child of God, that means this world, this land, this nation belongs to my Father, and I have to take care of it. So our involvement in politics is to show how important politics is to the development of our society, how important politics is to the governance of our of our society, how important politics is to the way life is shaping in our society. So what we are doing is not to impose. If we keep quiet, this is a political system. We ask, where are our clergy? What are they saying? So what we are doing is to offer suggestion. One, for the unity of Nigeria. Two, for the peace of Nigeria. Three, for togetherness of this country and good governance. You know, I've listened to many arguments when people come around and say they are looking for competence, it's not about faith. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Christianity? Are you telling me that there are no competent people in Islam? Are you telling me there are no competent pagans in Nigeria, those who do not have faith? But put it across to those who bring this argument. If we today decide that the governor of Kaduna State will be Christian and the deputy governor will be Christian, will Nigeria know peace? Yes. If we are talking about competence, we have them in millions. But because we want to be together, because we want to work together, and our constitution also talks about federal character. Federal character may not mention religion, but federal character talks about carrying every Nigerian along. Imagine a situation where we will have the president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the vice president of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the SGF of Nigeria from Kaduna State, the speaker of, the president of the Senate from Kaduna State, and the speaker of House of Representatives from Kaduna State. Will there be peace in Nigeria just because they are capable hands? But before you start arguing about the subject, you have to understand where people are coming from.
I'm curious, and I'll quickly ask you this before I go to Biodun. When a person is canvassing, I'm just asking, I'm not in any way trying to attack anyone, but when a person is canvassing to lead Nigeria, he's not saying, I want to be a Muslim president of Nigeria, I want to be the president of the Christians in Nigeria. He says, I want to lead Nigeria. Why should religion have any play or any role in this? I'm not also saying that we should not consider religion, you know, because we're a religious set of people. We're a secular country. We have all kinds of religion, at play. But whether you be a Christian or a Muslim, should your priority not be about changing Nigeria? Because I'm guessing that if you're Muslim, Islam is a religion of peace. In other words, whatever you do should be in the betterment or in the interest of Nigerians and to bring peace. So why should we be emphasizing that, if we don't have Muslims and Christians together on one ticket, we cannot douse the tension in the country? Please educate me. Why can that not be, a thing that we jettison and just look at how a person can bring peace?
My late boss, His Excellency Patrick Ibrahim Yakowa, in his acceptance speech, precisely in May 2010, when he became the first Christian to be governor of Kaduna State, he made a very nice speech by saying that I'm not going to be a Christian governor. All newspapers in Nigeria took that as the main headline of their news the next day. But sadly, that was a man who suffered religion issue as far as governance is concerned. You see, what we are simply saying in this country is that we are not as visitors to Nigeria. We know this country. We understand this country. If religion is not a matter, simple. Let's look for the best pagan, the second person to be the best vice president to be the best pagan. Will everybody clap for that? Let's look for the best Christian. The vice president should also be a very good Christian. Will everybody clap for that? Whatever is good for the Ganda is good for the Gandis, is good for the Ganda. So what we are simply saying is we are dealing with a situation we know ourselves in Nigeria. And we cannot shy away from the things that are holding us, from the things that are dividing us, from the things that are creating tension. We are simply saying, we're not saying go and bring any Christian who, just because he's a Christian, to be governor. We are saying, or to be president. We are saying is that if you are looking for experts, if you are looking for quality leaders, if you are looking for people who will deliver the goods, they are in every tribe in Nigeria, they are in every region in Nigeria, they are in every religion of Nigeria.
Okay.
So we should go in the spirit of togetherness, find them in all these different identities. Because in Nigeria, the issue of identity has always been a very serious challenge. Okay. Let's not pretend about this. Let's not shy away about it. Because I'm from Kaduna, I will say this. In one of the national television recently, my governor came out and said the issue of Muslim, it's nothing because they've tried it in Kaduna. Can we be honest that in the last 4 years, Kaduna has been what you'll be proud about? What are the achievements? Is that what we want? Do we just want to be leaders without carrying and uniting the people? Even the most backward community wants to feel their voice is heard, want to ensure that they are part of the decision-making in building their nation, in building their community. Right. But a situation where we do not balance in the way we are doing, and we are saying religions do not matter. Okay, we agree it does not matter. But remember, if it applies to you, it shouldn't also matter. We can also just ask the Southwest to give us the president and the vice president and everybody because it doesn't matter.
Okay, let me go to Biodo Show. Biodo, you're somewhat of a politician, and let's look at it from a purely political perspective, because there seems to be, a lot of bickering about this Muslim ticket. In fact, we're yet to hear from the APC who the running mate to the flag bearer is, because today is the deadline, and that is detailed, like I said earlier on, for all the political parties. And I asked, just as I asked him, in 2022, should we be worried about the religion of the people who lead us, or should we be looking at their pedigree, their antecedents, and of course, if they are capable of bringing peaceful and, of course, a progressive governance?
Yes. In the first instance, the essence of the discourse on Muslim ticket or Muslim Christian or Christian ticket, it's about national development, with huge emphasis on human development and economic development. And when you take it from that viewpoint, you then ask yourself, what has religion got to do with proven experience on service delivery to the people of Nigeria? What has the religious faith of anyone got to do with sense of justice, sense of fairness, creating employment for the people of Nigeria? that is the starting point. But when you now stretch it a bit further, you now ask yourself, after all, Nigeria is a secular state. How come we're only talking about two religions, Christian and Muslim? What happened to the original African traditional religious practitioners? Christianity made them here. Islam made them here. Nobody's talking about it. They're only talking about the rivalry between two religions, which in any case are foreign to our own country. And that is what is shaping the discourse, rather than proven experience, ability to contribute to national development. When you take, for instance, in Lagos State, we had a governor in the name of Akiyambode, whose wife had to sack the priest of a church in Alausa, not only sack him from employment, he was evicted from his house. And Akiyambode is a Christian. When he was governor, he was a Christian. The wife, a Christian, attending the same church. He was not a Muslim. So for me, I think it's more about the attitude of individuals. If you're a Christian and you choose to be a God-fearing Christian, so be it. If you're a Muslim, you choose to be, so be it. You're a traditional practitioner, so be it. The emphasis of what we need to move our country forward is to not be on the basis of your religious convictions or faith. Because religion by itself will not contribute to national development in the real sense of it, rather than creating the right spiritual environment, developing people to be able to tolerate each other and live harmoniously. But beyond that, it hardly will contribute anything meaningfully to economic development. Rather, it has served in some cases, as driver, for underdevelopment. And you can see the old places all around Lagos and Ogun, where industries were taken over by churches.
I think that we're having connection issues there again with you, Mr. Showomi. Unfortunately, we have to let you go. But quickly, Reverend Hayab, we have just 1 minute. We're talking about peace here. We want this, if not for the first time after 1993, to be the most peaceful elections in Nigeria's history. And for those of us who are peace scholars, we know that there are 8 pillars of peace, and religion plays a role one way or the other in it. But how can we also douse tension without also heating up the polity with this issue of religion as part of the tickets? How do we peacefully address this issue going forward so that we don't use it or arm people with this, make it a tool of division again, even though we're trying to unite Nigerians? But let's not also, incite people to say, well, if you don't give me somebody that looks like me or goes to the same kind of place of worship like me, then we're going to cause trouble. So in looking at building peace, before, during, and after the elections, what do we do?
Saying if you do not cook the kind of food we want to eat, we will not eat your food. Because I do not eat your food is not war. I'm simply saying that this is what the kind of meal I want to eat for my stomach. I don't want to eat a meal that will create problem to my system. I want to eat a meal that will bring health and bring strength to me. So we are simply saying to the political parties that, look, for the sake of unity, for the sake of togetherness, look for a combination that will unite, a combination that will promote peace, not because we are going to go to war. It's simply, if your kind of meal is not good for us, don't blame us for not eating your meal. We would have loved to eat your meal, but we're not going to eat a meal that the combination is not good for our stomach. But let me put it clear for Nigerians to know that Christians have actually never had problem with who leads and who do not lead. Christians can remind Nigerians that we have ever voted for a Muslim in Nigeria, and the fact about it, that it was even a Muslim president who annulled the election. We don't have problem with that. But gradually experience have begun to show that it is only when it is about us that no, there is not issue about religion. But when it turns to the other side, no, it must not be, we are not going to take it. We are growing in this country. That's why it is not fair and it's not right for you to act Contrary, because another time will come, people will remember what you did yesterday. When Abiola and Kingibe were elected, they were not elected on the basis of religion. Christians and Muslims went out and elected them. But the moment leadership started having a color of religion, time will not permit me to give you the history of how Obasanjo came into power, the service that was held, and what triggered the Sharia that caused all the conflict. That's why we want a team that will unite the country, a team that will carry everybody in the country. But we are not asking for novice.
We have to go. We have to go.
And there are good people in every pit.
All right. Reverend Joseph Hayab is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, and Biodo Shomi is a political analyst. Unfortunately, we lost contact with him. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. Well, that's it tonight on the show. We want to say thank you. We hope you enjoyed the week of conversations. We'll be back next week, Monday, as the political stories keep brewing. We're here to report it and ask the right questions. I'm Mary Anna Cohn. Have a good evening.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Lagos Island has imposing architectural structures dotted on each side of the road, filled with people who are not sure if they will be locked out from their homes next year due to rental fee hikes. The buildings on the other side of the road wear an empty, forlorn look. Beggars are always on the streets. A thin, middle-aged man in an oversized jacket comes towards my window. In impeccable English, he explains that he is not a beggar, but a medical doctor who worked in the hospital about 3 blocks from the right side of the street we were on. He has an accent that must be from Cross River State, unmistakably lyrical. He says his daughter is in terrible shape. She has a ruptured appendix and was admitted in the same hospital where he worked. I'm trying to raise money for my daughter, but we haven't been paid for about 6 months now. It was difficult to tell truth from falsehood in Lagos. Poverty taught most people the art of deceit as a means of livelihood. Today, I discover an even more ingenious way of begging, meant to jolt one's physical and spiritual sensibilities. At the junction just before the traffic lights, a man who looks like he was a few seconds away from being called to be with the Lord is being pushed around in a wheelchair by a dreary-looking assistant. After a few minutes, the assistant stops pushing the wheelchair and takes up his bullhorn to tell the story of how the man has an orange-sized tumor on his face. He makes a feverish pitch for funds that will be for treatment. God bless you as you give. God shall water your garden as you donate to this cause, he bellowed. Motorists avoid them as if they just escaped a leper colony. The two men are indifferent and remain resolute in their quest. My name is Erie Onogoroa. I work in an energy company, so apart from being an author, that's what else I do. So to be honest, so I used to work in another company, and you get to that stage in your career where you feel like your life is stuck in a rut. Like you wake up every morning and you're like, okay, we have to do this again. Nothing is challenging. It's just you just know you're built for more. So that's the stage I was in. I'll go to work just completely dissatisfied. And, we had friends, how it is in the office. We'll talk about, all the things happening and not happening to us. And then it was just every day we were complaining. And then one day I said to myself, I said, Eri, but you write, yeah? Because I started writing from when I was like 8 years. And I said, instead of complaining, look inwards and do something. And literally, that's how Dear Alarie was born. So it was at a point in my life where I was just completely yearning for more and dissatisfied with where I was in my career. I like that question because when I was writing, for me, it was almost like a sense of urgency to pass a message, and the message was principally to live your life, your best life, in spite of anything that may be happening around you. You would have challenges, but own your voice, tell your story, and just be authentic. So for me, it was very important to pass that message across and let anybody reading to say, you know what, I mean, these challenges are not uncommon. Everybody faces them. But you can still live your moment. You can still live your best life as you pass through these challenges. For me, when I wrote that in particular, I was looking to talk about life in Lagos, and I use Lagos as a metaphor for Nigeria because Lagos is where everything happens. So for me, it was important to bring out all the kind of things that we see in society that should not be, poverty that really shouldn't be because of the abundance of resources, and the fact that you see a lot of people who don't have as much, just more or less just tending towards, okay, we need to have more babies, almost like a pastime, like, okay, since I can't have this, I can have this. So that was the thinking behind, this. In terms of themes, I thought to look at the patriarchal culture in Nigeria. I thought to put an X-ray on life in Lagos, and the fact that really and truly, at the end of the day, we sort of exist in Lagos. We don't live, we don't thrive. You wake up every day, you spend roughly, depending on where you are, roughly 4 to 5 hours in traffic. And you get back home and you sleep, and it's like an endless rut. Yeah, so those are the kind of things I was trying to look at, the challenges women face in the office. Not just in the office, what they're going through internally. For Alarie, Alarie didn't have a child, so she was facing all that, and yet she needed to be in the office to be her best. So things like that, those were the kind of things I was looking to talk about: the patriarchal culture, infertility challenges, just the whole chaos, what it really takes to live in a place like Lagos. because it was important for me to tell the story that the fact that a lady gives birth to a girl has nothing to do with her, and the fact that it's a girl does not lessen the significance of the child. So that's very important for me to say there. We find it, like you said, in Nigeria, and it hasn't changed. Well, maybe, our voices are being more amplified, so people are getting more aware, but it's still there. When a child is born, depending on the sex, the blame game, shifts. And another thing I wanted to point out so strongly was, what if it's the man at fault? Because what tends to happen in marriages is the lady takes the blame, because society has been trained to see the woman to blame where there are challenges with childbearing. But what if it's the man's fault? So those were the kind of questions I was trying to throw light on in the book. Not very well, to be honest, because growing up, it was almost like a taboo. My dad didn't want to hear anybody speaking pidgin, so it was like, well, I say by force, we had to learn. But, a story like that, I had to use pidgin to reflect the characters. So someone like Alhaji Wasiu, typical characters that would necessarily speak pidgin English, it was important for me to reflect that in the story so that the reader understands that, just the different strata in society and the levels of people that we have. I would say, tell your story unapologetically, because somebody also asked me, and I said, but you can't live life just expecting to be validated or not validated. Yeah, so for me it was important to pass a message. For me it was important to tell my story. The validation, secondary, because I will do it the same way, whether or not whatever anybody thought or thinks about Dear Allery, I will tell my story, because it's important at the end of the day, when you go to bed, be satisfied that you have done what truly makes you happy as a writer. And some people just have a lot of stories in there just waiting to come out. But it's that fear of acceptance. And really and truly, you can't live life waiting to be accepted by everybody. It's just not the way to do things. I would say that is changing, to be honest. I mean, a lot of reading clubs springing up rather. A lot of, I would say it's changing. I know that, just even surviving in Nigeria is an art. So you find quite a number of people probably not having the time to read, but I don't think it's fair to say that we don't read. I think things are really, really changing.
Switch on light on.
Switching commander, internal. Expectedly back, DW. Fuel tank pressure 60 on 50. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
Good afternoon. I am Messi Boko. This is the news update. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared Biodun Oyebanji of the All Progressive Congress winner of the 2022 Ekiti elections. Mr. Oyebanji polled a total of 187,057 votes to defeat his two closest challengers, Segun Oni of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and Bisi Kolawole of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The SDP emerged in second place with a total vote of 82,211, while the PDP was third with 67,457 votes.
Of party YPP scored a total of 618 votes. Adewolu Kolade Akiyemi of party ZLP scored a total of 282 votes. That Abiodun Abayomi Oyebanji of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared winner and is returned elected. Signed by the returning officer. Dated 19th day of June 2022.
Oyebanji is now set to replace incumbent Kayode Fayemi in October. Segun Oni campaign organization has rejected the outcome of Saturday's governorship election, saying it was unacceptable. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, had declared the candidate of All Progressive Congress, APC, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, as the winner of the election. Oyebanji defeated the candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, Mr. Segun Oni, who scored 82,211, while the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Mr. Bisi Kolawole, scored 67,457. But reacting to the outcome of the exercise, the spokesman of the campaign organization, Mr. Joseph Jolayemi, accused the APC of engaging in vote buying. He also accused security agencies of compromising during the election. The candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the recently conducted governorship elections in Ekiti State, Otumba Olabisi Kolawole, has thanked the people of the state for their peaceful conduct during the exercise. He also thanked the PDP members and supporters who believed in him and the party. He commended the former governor of the state, Mr. Ayo Fayose, for his leadership and fatherly role. Kolawole placed third with 67,457 votes. President Buhari has congratulated the candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Biodun Oyebanji, over his electoral victory in Saturday's Ekiti State governorship elections. This was contained in a congratulatory message issued on Sunday by his special advisor on media and publicity, Mr. Femi Adesina. The president said the victory was well-deserved considering Oyebanji's contribution to the development of the state and the party before he was nominated the standard flag bearer, urging him, however, to be magnanimous in his victory in the interests of the people of the state. He charged all APC members across and outside the country to see this as a good omen for the 2023 general election and work very hard to ensure the party's victory by continuing the trend in Osun State next month's elections. President Buhari also felicitated the people of Ekiti State for the smooth conduct of the elections, affirming that they were the real visitors and as they had been able to freely choose their leader for the next 4 years. The Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has asked the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to prosecute all those involved in vote buying in the course of the Ekiti State governorship election. SERAP, in a short tweet on Saturday, said the prosecution must not end with those caught in the act, but must be extended to politicians who formed their election malpractice. The group's reaction trails news of vote buyers being arrested by operative of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Parading some of the suspects at the Oke-Oriomi, the area division of the Nigerian police force, the authorities said the individuals were caught with monies allegedly used to induce voters, and acts the EFCC officials say were carried out secretly. In a communique signed by the chairman, The group, however, noted that it is impressed to observe that the marginalized population, the aged, nursing mothers, pregnant women and persons with disability were offered priority in voting in most of the polling units. The Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Lucky Rabo, has advised military retirees against being used by politicians to truncate the country's democracy, saying such move could lead to a face-off between the military and the citizens. Addressing retirees who graduated from the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, having completed the mandatory vocational training, the CDS warned against complacency.
Transition to civil life after several years of service is a global practice in the military, and the Nigerian Armed Forces is no exception. And to ensure a seamless move back to civil life, the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, was established. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, enjoined the retiring graduates of the center to take advantage of the skills acquired to better their lives. He advised them to be prudent with their retirement benefits and invest wisely. He further warned them to resist the temptation of meddling in politics, as such move could destabilize the country's democracy.
I urge you to employ the various knowledge and skills you have acquired while undergoing the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center training for peaceful and productive economic life as you reintegrate into the Nigerian civil society. I encourage you to justify the magnanimity of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who has continued to support the armed forces, most especially the retiring members of the armed forces, as seen in the enhanced packages by maintaining your loyalty and dedication to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
316 graduates drawn from the Nigerian Army, Air Force and the Navy were trained in various vocations for easy reintegration into civil life.
You have successfully completed this course amidst tight schedules, and this shows your commitment and discipline, which are all attributes you have acquired in the course of your active service to our dear nation. Let me emphasize that the trainee spirit retirement course is to reorientate and position you for a successful reintegration into civil life after a meritorious service to our dear country. It is our expectation that your graduation, the service, and this center will continue to get positive feedbacks as you gallantly soar through the post-service life. Be bold and courageous. Remain disciplined and focused. The sky certainly is your beginning.
It is expected that with the acquisition of needed skills, the retirees will lead productive lives in their post-service years. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
And to other parts of Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo does not want Rwanda in a possible regional force on its soil. This is a message from Kinshasa to the British Prime Minister ahead of the Commonwealth Summit in Kigali. In a statement, the Congolese government accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 rebels who seized the town of Bunagana on the border with Uganda last week. Kigali denies any support to the rebels. And outside Africa, President Vladimir Zelensky has vowed that his forces will not give away the South to anyone after his first visit to the southern front line. This comes even as NATO's chief warned the war in the Ukraine could last for years. Making a rare trip outside Kyiv, where he is based for security reasons, Zelensky traveled to the holdout Black Sea city of Mykolaiv and visited troops nearby in the neighboring Odessa, the region for the first time since the Russian invasion. Russian forces have directed their air power at the east and the south of Ukraine in recent weeks since falling in their bid to take the capital, Kyiv, after the lightning February 24th invasion. And in business news, Bitcoin plunged below $20,000, shading 9% from the previous day to fall to $18,740, its lowest since December 13, 2020. With investors increasingly wary of risks, the world's most popular crypto asset has lost more than 72% of its value since reaching the high of $68,991 on November the 10th, 2021. Cryptocurrency have paid the biggest price. And in entertainment news, veteran rapper and superstar Ice Prince has announced that he will be releasing his first single of 2022 on the 22nd of June, featuring Sheyi Vibes and Caesar Millie. Ice Prince has been in the music industry for over a decade and was able to achieve a huge success with his debut album, Everybody Loves Ice Prince. And in sports news, Nigeria's Tobi Amosun has broken the African record after clocking 12.41% in the 100 women hurdles. Amosu broke her record with her third best run of the season at the Diamond League meet in Paris, France on Saturday. During the Diamond League, Amosu blazed to victory with a time of 12.41 seconds that moved her up to the third in the world in 2022, only behind the world leader, Jasmine, who had 12.37 seconds, and Johnson, who had 12.40 seconds. She won at the Diamond League in Zurich in September 2021, where it set a sensational record for her at the best of 12.42 seconds. The 2018 Commonwealth Games gold medalist narrowly missed out on the podium finish at the Olympics after placing fourth behind the Puerto Rico's Jasmine. The United States Kendra Harrison and Tapper has been involved into the fourth race after. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Abopo. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Damariah Jos, whose name means the orphan of Jos, was born in 1946 in Bukuru, near Jos in Plateau State. His birth name is Adamu Wire. The reason for adopting the name Damariah Jos was because his father died shortly after his birth, and his mother died while he was still an infant. He was a Nigerian Hausa griot, best known for playing the kontigi, a small, single-stringed lute. Damariah showed an early interest in music and came under the influence of local professional musicians. Incorporating social commentary, the mainstay of Damariah's repertoire is praise singing. His first, and perhaps still his most famous song, is Waka Karamota, Song of the Driver's Mate, in praise of young men who get passengers in and out of minibuses and do the dirty work of changing tires, pushing broken down vans, and the likes. During the Nigerian Civil War, he composed numerous songs in praise of soldiers of the Federal Army and incorporated vivid accounts of scenes from the war in his songs. When the Civil War ended, with the victory of the federal government, Damariah sang Mina Fukanyaki, which meant the hypocrites of war, mocking governments and international figures that sided with Biafra. He died on the 20th of June 2015. Sunny Okosun was born in Enugu on the 1st of January 1947. He hailed from Edo State. He played a fusion of reggae, high life, Afro-funk, traditional melodies and rhythms which he branded Ozidi, or message. Ozidi was traditionally a renowned Ijo river god. Okosun, also called Okosuns, had a career that spanned over 4 decades. From 1977, he became known for protest songs about Pan-Africanism, freedom, and a few other social political issues affecting Africans. He wrote and performed songs in a number of languages, including Ishan, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and English. He died aged 61 of colon cancer on the 24th of May 2008 at the Howard University Hospital, Washington, D.C.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit to, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, I because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, capacity as a country, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses too. But I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, shut when it comes to funding. But we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that, our goal is that in the next 5 years, base case, right, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face, because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say, especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you've got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome, right? And that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes, they don't look, you know what they say about this thing that say, lean on me, no be press me die. So they don't lean on you and then, want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound. And those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest. And like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of Harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladainde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the joyous event.
The Ladainde family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. The triplets, Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa, are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Ladainde after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody. I mean, the church in the house. 12 years.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimonies have become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. The couple shared their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our cost, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough proofs. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rooms were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said it the other time that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in it's a monthly sorrow, it is. Young ladies that are indulging in and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes, as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever I did worked, and it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me, if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets? It was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I told him, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what he was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life. And it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today. Your own may not be physical. Your own might be financial or even mental. But I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb, is this is a sign that God is alive and that he is willing. He's a good father. Whatever anyone wants, he's willing to make it happen even for them. The scripture tells us that it said there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say it will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope, don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when he will come, look at the way he did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
People are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what's available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, a very good demographic was represented. We had the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program, and it turned out very important.
Actually, the walk is very supportive for the mental health, because people that ignore mental health, it's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kids, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davis, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
About my mother and my father, if I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days. But I will make it very, very short. My mother, she is a great woman. I have been on that for over
and I've never seen a mother like her. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was a Simmons, the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage. And my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays, for help. And indeed, they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good, because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year, and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
Scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
One browse. Kí ni one browse? Ti pàdé ara wọn nínú church. Torí pé church náà ti pàdé. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. Màmá ti náwó. Ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn o. Ẹ bá mi ṣí.
Ìbọn tolúkọ wọn, bó ṣe ti wọn.
ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Remain blessed and stay safe.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, look at that. I said, no, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been
an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, you know, going for auditions, and sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, you know, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. You know, the things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But, you know, God was merciful throughout those period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But, you know, it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. You know, like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine. And then you do the second one and you get heartbroken and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I knew I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive. So I felt maybe he kept me alive for a reason. And, you know, it just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently. And that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes. And family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before, you know, being in the state of mind to record and create good music. You know, sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago. Or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square. We're waiting for you guys to drop new songs and all that stuff. And
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. You know, we talk to people who have achieved, who are achieving, and who are making impact in society. My guest today is a gentleman who is an achiever, who is a public servant, because he served not just in Nigeria, he served in the United States of America, and he has worked tirelessly to make an impact. Right now, he is a candidate in the runoff for the ticket of the All Progressives Congress in Lagos State. I welcome Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. You're welcome. Yeah, let's say this straight away. Many people wonder, who is Mustafa? You just came out of the blue. According to them, just came out of the blue. Well, who is Olorunfemi Mustafa?
Olorunfemi Mustafa is a former public servant and former permanent secretary in the service of Lagos State government for 10 years. Prior to that, I served the city of New York for 7 years. I was in the United States for almost about 20-something years. I was born to the family of Alhaji Bushura Jadi Mustafa Olagunju of Elias Obadino Street 246 Obadino, and my mom is Alhaja Amdalat Atinuke Martins, a great grandchild of the Martins family, Babalacho, in Olugbo quarters of Lagos. Born November 8, 1964 at Mercy Children's Hospital. Proximity to the house at 64 Obadino Street. My great-grandfather was the first Olori Omokio of Lagos, and he did contested for the imamship of the Obadino Central Mosque. On my paternal grandmother's side, from the Mustafa Giwa in the Takwashi, Giwa Lalukurani. It's so funny. My paternal great-grandfather is Mustafa Olu, but everybody calls us Giwa Giwa. But Giwa is a title. Giwa from Mashalashi Al-Qurani. I had my primary school education at Ansarudin Alakoro. Prior to that, I had my started my nursery schooling inside Kosoko, the palace of Oba Kosoko. I still remember, Akabiesi Amino. He loves me dearly, so he wouldn't let anybody touch me, when I was a kid. So when my mother finished selling, because my mom was selling, had a shop at Ereko before we moved to Ekiti. We started from Jankara, then from Jankara we came to Okiari. From Okiari we went to Ekiti. From Ekiti, we went to Ebutero. But the first market master is my uncle, Alhaji Musba Martins. So I have my family lineage strewn all over Lagos. Badagry, Epe, Ikorodu.
So we can start getting ready to call you Mr. Lagos.
Yes. My stepfather was Alhaji Abdelatif Seriki from Badagry, and Sherry Olofin, and Ishashi.
Okay, that's where there's the waterworks.
Yeah, the waterworks.
The Jokondi administration.
Yes.
So let me say this: you're obviously very grounded in your family history and all that. But growing up in Lagos, when you did, what was your experience like?
It was very nice, and when they say literally that it takes a village to raise a child.
To raise a child.
Because I look so much like my dad, so everybody, once they see me, I'm a Bushura. So if you commit a crime in campus, before you get home, there is no phone, and somebody will have reported you. So you will get beaten in campus, and by the time you get home again, you will get beaten again. And there was so much love. We eat 4 times a day. We have breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks in the evening, and we were pampered.
Talking about being pampered, you must have been a bit rascally too.
Oh, you joking? I got into a lot of trouble. I remember when I was at Ebutero Nursery and Primary School, so they were late in coming to pick us up. And I took my cousin, Kubra at Martins, and I told her, just let's go. They're not coming there was a party going on at home, so they probably must have forgotten us. So we trekked all the way from Ebutero to Obadino, which is from back home. And they didn't touch out. So I was the one they
dealt with.
They dealt with.
Why?
Oh, they know.
Because you were notorious.
Yeah, they know I was a troublemaker. My uncle, God bless his soul, Mr. Lasbert Martins, was the first father figure in my life. I missed him greatly. If he were alive, he would be here.
When you were in the service of Lagos State government, one of the places you worked at was the Ministry of Science and Technology. And there were quite a few disruptive things that were done then.
Yes. I thank God for Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola for insisting on bringing me back, and Dr. Bafemi Kadri Hamzat was both were instrumental in my coming back. But incidentally, Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila was the one that was very, very persistent in trying to bring me back. He actually got me an SSA with Ashwaju. Ashwaju gave me a job without even seeing me. All he saw was my resume. But I told Uncle Akim Gbajabiamila then that I don't think it was time for me to come back home yet, because one of my uncles, Uncle Bolaji, is still in the United States now. So he told me then that, Ahmed, it's not time for you to come back home yet. So when I eventually accepted to come back, they had issues with Oracle implementation. And I had just implemented, I was part of the team that implemented Oracle for the entire 99 City of New York agencies. In fact, we won an award, Best Collaborative App in 2005 from Mayor Bloomberg. And it was very innovative. It was one of the largest Oracle installed. So my agency, Financial Information Service Agency, we were in charge of the HR, payroll, debt management system, city time, purchasing and sourcing for the entire 99 City of New York agency. So it was big. So when BRF was told that there's this Lagosian, but we've tried to get him to come, but he won't come. So I heard that he just said, don't worry, I'll get him to come. So he made a few calls. I think he got in touch with my uncle, Alaji Latif Okuno.
Yes.
And so they told him, don't worry, he will come. He told Sheila America, not he too. So Alaja, spoke to me, and I said, fine, okay, I'll come.
So that was how you took up the appointment?
Appointment as the director of Oracle, working with Governor Ambody when he was the Accountant General.
Accountant General, yeah.
So when we came in, I told Governor Fashola, I said, your problem is not Oracle. Your problem, I took a look at the Lagos State IGR then. It was growing, but the rate of growth was coming down. I said, so we need to start putting things in place. So I came up with this plan to grow Lagos State IGR to 100 billion a month. And I said, it's doable. So Governor Ambody had asked DFID then to come and do a study of the revenue and the systems that we could use to boost that revenue. And I said, so I was working on that plan. So one of the consultants just by chance came to speak with me. And I showed him what I was working on. So he went back to Ambody. Governor Ambody, I said, it was a PS then, said, why did you bring me? This your boy that you brought from America, he's even done, something more, more elaborate.
So all of this you did as director of Oracle.
Director of Oracle, and I was promoted to DG, Financial System Management Bureau, because I tried to explain to Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola then that we needed an entity that would be monitoring all the system that has to do with the revenue generation from land use charge, land services payment, IGR, that everything that has to do. So we need to find a way to harmonize that system. The thinking then was that we should make sure that all the system can be able to speak to one another. We make it easy for people to pay without necessarily going to the bank, using their credit card, debit card, and they can be able to effect payment to Lagos from anywhere in the world. So you can pay your land use charge from London. And some of the things that we wanted to do then was, when we look at land use charge, let's take land use charge for instance. So they had enumerated close to about 640,000 properties, and they were only paying on about 200 and something to 300 and something thousand were paying, and the run rate was about 8 billion then. So we, said, okay, we can use technology to deepen that. So we're able to use GIS and spatial technology, building on what has been done by Dr. Obafemi Hamzat and initial GIS implementation. So we were able to distill from that close to about 1.2 million properties that we identified, and grew the database to almost about 800,000. So it was a massive effort, and we were, the run rate was about 10 billion. So we use technology to be able to enhance. And we believe seriously that land use charge alone, we can do 25 billion by the time we finish,
Per annum.
Per annum, yes. So on the Oracle side as well, so we came up, the DPO 1 and 2, was very, very important then. That was the first time in the history of sub-Saharan Africa that World Bank was giving direct budgetary support.
But it was essential that you did that.
You did that, so we needed to implement some segments of Oracle. So luckily for us, we had that. So it's not something that we needed to go and buy.
And you got World Bank.
Yes. So that has to do with digitizing the procurement process, to support, the procurement agency, so which was key as part of the transparency, along with the generation of financial statement, making sure we publish our financial statement, statutory audits, set up the audit commission. So I was part of that negotiating team. So we just took care of the element that has to do with GIS and also expanding the Oracle. So when we came in, I think it was about 5 or 6 modules that were working. So we expanded that to about 10, and we got everybody using the Oracle purchasing and procurement process, which was big.
So what would you say got you into wanting to do all of this? Because you were in America?
Yes, I had the opportunity. When I was in the US, I remember my wife, she would tell me, why don't you build a fintech hub so that we can make money? You're always so concerned about what can work in Nigeria, what can work in Nigeria. See, without budgetary support, the government cannot do anything. So public service is very, very dear to me, and helping to raise the necessary revenue, which can translate into hospitals, schools, is very, very important. And the Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and BRS Foundation had laid a master plan. So what just needed to be done was to complement that with technology to be able to accelerate the growth of the revenue, which correspondingly leads to increased performance in service delivery. So that was very, very important to me. So it was like a laser focus.
Don't worry, let's go back to your days in America. Part of what you did there was to serve in a city where you oversaw how many departments did you call it now?
99 city, all the 99 City of New York agencies. They were using my application for HR, payroll, debt management system. It was scary. You see, in America, all those small boys, that campaign for the mayor, they end up working with the mayor. And most of the boys that were working for Mayor Bloomberg, they're very sharp, very young boys, data-driven. If you go to meetings in Mayor Bloomberg's office, you see banks of camera all over the place. They can tell you at any given time how many police officers are on duty, how many teachers came in, how many teachers came in late. I mean, we built such an intricate system that if at any time a teacher in the service of New York ever gets into trouble anywhere in the world, we will get the notification from Interpol and pull that teacher out within a second.
Are you kidding?
I mean, this is not technology in Nigeria. I mean, that was, you have a...
How were you able to do that?
My background was in finance.
Yes, that's it. That's why I asked the question. How were you able to do that?
But when I started working in finance accounting, I started, I saw myself being drawn into, because accounting started moving from ledger-based to system-based then. So the ARC and, all those new systems. Then you can say I'm a nerd, so I don't drink, I don't smoke, so just focus on my work. And when you're in the US, because you're black, you're an African, you must be twice as good to be able to maintain your job. So I never want to be felt wanting in whatever I do. So I put in a lot of effort, understanding those account packages. So it became indispensable.
Yeah, was that what led you now to walk up to your boss and say, don't advertise that job? How?
Because I knew I could do it. I mean, the experience that I've built, I give an example. I have a testing team. So if I build an application, testing is a crucial component of making sure that the application is okay before it goes live. You know, and I said, no, I can't use human beings to be able to process it. So I automated the process. So I created about 2,000 to 10,000 scripts covering different kind of business processes. So I automate it. So it's the machine, the computer. The computer is working while I'm sleeping, you know. And those scripts, those automation allows us to be able to, so what will have taken a human being about 6 months to do, I can do it in a week. You know, from the automation. Yeah. So I have a mainframe application talking to a client-server application, talking to a web application, and I'm taking cases, creating the test cases, running it, you know, doing the load testing, system testing, integration testing, and it was unique.
Yeah, but it was unique, fine. However, your boss wanted to advertise, even went on to advertise the job.
Because I knew then that I was the one that created this process that won us the award.
So you know, how then did you get the job? You just walked up to him?
I just walked up to him. I said, don't advertise this job. Done. I'm the best person for this position. So he insisted that he has to follow the process. And at the end of the day, I was the boss person because what I had done and what I was still doing, you know, speaks to that had never been done. We were so good that IBM made my agency a beta center. So they will not release their product until I've tested it and certify it that it is okay before they take it. You know, so I know we had something good.
So coming back to Nigeria and serving in Lagos State, I recall that some time ago they introduced the e-ticketing by last month and all that. That was you.
Oh yes. Governor Ambode just came one day and he said, I don't want last man running after anybody. I mean, go and make sure that can be done. I said, okay, sir. So I just got on the next flight and I know that the only agency that had that record set was the FRSC. Dr. Akimboboye,
yes,
one of the best human beings I've ever come across. You know, I never knew me. I just walked up to his office in Abuja. I didn't even have an appointment. I just gave them, I said, Governor Ambode lighted the fire under my rear end and I had to jump on the train and I just took some of the staffs of Soft Alliance with me to say, oh yeah, come, let's go. I called him Tall and Handsome, I've forgotten his name. I said, just come with me and on we go to Abuja. So they were able to give us this repository. I could confirm your driver's license, I could confirm your vehicle license, I could confirm your insurance. You know, so having those API, you know, we just built the front end. And when we tested it, I actually used Governor Zambody's driver's license to test. You know, and on that day, his driver's license had expired. And he looked at me and said, stupid boy, bring that thing down. You know, so I mean, he fell in love with it and said, no, this is what I want to do. So we have done that along with what we call the central billing system, because ABC had done such a good job of revenue assurance at the back end. But okay, let me give an example. So they ask you to go to lands to pay 10 million. So if you decide to pay 1 million, I will only know that 1 million that you pay. That original bill that says you should pay 10 million, I don't have it in Oracle. You know, so when that 1 million comes in at night, so I do a pretend generation, you know, the debit the account receivable, credit sales, then debit cash and debit, you know, credit the account receivable to nil it. So, but with the central billing system, that 10 million that they say you should go and pay is in Oracle. Okay, so you can't, with that, so no mago.
Okay, so that makes it easier to track the money.
God bless you. Yeah. Yes, and because it's an interface, so we were able to integrate to NIBS. So that was one of the things that, you know, I really enjoyed most. When I came in, so when we finished generating the payroll, So they will divide it into different banks. So the ones of Sky Bank will go to Sky, UBA will go to UBA. So UBA will now ultimately take it to NIBS. So when I came in, I told Mr. Padilla, I said, I need a switch. Egbon, give me a switch, give me a switch. He said, are you sure they will allow you to do it in Lagos? I said, bring it, don't worry. So we connected our payroll to NIBS. So as soon as we finish, everybody gets paid at once. You know, so that was our yes, that was how 23rd started, and everybody. So Governor Fashola was getting this acclamation. "Oh, guy, will let you." So he called me. He said, "I only know one troublesome person that will do this without my approval."
And that will be you.
That will be me.
All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll go back to your origins again and find out how come you are like this. Please stay tuned.
Plus TV Africa.
This is Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Welcome back. I'm still talking to Mr. Mustafa. I say Mr. Mustafa because in those days in the civil service, when we say, oh, Mr. Mustafa, that's the man in Oracle. But you had what we can call a regular childhood. What in your childhood, or who in your childhood, prepared you for this?
I'll say my dad. Say my dad. Bushra Jadi, ọmọ Ogunlere Jọjà lọ. Ọmọ Dosùnmọ́ Ajíwẹ̀ Fòòṣà. Ọmọ olórí ọmọ kí ó gbogbo ìlú Èkó. Arìngbẹ̀gbẹ̀ bí ẹni ẹ̀gbẹ́ ń dùn. Ṣé mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tájàdé máa jẹ ló ń wá.
Were you his first child or first?
I was the ninth.
The ninth?
Yeah, but I stayed with him the most.
The most.
The most. The most.
So it appeared he poured a lot of himself into you.
Everything that I know in life, everything that I am today, I'll say it's my dad. My mom's is very important to me. She impacted me religiously, treating people fairly. But my dad I'm a product of my dad. My knowledge base, he forces me and he got me to read. You know, he buys about 6 to 7 newspapers every day. And after I've read, he will challenge me, what did you read? You know, and I tell people, incidentally, the first book that my father gave me to read was the Bible, not the Quran. And I felt so much in love with the Bible that I wanted to be a Christian. And he said, no, you're on a journey. You know, so we just read the Bible. Okay, take the Quran, go and read the Quran. So, and I read the Quran. And so I tell people that I'm a Muslim by choice, not by birth. You know, so, but having, you know, incidentally, my wife is a Christian. You know, so having that balanced view, you know, coming from that cosmopolitan background, and was a man of great discipline. You know, I remember there was a time, you know, we were not that, you know, we had some financial challenges because we were general contractor to Gulf Oil Company, Shell, and CBN. So what he does, you know, he will go and get a contract, so I'll be the one to do the execution.
Really?
Oh, that was how I started making my money, you know. So they would say I should buy cement at 2 naira or 3 naira. I'll go and look for a place where I can buy it at 150 and keep the 50 different.
As long as they got his cement.
You know, and I do a very good job. He also has the beer distributorship and Liver Brothers distributorship. So he will give me a set target to say, okay, this is how much they sell it. So I'll go and look for a place where I can sell it more. You know, then I'll just keep
extra money.
Extra money. But hard work, being fair, prepared. I know when we're on holidays, it will always get me prepared before the school starts. They'll get me the syllabus, go to my school to talk to the teachers, get the syllabus, and buy the books, and forces me to read. He will force me to write essays every day, and forces me to read. And the worst thing that you can do wrong with my dad is if you do something, just tell him, give him a reason why you did it. Don't say, oh, I did it because others are doing it. That's the worst thing, that you can ever do.
Your dad poured all of himself into you. And if you were alive today, what would you like to tell him you recall?
His prayers. His prayers. I know every time I do something that pleases him, he would just go into this like trance-like mode, and he started reciting a lot of prayers. So one of his mostly used prayers for me was that verse where Allah was enjoining Prophet Musa alayhi salatu wasalam to go and convince Pharaoh to release the children of Israel. So which says, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa uqdatan min lisani ya'fu qawli qawli wa ja'alni waziran min akhi Haruna akhi usudud bi yasri wa uqsu bi amri kay nasabiyakan kadira innaka kuntum bima kadira." So Prophet Musa had asked these 10 prayers of God, said, "Qala rabbi shrah li sadri, strengthen my tongue, I'm a stammerer. Wa yassir li amri, make this task easy for me. Expand my breast, my chest. Make my brother Harun, give me somebody to do this work with me. Make that person my brother." So they said that is how Harun became a prophet through Moses. So Allah now called Musa. Everything that you so desire, those that you remember and those that you even do not remember, I'm giving it to you. So when you finish saying that, we now go to this Yoruba. Say Atigi Atokwe, Nisha no Abore, Allah no ni one. Atigi Atokwe, Nisha no Abore, Allah no ni one Adisa. Atigi Atokwe, Nisha no Abore, Allah no ni one. And I will get annoyed. You've already recited the Quran. What's this Atigi Atokwe?
But in English, it was simply relating to his cosmology, the reality that
you always find helper.
That the high priest,
yes,
right,
yes,
always finds favor.
Favor, yes, yes.
With nature.
With nature.
So you are going to find favor, but you didn't understand.
I didn't. I wish I would allow him to have said so much of it. Because every time I looked at my life, I'm a product of grace. I've always find people at a critical problem in my life. It just come. And it's like this signing footprint of time that my father-in-law gave me, Sahi Okoye, late Sahi Okoye. And this person slept and he saw his life, like a footprint in the sand of time. So sometimes we see 4 footprints and sometimes we only see 2. And it now correlates those periods where he could only see 2 footprints to be the most difficult part of his life. And he was asking God, God, did you leave me alone during this period? So God said, no, you could not walk then. I've carried you. It's my footprint that you're saying. So,
but with your experience and prayers from your dad, experience because you learned hard work from him, prayers because he spoke grace into your life and all that, you are thinking of a journey to govern Lagos. How come?
Sometimes without you knowing it, you become an embodiment of people's aspirations and hopes. When I left the service, public service is in me. I love to serve. So I'll try and negotiate with God sometimes. I said, just leave me. Let me just do these worldly things first, And I remember going to the late Bishop Fashino, the Archbishop of Ijebu. He's a big father figure. So we have this economical, dialogue. So after I left,
That's 2021.
yes, he just died recently. So I went to go and see him. I said, Daddy, I don't know what to do. I said, I'm thinking of setting up my own consulting, but at the same time, I felt this pull that I have to serve God. A lot of people have been coming to me then. Okay, I think you should throw your heart into the ring. And Islamically is a trust. Yeah. It's not something that you just jump into, because in the Quran, Allah said, we gave the to the ground refuses it. We gave it to the mountain refuses it. But human being that does not have the knowledge, they give it to me without not the requisite skill. So leadership is something that you come at with trepidation because it's a trust. But the experiences that I've acquired over the years, healthcare, education, infrastructure. So I took my time studying how the society was constructed, and I felt we could greatly accelerate the development of Lagos. We could take Lagos to the next height, accelerate the development. We have a very good master plan that has been built in place by Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, built on by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, Governor Ambode, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. But during this NSAS period, something awoken in me, that you have this 70% of the population angry, alienated, that nobody is speaking to them, nobody understands their aspiration. I remember a couple of months ago, I went to the Director General of TED Fund. TED Fund is the fund that is set up to support the universities. Yes. So I told him, I said, I could show you a framework. I gave them a presentation. I said, I could show you a framework how we could aggregate about 2 trillion worth of investment into universities in Nigeria.
2
trillion worth of investment. I said, it's not new money. 2 trade fund. The 2% education tax the disbursement rate is about 500 billion a year. So I said, that is an annuity. It's a revenue. So what we can do, I said, give me 1%, 0.5% of 1%, which comes about 70 billion. So we set up this higher education facility financing fund. So with that 70 billion, we can go and raise 1 trillion, 2 trillion. And the goal is to have 100 world-class universities in Nigeria and teaching hospitals.
So what happened to that thought with that fund?
Bogoro, the former, he was almost crying. He said he could not believe that when he was given this assignment, he knew there would be somebody out there who has an idea as to how this job can be done. Yes. But me coming in now, it was the tail end of his administration.
Okay, this is the beginning. You want to do something in Lagos. What do you want to do?
Healthcare, security, for instance. Okay. I want to make sure that there is 24/7 security in Lagos. There is a master plan through the Lagos State Security Trust Fund. Yes. We have RRS. We provide them vehicle. The command and control infrastructure is in place. We have neighborhood corps now. We have street lighting. When there is light, so people are less bound to commit crime. We've stepped away from a few of that. We want to deploy technology. When I was in science and tech, we bought drones, trifugal drones that can be in the sky for 6 hours. We bought 2. So anything that is more than 3 centimeters, I can capture it. I can give you the life pattern in a particular area. I can tell you what is going on in a particular. I can even tell you if your house is going to collapse, through the drone monitoring. So I can pull the plate license of a car from 36,000 feet. I know who owns it. So that security infrastructure coupled with technology, deploy CCTV. Okay, so the government cannot deploy enough CCTV. London alone has about 36,000 or 100,000 CCTV cameras. So we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what we can do is to tell the banks, the eateries, and people, who have CCTV, we will give them an API, application program interface that gives us the feed from this respective CCTV. So I can tell you and I can track people as they move from one camera angle to the next. So with that in place, the state will be on virtual lockdown.
That's security-wise.
Security-wise.
Sometimes people get to the hospital, they don't get attended to, maybe they don't have the right equipment, there are not enough facilities and all that. How do you want to address that?
Thank you very much. It's a question of people, process, technology. So when in terms of people, so look at the doctors, look at the nurses, look at the service delivery. So that is the process. Then the technology. The technology includes the equipment. One of the things that we hope to do is use what we call equipment leasing methodology. So the money that we use to buy one equipment, we use it to lease 50, 60, 70. By the grace of God, if it pleases the Almighty to put us into that position, I can tell you right away, within 6 months, we can start the deployment of first-class medical equipment in all the hospitals, in the general hospitals and tertiary health centers, tertiary hospitals in Lagos State.
First-class equipment?
First-class, cards, imagery, diagnostics equipment. What we don't want to do, when I was part of a committee, we've done some preliminary assessment. So that's why I said 6 months. So if we need to go back and throw up that assessment that was done during Governor Ambode's administration. So we did a very detailed study of the gaps, in terms of equipment functionality within the state. So I have a very, very good idea, but we need to go back to the health sector and confirm, because we don't want to put an equipment there that is not appropriate. And the way we want to do it, we use a cluster system. So some of the PHCs, so we will, agglomerate them, within the specific zone, so they can be able to go to those centers as well. So we want to maximize the use. So using that equipment leasing framework, we will be able to aggressively, So the other thing we want to do is we will have what we call Health and Hospital Corporation Fund. So with that, we will leverage on the existing IGR from those hospitals. We bring in consolidated revenue fund. So when we have this fund, we will be able to go to the market, and raise bond against that particular specific projects, specific to health. So which allows us, the goal is to build one tertiary facility in each of the senatorial districts. So making 3, then expand the existing secondary facilities as well. Then the primary healthcare centers will work with social entrepreneurs to give them funding, give them equipment. So doctors, you cannot train enough doctors because we're losing doctors so rapidly. So one of the things that we want to do is augment the skills of the midwives and the nurses. So there is no reason why a doctor should be drawing blood, it's asinine. So tax shifting is going to be key for us. And we will complement the skill set of those midwives and nurses, so they become nurse practitioners. So they can basically do 70% of what a typical doctor will do. So that allows us to be able to maximize, those skill set. So it's a complement of the people, yes, the process, and the technology. So we're also going to have a facility management redesign. So when you walk into a Lagos State facility, there will be a decision support system. So the doctor is not, so you have 60 or 50 something years old today, history of blood pressure, asthma. So you came in complaining of headache at the back of your head. So that decision support system will guide us. Yeah. It will guide the doctor. So the doctor, no matter how young, so the decision support system will eliminate the mistakes. So, and that will be a standard safe care protocol in both public and private sector.
But then how are you going to be able to sustain it? Because there's the issue of technology, there's the issue of energy, power, right? And then you even need ICT. How are you going to do that?
Power is one of the biggest things that we want to take a look at. Lagos State is uniquely placed to be able to address the power issue, more than any other state in Nigeria. We have the greatest constellation of towers, base stations in Nigeria. So there's close to about 30-something to 60-something thousand base stations. And between all of them, they spend close to about $1 trillion powering those base stations. So we have this UDS, Universal Duct System, which I started when I was in science and tech. So what we wanted to do is, we lay fiber and we use the fiber to connect all the base stations. If you do that, it improves your internet connectivity. You understand? So that is in preparation towards the 5G. So we now said, as we are laying the fiber for connectivity, we will lay the cables, also the electric cable, so to power those base stations. So using that guaranteed offtake, we started conversation with Cummins. So Cummins will be able to build 20,000, 30,000, 20 megawatts, 30 megawatts all over the state using a mini grid concept. Yeah. So we now get the banks also to form an SPV. So that SPV will also give us additional guaranteed offtake. You understand? So eateries, estates can be able to. One of the reasons why we have failure in the power system is because the private sector is here, the public sector is here. So in that public sector space, there is not enough revenue to be able to sustain so but when you now bring the two together, using what we call the Lagos State Energy Exchange, so which we will create, so we can talk to some Indians, who will come in and bring that system and be able to work with us. We'll be able to mix, so I can charge the private about 70 naira per kilowatt, charge the public about 50 using cross subsidy, and we have a very sustainable system.
Yes.
So
you spoke a bit about the youth and the anger, the restiveness that will come out during the NSAS protests. But Lagos has a very large concentration of young people.
The 1824, they form the bedrock of our population.
So in Lagos, how are you going to engage the youth?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So when I was in science and tech, so I took the initiative, we look at that Yaba area. So we wanted to set up an ICT hub. So through Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, we are giving him a right of way. So that was why you saw a lot of the ICT companies going to Yaba. So we bought, there is this manufacturing center, in the Yaba, so in Sabo. So we took it over, yes, we took it over, we brought Ibile, in there, we brought Accenture in there. I even went to Mobala Johnson, so she's the one heading that initiative. So I remember taking the Governor Ambode to Andela, and you could see all these young boys, and I said, look at what they are doing. And every day you see a white person going to Yaba. And I said, if these people don't think there is something there, they won't be coming here. So it's a system that organically just grew by itself. So we will now go in, accentuate that growth, give them power, give them connectivity, give them funding. So we're going to have that ICT hub there. So we're going to have a fishery hub, fashion hub, leather hub. So you are a youth, you have creative disposition. So you can just go, to that creative hub. So they have a sound mixer there. So you are interested in developing your own cable or TV show, you'll be able to go in there. The equipment will be there. So you are a mechanic. So we will provide, working in conjunction with Elizabeth, Toyota, Honda. So we will be able to provide equipment in there. We give you training. Last Verb will be part of that. We certify you. So you just like you are registering as a part of a member of a club. So the same thing with the fashion hub. So we'll be able to give you all the equipment. And we will do this in conjunction with banks and the artisan groups. So you have guaranteed offtake. When I was doing the research on fashion hub, there is maybe one or two companies producing shirts in Nigeria. And the market is there, even available for foreign. So every vertical of everything we hope to do, whether it's on health, whether it's on power, whether it's on education, whether it's on technology and innovation, environment, industrialization, there is going to be a component of youth engagement in there, aggressively doing things and deliberately, consciously. So whether we are talking about health facility financing agency, for instance now, so when we bring in those equipment on the lease, so we will have biomedical program in our in our schools, in polytechnics, so they will train them to do the first level triage. So that's a very highly demanding skills. So we will improve the connectivity, we will improve power, and we will have all these hubs where they can just go there and be able to they can work, for anyone from anywhere in the world. We will work with Andela to upskill from primary to secondary to tertiary. We will work with Andela to develop a very world-class curriculum, Microsoft, Oracle. So this will give you a ready marketable skill set that you can earn dollars, not even naira, and you'll be able to work in Nigeria for anybody from anywhere in the world.
How do you intend to fund it? Because if you train somebody and then you empower them with some startup funds, where's the money coming from, and then how do you want to ensure that they pay back?
There is a collaboration. There's going to be a collaboration between ourselves and Microsoft and Andela, for instance. So that is what they do. So we are just providing the enablement. You understand? So if the fund, the training fund that we will provide, so as you are making your money, hopefully, you will repay because we hold on to your certificate, and the company that we are sending you to is going to be with the understanding that we sponsor this person. So a certain percentage of their salary should go back to this fund. You understand? Because this ecosystem, we will be truly involved in that ecosystem. So we will have social entrepreneurs midwifing this, because the more that people consume, that fund, we need to be able to bring back money into that fund for us to be able to do so much.
Now, the public service is part of your constituency. If you looked at it today, every administration comes up with something new to do for the public service. What do you want to do in the public service space to ensure that trained officers do not just leave the service?
Thank you very much. The public service, the civil service is very, very dear to my heart. I came in, Dr. Longe, people like yourself, Mrs. Abdullahi, Mrs. Umar. I met a lot of very incredible people that made a profound difference in my life. And Mrs. Nikki Animashao, a lot of people that helped me personally, professionally. Dr. Balogun, my Egbon, Mr. Akodu, so these are people who literally, Alaji Onibon, these are people who literally took me, and showed me the ropes. Mrs. Y, and the system is not what it used to be, so there is this passive sense of grief, non-fairness.
Yes.
So we need to restore that trust. Okay. That if I'm good, if I'm eligible for promotion, I should be able to get it.
Yeah.
If there are trainings, I should be able to get it. PSSDC will be very, very important. For us, we will make sure there is if you don't train somebody, you can't hold them accountable. Yeah. So there will be continuous training. So if you come in with a school site, we will help you to get your bachelor's, and further as many, even going to PhD level. Yeah. So we will find a way to work with LASU and the PSSDC so that you can have continuous education program in LASU, but for local and for foreign as well. So in terms of additional benefits, we're going to look at what is it that we can do. So if you have kids in any of Lagos State institutions, 70% discount, for your ward. Mortgage assistance program so that if people leave, they will be able to afford a home. But more importantly, if you leave today, by the grace of God, the next month you will get your pension. That will be key, because we have the HR system. If I go back to my oracle today, I'll tell you the number of staff that are retiring in the next 20 years, 35 years in service, 60 years of age, so I can run that report. So all the documents that you need to take to Civil Service Commission, Pension Commission, we know them. Yeah. Why are we disturbing people? Okay. You understand? I will put my foot down that within 6 months of our administration, we will make sure that if you leave today, the next month you'll be able to get your pension.
So now, the party primaries is coming up. Your delegates, many of them don't know you. You're trying to make an impression, right? What would you say to them?
We are at a crossroad as a nation and as a state. What we do right now determines the existence of this country. We have this population, this youth restive, restless, alienated. The programs and policies that we are bringing in place will accelerate the development of this state. And if you get it right in Lagos, you get it right in sub-Saharan Africa, not Nigeria. I was just talking about higher education facility financing at the federal level. So when we are advocating policies, equipment leasing, when we are advocating those kind of policies that will lead to exponential growth in revenue, improve service delivery, improve healthcare, improve education, student loan board, that you'll be able to take a loan. Those kind of advocacy
that if God puts us in that position, we'll be able to advocate. We'll make a profound impact on the lives of the people, not only of Lagos State. We account for 30% of the GDP, 70% of the manufacturing industrial base. We have not started even scratching the surface, what Dangote is doing in Lekki. The businesses that will come out of the petrochemical industry alone is going to be twice what is going to come out of the fertilizer, of the petrochemical. You understand? So we need to put in accelerated development programs that will attract businesses, make sure security is in place, make sure power is in place. We have the ability to do this. My experience over the years in the United States of America, working in the city of New York, studying in America, working in America, looking at development framework, that is what we are bringing to make sure we can accelerate the development. My charge to them is, take this leap of faith with us. I'm putting the markers on the ground. If it pleases God to put us in this position, within 12 to 18 months, you will see a difference in schooling and education in Lagos State. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in power. Within 12 to 18 months, you will see difference in healthcare delivery in this state, in infrastructure development, taking LSDPC, turning it into real estate investment trust, which was about 1 trillion. And we'll take 200 billion out of that to create a billion infrastructure fund, which now accounts for over 20% of the takeoff of any projects. So we don't need to delay. AFDB 50, IFC. I went to IFC and I got $200 million for development into Lagos State, into transportation, into healthcare, into energy. We can do it. Just take that leap of faith with us. And with their support, we will make Lagos State the best, not only in Nigeria, but the entire sub-Saharan Africa.
Let me thank you very much, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa. I asked you why you prefer the full Olorunfemi name. This is just to tell me why that full name must be Olorunfemi.
You know, when my father told me the story several times, he never let me leave it down. Because I remember filling my, I think it was my JAB form of my GCE form, and I said, I just put Femi. So he saw a copy of it, and he got so annoyed as if I had committed a capital crime. And I said, I just put Femi. And I said, no, your name is Olorunfemi. No, your name is not Femi. He said, what you don't know today, I'm going to tell you. When you were born, I had a fleet of lorries. So one of them had a brake failure, and it went into a house, and it could have killed a significant amount of people. And you know, I'm a socialite in Lagos. That would have killed me. Immediately they brought that bad news. Your mother brought the news of your birth. So, and I had the voice that his name shall be Olorunfemi, that I'm with you. He said, so your name is Olorunfemi, not Femi. I said, okay, what about Oluwafemi? He said, no, it's not Oluwafemi, it's Olorunfemi.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best in the primaries. Thank you.
Oh, I admire him from afar. You know, you're a good egg.
Thank you very much, my brother. And so that's been Timeless Conversations. This episode featured our very dear brother. We serve together in Lagos State as PAMSEX. He's running for the office of governor, and we wish him very well. Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa, a man of destiny, a man whose dad predicted that this day will come. May the prayer be answered. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Hi there. Dayade Fuye is my name. I am the first child of my parents, late Pa and Mrs. Jones Adenola Adefuye from Odogogo, Ogun State. Yes, I was born at Island Maternity, but my early childhood was in Shomolu, where indiscipline and thuggery were forbidden. I remember we would move from one compound to the other with my peers, eat together, play together, and share common experiences. Then, much emphasis was placed on cultural values and respect for adults. That was when family names were valued and cherished. We were always reminded, Rántí ọmọ ẹni tí ìwọ ń ṣe, meaning, remember the son of whom you are. My admission into Molusi College, Ijebu-Igbo in Ogun State, after my primary education at SCC Primary School, Fadi, Lagos, helped a lot in reshaping my life. I was in hostel for 5 years with other students from all corners of Nigeria. I had my fair share of childhood rascality, but the school strictly laid down rules, shaped and remodeled my attitude to life and living. What do you expect from a school where our renowned educationist, Dr. Tai Sholani, was once the school principal? Some of us still met that legacy of hard work and resilience, a hallmark of a typical Molusi College graduates. And of course, only the best we proudly say is good enough for Molusi College. We were taught to recite this daily, and it goes thus. We can become whatever we choose to be. No king, no lord, no knave can say us nay, for we believe that man is a potential doctor, or lawyer, or crook, or dwarf, or giant, or whichever he set his mind to be. We shall be giants, and therefore we shall walk, and walk, and walk, and walk, even if we must walk our fingers to the bone. So help us God. Fond memories are true. These trainings and admonitions later became my guiding principle all through my sojourn at Lagos State College of Education, Ijaniki, University of Ibadan, and University of Lagos, where I had my master's in educational administration and planning. It is worth to note that I was born when Nigeria's economic was not only thriving, but booming. I was raised when the provision of social amenities were a given, when leaders were committed to the true cause of nationhood, when we were carried our nation's flag with pride and honor, and we lined up on the streets as students to appreciate and welcome our visiting leaders. I was nurtured when it was pride to go to public schools as against private schools, and when, despite pockets of robberies, the nation was relatively safe. I asked myself, can we say the same of the present times? At what point did we miss it? All hope is not lost. We can still retrace our steps as a nation and change the narrative. We can still achieve such an amazing and egalitarian society if only we can remember where we are coming from and do the needful. For me, I see a new Nigeria that all our sundry will be proud of, a Nigeria that will shun tribalism, embrace religious tolerance, and respect the rule of law. Our children certainly deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the memories of good old days. I am joining hands with Sir Shemode Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater and better tomorrow. How about you? Thank you.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade as usual. Today I'm going to be talking about how we can fix up our values as we approach 2023 elections. Elijah points out the lack of preparations for presidential aspirants, and Tolu Moyon is saying that owning a PVC cannot be enough if you don't vote. So sit back, and after this break, we're going to be here to dissect it all. Just stay with us. Let's fix up our values. As recently conversing with my friend around the whole frenzy going on in the political sphere of Nigeria, she was really disappointed with the way our leaders in the political space are piloting the affairs of Nigeria. It's not rocket science. I mean, we've got appropriately skilled resources to deliver the future that Nigeria deserves. I personally believe that they know the technical know-how to get this done. So the big question is, why are they not doing this? This is why I'd always keep advocating for rebuilding our value system. The reality here is that the people we have on ground as leaders were once teenagers. What values did they build on? Someone said, we deserve the Nigeria we currently have. Well, in a weird way, that's not far from the truth if you think about it. Behavior determines results at any level. If we must create the new results, then we must re-engineer our value system, which determines behavior at a given level. The leaders that will pilot the affairs of Nigeria in the next 50 years are probably still in primary schools. What kind of values are we instilling in these young chaps? The problem with having excellent skills is that it could be dangerous when combined with the wrong values. We need to fix our values, and it begins right at the family level. So today, I'm interestingly asking, my fellow advocates, can we begin to rethink our value system at the very fundamental level? So I'll start with Tulu. What do you think about it?
So I think that you have touched on a very important, very significant, very life-changing, topic. Because clearly, you're not going to go above your value system.
True.
As a person, as a country, as a people, as a community, as anything. And the question is, the current values that we have, where did we get them from? I always say we give too much credit to our leaders. On one hand, these guys came from among us.
Yeah.
Right? And so they didn't fall from heaven. Okay, so where did they get their value system from? And wherever they got it from, where did those people get it from? So we have to do a deep thinking and a deep cleansing.
True.
And ask ourselves, like you said, the leaders of tomorrow, let's not talk about leaders of tomorrow. Hopefully, the leaders in 30 to 50 years, right? They're probably still in nursery school and primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of those subjects ingrained into our curriculum that talks about values, right? Parents, like you said, also from the family level, the parents have in tandem with the schools, do they have, anything that is value driven? Because again, you must ask yourself, if you as a parent have taught yourself good values, then the children get to the schools and they're teaching them something differently, then there's a bit of a conflict. So there must be a general holistic, appraisal of the situation, and then start to ingrain from churches, mosques, religious organizations, to schools, to homes, and let's have a value system that we all believe in and start to work towards.
Wow. So Elijah, what do you think? In terms of how do you want to think about approaching this, rebuilding the value system? There's a part where I said we deserve the Nigerian leaders that we have. So how can we begin to, build like a new roadmap in terms of reengineering value systems, and what can you say around that?
Well, you were right. We deserve the Nigeria we have now, because the quality of leadership we have is a reflection of who the society, or what the society has turned into. You can't plant a mango tree and expect to reap orange from the fruit. So those leaders in the helms of the political governments, they are Nigerians. They live and dwell amongst us. They are a product of the society and the values. So if you take them as corrupt or whatever they are, it's what is in society. Corruption is everywhere. Yeah, it's the truth. When you go to meet as well, some people on the road, they are too quick to give bribe to police. They are quick to flaunt order, to break traffic rule and all these things. So if we want to talk about value, instilling positive value, we start with education. A lot of persons are teaching primary and secondary schools. They are not there because they really love to teach. It's because of the situation in the country. Let's just take it as the available job, and they are not really doing their job wholeheartedly. And it's not even the curriculum per se. We have moral instruction. While I was in primary school, we did moral instruction. Did you do it?
Yeah, well, I mean,
we did it.
I did it.
They still have it. They have it. I think it's civic education.
Civic education
and
now.
They infuse some things to you too.
It's not the same thing.
But if you go to
and it's
the
not just
content,
semantics. You know, there's difference between civic education and moral instruction.
But if you check
there are two different things.
If you check the content of the civic education, you still see there are some positive. I've gone through their stuff. It might not be the same name per se, but they have some. These things are there. The problem is not head knowledge. The problem is heart knowledge, heart response. So when you have young persons that are teaching these people are not qualified to be teachers. They just, there's no job, let's just do it. They go, they don't even teach with their heart. Anything goes. After all, I'm just here to mark time and make my time, get money and go. And it goes on like that. Nobody cares. They go to the society over monetization of everything. You want to go for anything, how much will you pay me? You want to do, nobody's willing to volunteer to do something. No, these things matters a lot. Money, I want to do things at all costs, to cheat someone to gain for financial gain or self-aggrandizement and other things. So these are the problems, these are the loopholes. And that is why we have some persons in government mismanaging government resources, and you are condemning them. You can't condemn them when you are also like them.
But let's even pick it from that morning power. I was going to chat with my friend, and so guys, what do we think? This whole, the delegates that were sent, and we know, the dollars that rolled, that shake hands and all of that. Someone asked me a question, Victor, these delegates know those that would deliver the Nigeria we're looking for. Why are they not, standing behind those people? Why are they standing behind those, giving them, the money? So, again, it's just very funny. Like, we know, but we still are we going to say that, is it a conscious thing, right? Is it a subconscious thing, or is it a level of moral decadence that had happened in terms of values?
It's the three of them.
Yeah. So I think that pretty much you've answered your own question.
It's the three of them.
Because on one hand, the fundamental issue with this, delicate situation is the system that's been designed. Once the system is faulty, there's very little you can do to beat it. I stayed up all night to watch that, the primaries here. People were like, Tolu, why are you sleeping? And I said, the truth is you can't change a system you don't understand.
Exactly.
You can't beat a system you don't understand. So the first thing is we have to understand how the systems work. A lot of people don't even know how those things work. To be honest, it's the first time I'm actually sitting down to watch how the system of, getting the flag bearer works. And if you look at the system, it's already flawed. And once the system is flawed, there's very little you can do to change it. Sure. So we must start by redesigning that system, or, like I was going to advocate for, create a third force, and you design a different system. And when you see the numbers, you see that things are possible. If you actually look at the numbers of voters and the numbers that these winners actually go home with, you find that if you create a different system, you can actually, disrupt that system. So it's a systemic issue.
Yeah,
it's not really a delegates issue. It's actually
a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue. Corruption has been systemized and institutionalized in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And corruption is broad, though. It's not only when money exchange hands.
Many other things.
But my point is, looking at that, what you were talking about, delegate, these guys, they know what they were doing. You said subconscious, yes. Subconsciously, they were corrupt because they grew up in the corrupt society. Consciously, they made efforts and went there to make sure they get something, because in their mind, they'll say, after all, this election, we could chop our own. And if you ask I've interacted with other Nigerians, some few persons I have around, they seem not to be interested in politics, as if it's a way of being self-righteous or something. Talk about, what's my business with politics? To them, they are being self-righteous, and some other people come for their own, that I don't care, I beg, let them do what they want to do. I will go and open shop and sell my market. Anyhow, maybe they want to do, good do. Yeah. If you don't claim ownership of Nigeria, who else will?
Absolutely.
Do you want...
Is Kayode there by any chance?
No, I doubt.
If not,
It's not,
Okay.
oh,
Just
okay.
go on.
I mean, someone
Yeah.
even made a tweet.
Sorry?
a very funny tweet I saw
Yeah.
that, Tunde Bakare spent 100 and
100 million naira.
100 million, no, 100 million and 30,000 naira. So, like, what are you saying? 100 million for the form and then 30,000 naira.
30 million.
No,
it's correct. It's 100
hold on,
million.
now, hold on. 100 million for the form, 30,000 naira for the bulk SMS.
Oh,
and
okay.
he didn't do what other people were doing.
Then someone added 100,000 for tickets because
For ticket,
he doesn't live in Abuja.
doesn't that reflect the values? These are young
They're
people.
looking at the money aspect.
These are young people making joke. I mean,
yeah.
it's funny, but it reflects the value system that we're
Yeah,
talking
so
about.
generally, I feel like, I mean, just to take on from what Elijah said, I feel that there's a general sense in which the average Nigerian just feels as if politics is a means
the highest
amassing
bidder,
wealth,
the highest money giver,
and
yeah.
connection to that, to any politician, is just an opportunity for them to also, harness the opportunity. Because if you think about it, let's not even start going into service, because that's what police are supposed to be. I mean, as a leader or someone in government or in governance, you should be a leader. You should serve. You're there to serve. However, it's been turned upside down. If you get a chance to become anything, from the lowest councillor to chairman to House of Reps, House of Assembly, senator, anything that you are in Nigeria, most of the time in politics, is always an opportunity for you to make money. So if you think about that already, because there's a perception that has already been set. It just once, like they say, once the use of a thing is not known, abuse is imminent. So already we don't understand the idea of leadership and governance. So naturally abuse is what's taking place. Until people start to understand what leadership is and what governance is, then we've actually haven't started.
Well, the thing is, it's unfair for people to price positions in Nigeria and make it worthless by attaching money to it. That's why we are saying that the too much monetization of political. We know that political parties have to sell their form, maybe to generate some source of funds in sustaining the party, but you have to make it 100 million. I said it before that, is it possible to make political presidential form almost free, but then it's difficult for you to have it if you don't meet some certain criteria? Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean, so what happens, in my opinion, I think that setting the form at that price already just cuts out a lot of people. That's what it does for you.
Yeah.
I think there should have been other criteria, beyond just money that qualifies you. So does it mean everybody that can afford 100 million can then vie for the position?
Yeah.
So let's look at how it's done in Senate claims. What are the things that qualify you to aspire for the highest position in the land? And have a long list of things, a strenuous, and mostly intellectual, and knowledge-based process.
Intellectual bank,
Ask these people. I mean, when they give these guys 2 minutes to speak,
clean record.
Talking crap. So if you can't say in 2 minutes what your plan is for the economy, for education, for technology, for power, for renewable energy, I mean, those are things I expect to be hearing when they give people 2 minutes to talk. They're just talking crap, more or less. So it just goes to show, the quality of people that we're. And like I said the last time here, I said the quality of our candidates actually reflects a lot on us as a people.
As a people. And chiming on that really, because when people see failure succeed, right, they begin to see success as failure.
As failure, exactly.
So which is this person that has almost next to nothing won. So that means I don't need to, this is my path of integrity, honesty, being intellectual, having a clean record doesn't work in this ecosystem. So I need to throw this other part. I must have a track. So that means for me to actually even claim that title, I must be well, bred in the art of scheming people, in the art of, laundering money. So let me even start laundering now so that when I get to that level, my portfolio in money laundering is robust. And these are the values we are now subconsciously selling, which is now destroying the polity. And I think it's something that we need to really, really give it.
Yeah, that's why I said the last time that we can make this thing almost free, but then just like you said, the process to get it will be difficult. We need to do more as a country.
All right, the future is all we can be but have not yet become, all we can do but have not yet done, all we can have but don't yet possess. We need to go back and refix our values if we must create a better future for Nigeria, and it begins at the family level. Up next now is Elijah. Please do stay with us after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
National elections, the stark unpreparedness of some aspirants. When you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's from Richmond Dial Johnson. He's a Nigerian British international trainer and executive. He's now of blessed memory. The race to a leadership seat in Aso Rock requires dogged, structured, and skilled politicking, thus leaving little or no room for nonchalance or any form of inadequacies. Observing the just concluded manifesto delivery in some parties' primaries, it can be deduced that majority of these aspirants were ill prepared to defend their cause and individuality beyond politics. The world is watching, and the world sees every speaker as a representative of a faction of the populace. It is believed that the art of political showmanship entails the bearer's ability to package and present values, visions, and set goals on a pedestal of excellence. Despite having to surrender to baton to the next fit candidate, the following has to be in place to assure citizens and the global populace at large that it is not a game of clownery. Vision precision, ability to articulate goals and agendas properly, define goals, consciousness of recent and past happenings of the states, empathy, and awareness of the people. Lastly, the recent attack by unknown gunmen in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left at least 70 people killed and injured. Also, the killing of a 30-year-old Ahmed Usman over alleged blasphemous comments against Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, in the Lugbo area of Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, is a call of awakening from all and sundry. As security, healthcare, and sound education are bedrocks to any given civilization. Political aspirants and candidates should therefore be certain about what they are bringing on board to address these issues. May the soul of those massacred in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, and other victims of violence and insecurity rest in peace. Here we are again.
Amen. Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, it's what we just said. I mean, it's basically just taken out from the last conversation. If someone has said that they're aspiring for the highest position in the country, and they're giving 2 minutes to make their case, you know, some of them spend 5 minutes, some maybe more, and you're not hearing. So the first thing that I noticed, like you said, about that convention is what I expected them to even start from was a minute's silence. It just shows you the tone deafness and the stark, you know, lack of empathy and thinking through and deep thinking in this country. Because in a crowd of what, 10,000, 20,000 people, or in an organization of maybe 50, 20, 100 people that put this event together, none of them thought it wise to actually give a minute silence for the departed souls. Then eventually one of the candidates, finally spoke about it. But throughout all the speeches, I was waiting to hear, even the one that people, and there's no need to mention it, even the one that people thought was such a wonderful, speech, it was just an inspirational speech. I didn't see any action points. I didn't see any, tackling the issues of insecurity, of the economy. But why am I surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. It's been 7 years of, stuck, I don't even know what name to start to call it. But if you look at the scorecard of this government in 7 years, the truth is, if you're part of this government, there's really nothing you have to say. What are you going to say? Because you've been part of the government for 7 years. So what are you going to say you want to do? Some guy came and said he wants to build on the legacy that, the current government left. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can understand why these guys actually have nothing to say, because most of the people that are vying for this position were part of this government the past 7 years. So to say anything is actually to contradict themselves, because they've had 7 years to prove that they can do something and have done nothing. So I'm not surprised that they're unprepared. There's nothing to be prepared for. But for anybody else that's been outside this party, and I expect, so unfortunately, the opposition in Nigeria is really weak, and they just get distracted with, the unnecessary mundane details. I think that whoever is in the opposition has more than enough material and resources to deal with this, with the ruling party. They have more than enough material. Just look at the past 7 years and ask the people, is this, what you want? This is what I do for a living, so I'm not about to give anybody any free advice. There's too much material.
Sure.
There's way too much material.
Sure, thank you very much, Tolu. So, Victor, just like what Tolu said, many of them could not articulate their idea. Many of them, we just had just few of them were able to do that. And what touched me most was the fact that the only female candidate among them, a female aspirant among them, they gave her 2 minutes, a lawyer for that matter. You couldn't even say something for the sake of encouraging other women in politics. You came, you ranted nothing, you stepped down and you left. And then people were like, why? Women for that. No, I was disappointed
You're
actually.
expecting too much.
So Victor, I know you're a life coach. You deal with behavioral, you learn, you talk about behavioral approach, people behavior and their speech and their, so what's the advice? We have the major debates coming up among candidates. So this time around, we want to hear them communicate. We look forward to that. What strategies and would you advise them, these candidates?
Before, maybe I will even tell the power of Tolu, I'm not here to give free advice. They should contact me. But anyway, the truth is, the reward system is so dilapidated. We are rewarding mediocrity. We are rewarding moral decadence. We're rewarding ill-mannered, lack of values kind of people. We're just rewarding nonchalancy, and it's a problem. And like Tolu earlier mentioned, can we begin to think about a third first? Before we got on and said, I told you that how we think about this third first has to be very strategic. When you look at the tech ecosystem and what they had done to really disrupt, traditional businesses, we must come with that kind of spirit, right? But of course, also taking cue, because the truth is, we can throw away the fact that, some of these people had, been working for the positions they are trying to get in for maybe 20 years ago, so it's a roadmap. But oftentimes I see we millennials or we revolutionaries trying to come and say, 4 years election, I've got the clincher. I've got the strategy. We'll take over this nation. You can't take over this nation in 4 years. You can't even take over America. It doesn't happen like that, right? So I think 2 things are critical. 1, have a proper roadmap, and that roadmap has to be built in such a way that we take some intelligence. In as much as these old chaps are, annoying us, but there's some intelligence we need to draw from how they have built the political system. If you must disrupt anything, you must understand how that thing works. And back to what Tolu kept saying, we don't even understand what's the dynamics of we don't understand how it works. When you talk to some, they're just saying some bogus motivational stuff, which is not technical. There's no dynamics as to how the politics works. And I tweeted something a few days ago to really get things to really command the the kind of power and the kind of influence, because leadership is intentional influence. So there's no good or bad leader. There's a leader who is either good or bad, based on their personal values. So no good or bad leader. Osama was a leader. So he used his skills to, so everybody. So
was Obama.
Yeah, exactly. Obama too was a leader. So it's about. So again, back to what I tweeted. I said 3 things are critical, right, to build that political influence. Number 1 is, mobilization. Number 2 is money. Number 3 is structure. So you've got to mobilize. You've got to have a structure, and you need money. You can't just be fully thinking that money is not important, so you can't be speaking words. So those 3 things are key. Can we begin to now, because again, you can't change who doesn't want to change. You can only reinvent, okay, someone said something that the old people are irredeemable. Can we begin to recreate a new order? Can we begin to recreate a new pathway? So I think we should rethink this third first, right, and begin to build. Show me a 2050 roadmap. We may not all feature in it, but let's do it for the culture. That's what I think, really.
If that's very apt, actually, both of you. If you check, let's take a look at the pathway of the person that emerged winner of APC. I'm talking about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. If you check from some years back, this man has been on the opposition to the ruling party at that time, and he stayed in that line. And if you watch his processes, his strategy, whether you like it or not, we're not here to campaign or commend him or condemn him, but I just want us, let's just look at his principles, his strategies. So he worked a long time for this. Even though, yes, there are still some other factor of luck, God, and other things, maybe money, like you said, but this one...
maybe, absolutely,
yes,
definitely money.
Yes. So this is what we young people need to learn. And then more importantly, I'm going to say this to all aspirants, just like I quoted Richmond Dyer Johnson, the Nigerian British executive, is late now. He said, when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Means that they give you opportunity. They think that it's just Nigerians that are. It's not a Nigerian affair. The world is watching. What kind of person do you want the world to remember you as? We were here in Nigeria. We were at least watching aspirant debates in America, in UK. Mention those countries. So it's not just about being the president. It's about having an identity of yourself. What kind of person I am. When I come outside to speak, I speak value, I speak intellect, I speak reason. They gave you the ticket or they didn't give you the ticket or you're stepping down for someone should not stop you from communicating. This is what many of the aspirants lacked. So I guess
totally agree with you. And I always say you can't give what you don't have.
True.
The truth is it's actually unfair to demand from someone what they don't have. So if you look at, if you look at the current situation of the country in Nigeria, the bar has been set so low. The bar is so low.
Really low.
You just need to be a thinking person, to sit down, analyze the issues, and then ask for solutions. I don't think that it's so complicated. The problems in themselves, solving those problems might be complicated, but I think just on the face of it, the problems are obvious and we can start to solve the problems.
So much has been said already about the importance of coming prepared. You don't just come to the race unprepared. Up next is Tolu. Just stay with us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Your PVC is not the answer. Your vote is. The main contenders are in. The aspirants are ready. The real politicking is about to start. The electorate is scared, excited, apprehensive, agitated, and every other emotion in between. The drumming of get a PVC is reaching a favorite pitch. Unfortunately, the almighty PVC will not solve your problems this election season. Only your votes will. So yes, I know you cannot vote without a PVC. However, recent statistics have shown that the main problem is voter apathy, not actually the PVC in itself. I mean, let's look at some numbers. In 2011, 73,528,000 people registered to vote, but only 53.68% of those people showed up. That's about half of that number. In 2015, 68.833 million people registered to vote, and only 43.6% turned up. Again, less than half of that number. In 2019, the most recent election, there were 82.344 million registered voters, the highest so far in the history of Nigeria, but unfortunately, only 34.75%, way less than half of that number, showed up at the polling station. So for 3 election cycles, 30 million people in the first one, 40 million in the second, and 50 million people, respectively, in the third cycle, registered to vote, but they didn't show up on election day. And that exactly is the problem. Leaders do not win election on election days. Trust me. Election is already ongoing right now. Delegates have chosen your candidates for you. If you're not careful, they will also go ahead and choose your leader for you. Let's put this further in numbers perspective. In 2011, 30 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by about 10 million votes. In 2015, 40 million plus registered voters did not vote, and that election was decided by less than 3 million votes. In 2019, about 50 million registered voters still did not vote, and that particular election was divided by 4 million votes. So, does that tell you the actual problem? The actual problem is not your PVCs. It's actually voting on election day. In 2023, what are the margins needed to win this election? Just think about it. It's a numbers game. So, advocate that will set up a database of voters to constitute a third force. We actually have the numbers. We have the people. We have the funds. Everybody just needs to chip in here and there. We can set up the structure. And we have the youth, technology, we have the diaspora, we have the know-how on our side. We can make a loud statement if we actually vote.
That's a very, very interesting angle to look at it. You know, It's just like when I'd normally tell startup founders that ideas are $0. Execution is the game.
Absolutely.
It is a person that moves first that gets the answer.
Absolutely.
So ideas are like the PVC, which is I've gotten the PVC, I've registered, and just putting myself out there openly. I mean, I'm putting myself very responsible to the whole world, right? I checked to just confirm that where I registered my PVC is still intact, and I haven't gone to pick it. I've been scheduling and scheduling. I think with what you've said now, right, you've triggered me to really make our time this week and go get it, because I voted last time and I'd moved places and all of those things. So it just got me thinking that I believe you're correct, that it is not the PVC, it is the vote, which is that day, they're not going to count, let's count how many PVCs that are in, so that let's mark them. This PVC, are you for this person? I'm going to ask PVC questions. They're going to, count votes. And again, the votes that we cast. So I believe it's something that we can start from our space. And here's what I'm proposing, right? I recall then, where I used to work in the last 2 elections, I think 2011 elections, and they would always ask in every stand-up meeting, guys, we got in your PVC, you're voting, ensure you come out to vote. So it was always a song, and it was almost like we're going to deduct your salaries if you don't vote. So it was almost like that. But I thought that also triggered some action. I think what we can do is in our space, back to what I said about values, as you're probably chilling out with your friends, guys, how far now? We need to take this in serious. You go to ATM point. Guys, have you gone your PVC? I mean, you just engage people. You get on Uber. You're asking the Uber driver, hope say you go vote, sha.
Exactly.
Let's begin to consciously, not just say, go and get your PVC. Are you going to come out to vote? I think it's a very good thing.
Because
I love
you
it.
see, one question actually begets the other.
True.
So if you say, go and get your PVCs, then people get PVCs. They don't show up on election day. But if you say to people to vote, then they understand that to vote, they must get their PVC. So we're missing the actual point.
That's very intelligent.
The actual point is not the PVC. Because the PVC there, last election cycle, there were 82 million registered voters.
It's crazy.
Less than 40%. 50 million people refused to vote in that election. Wow. That was won by less than 4 million margins. 4 million people margin. So you must ask yourself, imagine just half of those 50 million people that didn't vote, that comes together and say, you know what, these are our candidates, and who's who we're waiting for, we would have a different result.
It's true.
You know, so it's really not the PVC. So the PVC is important, but the voting is more important. So you must begin to ask the question when you meet someone, are you going to vote? And they say, oh, I'm going to vote. Then you say, okay, now go and register, make sure you get your PVC.
Fantastic.
I think we need to start asking that question.
My point is PVCs are not just means of identification. No.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of them will tell you, I have my PVC, no good vote. They'll say, I beg, go get time. I want this to open bank account. That's number one. Number two, the government should try as much as possible to enable the facilitation, to facilitate the process. You want to go to collect your PVC, the crowd there can discourage people. Some people are of weak faith. It's not everybody that is as dogged as you that will want to stand long. So, in queue, you know, some Nigerians are easily discouraged. Like today, let me tell you what happened. I was coming from Ojo today. So I was coming, and then on my way, I saw that I saw this mammoth crowd in front of Ojo local government today being so I saw them standing in front of the local government with placard. We need our PVC. We need our PVC. I don't know what was happening. You see? I said, okay. I was like, wow. I wish one
those
of
are the movements that we need
so
to be
they
happening
should,
now.
No, they were there. They actually went to pick up their PVC. Obviously, someone is not responding to them. So the government should try and facilitate the process. Yes. We don't make this thing difficult so that people can just do this and get out. Because not everybody have that strength and stamina to stand long and waiting for people. If they don't, they just discourage and they will go back.
Yes, because again, when I looked at the
good.
numbers, right, there are two things conclusions I came to, because numbers don't lie. So it's one of two things. It's either there's actual voter apathy, where people refuse to show up on election day. Or, because remember, these are registered voters, or people actually register and don't pick up their VCs to vote. Or there's a system that's been designed to frustrate people from getting their PVCs. And that itself is voter suppression.
So you stay for
and
2
voter
days.
suppression is actually an actual crime. So maybe people need to start suing the INEC. Right? Look at the system.
Hold them to higher standards.
Why should it be so difficult? If I can walk into a bank and literally 5 minutes I get my debit card out.
Debit card. What can I do?
Why should the PVC more difficult to get?
Very true.
It's difficult.
We need to
Why should it
hold
more difficult to
INEC
get?
to
It must be
very high.
that easy to get. I must literally walk into a space, and in 5 minutes I can get my PVC. But you see, they understand also that the average Nigerian, because the apathy already exists, all they need to do is just trigger it, trigger that apathy, and you've given up.
Yeah.
So they know
that's the margin
and that's
that
margin that you're
facilitates
seeing.
rigging. You
Yes,
know.
absolutely.
Can we talk to Kayode if Kayode is still here with us?
Okay, he's not.
Okay. You know, so that's the margin that
makes the difference.
That facilitates that rigging, because you know someone said, I mean, when I said this, I knew I was correct, right? Which is rigging needs something to trigger it. Nobody just wakes up and says, you know what, I'm just going to. So something there has to be, just like in chemical reaction, you need something that triggers something that triggers something.
I'm not a science student, I don't know.
Well, he's talking about chain reactions.
Chain reactions, but the truth is, if there is no favorable, and I mean you did biology, so you know photosynthesis, sunlight. So there has to be the perfect condition for photosynthesis to happen. There have to be the condition created consciously or subconsciously for rigging to happen.
Yes.
And oftentimes we are subconsciously creating that condition by what you said. Number one, not going to pick up your PVCs. Number two, the system frustrating you from picking up your PVCs. Number three, picking up the PVCs and not actually going out of vote, saying, I beg, they know who is going to come in. And because of that, so it's now learned helplessness.
Yes.
Since I know that even if I vote, it will not count.
Yeah.
Right? So because of that, my vote will not count. I refuse to vote. And guess what? If 10 million of me, right, or 10 million people think like me, rigging has been.
Absolutely, and that's just a fraction of 200 million people.
This is the strategy for rigging.
That is where belief comes
absolutely
into place. A lot of Nigerians have lost hope in the country, forgetting that they have no other country. These same Nigerians will have the opportunity of go to America and behave well, go to UK and abide by the principle. Here in Nigeria, you feel I beg, make they go stay their own. Election is public holiday for them. Yeah, I know a lot of people that will tell me, I beg, let me rest, I beg. This election process is public holiday.
And I think also there's a
country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think also there's a narrative, redesign that I want to start doing. There's a narrative problem, and there's several. So, for instance, someone says, "Oh, my vote will not count." There has to be a narrative shift
around that, right?
Think about it. If your vote does not count, then why are they buying votes?
It counts.
Why are they buying people?
True.
Why are they paying people?
True.
That's because they expect those people to vote, because it's those numbers. Because like you said, there must be a platform for rigging to take place. Someone cannot rig on 0 votes.
Exactly.
You must have 200 votes for him to say, oh, it was 2,000.
Or 2,000.
You saw when they were counting the thing yesterday. The guy went from 79 to 100. You know, yeah, they, you know, during the primaries.
I guess it's
but guess what? He had to account to 79 to get to 100.
Yeah.
The guys that had 0, there's no way they would have gotten to 79 in the first place.
Exactly.
So you see, so you have to create first.
That's be an enabler.
Yeah, that must be an enabler.
And we're enabling the rigging by ourselves.
Yeah, so you must make people understand. Every time people say, oh, after all, the vote won't count, you must let them realize that if your vote did not count, why would they be coming to give you money? Because that's because they need you to cast your vote for the rigging to happen. So if you're going to make a change, it's the same environment we have to create. Because think about it. If you have 50 million people not voting, just think about it in 2019.
It's a very ludicrous number.
And imagine how frustrated we were in 2019. And 50 million people decided not to show up on election day. So the question is, are we actually really tired? You must think about it. Those are heavy numbers. That's a quarter of Nigerian population.
Yeah, not showing up.
Not showing up on election day. And these people registered. So there are critical questions we must be asking ourselves. So that's one narrative. The other narrative is, oh, they already know who is going to be there. If they already know who is going to be there, then why are they conducting elections?
Yeah, so because they spend a lot of money, billions of naira go into planning, preparation.
Yes.
So why do you waste all that money if you know? Once the guys, this is the new president, thank you, goodbye.
Yes.
You know, so
which is why I'm saying that elections are already taking place now.
Exactly.
Elections are not one election day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think that Nigerians will understand. Elections are not one election day. They are one way before. So look at yesterday now. So today was the deadline to present, candidates for each of the parties. Which means that by today, you have no choice as to who you are going to vote for.
Yeah, except those that are already
as who you vote for. Do you know what I'm saying? So now they've presented 7 people. You must vote for one of these 7 people.
Exactly.
Which is why Nigerians will not come and say, oh, we're voting for the lesser evil. But what happened to you making sure that you had no evil in that mix, in the first place?
Yeah.
Which is why everybody needs to get involved. You need to get involved in politics.
It's a roadmap.
On your street, in your community. It takes a while. But I believe that if we start to create that critical mass now, we would absolutely get there. And what's the youth population of Nigeria?
Sure.
You must think about it.
That's why I said we have to encourage religious organizations, religious bodies. They can't say there's no politics should not be mixed with religion. Now we have to mix it now. Tell your members to go and.
I think a pastor said that no counseling, no PVC, no counseling.
That's a bit. Sorry.
Pastors and imams.
It was funny, but
that's a bit dicey because the reason it's dicey is because
the
reason why that's a bit dicey is because a lot of times the leaders of these organizations also align with some, politicians. And in the event that the person your leader is aligned with does not align with your own personal values, then how do you? So what I think that the religious bodies need to do is to encourage registration, encourage voting, encourage participation. It's not just to say, oh, go and vote for this person, because a lot of times, we've heard, a lot of some of these people that get involved with some of these, politicians, and there's a lot of, inconsistencies in that area. So I think that religious bodies need to start encouraging their people to get involved in early participation as well.
What I meant, that's why I said, the places of religion should be non-partisan, but should encourage healthy politicking. First things first, encourage your members to get their PVCs. I'm not saying pastors should endorse any candidates. You don't necessarily have to endorse any candidates. Even if you're the pastor, you're running yourself. You don't have the right to compel your members to vote for you. Let your work and your values and your vision and your idea speak for you. Absolutely. But they should go and get their PVC.
I mean,
and vote.
Vote.
You need to keep
get your PVC and vote.
You need to keep adding.
Get your PVC and vote.
So thank you so much. I mean, just for your up, thanks so much for bringing this to fore. It's really amazing what you've said, because that vote is the action, is the completion of the exercise.
Absolutely.
So once we shift the message to, are you voting? Why are you not voting? Oga, I don't get PVC. Why don't you have PVC?
Exactly.
Oga, so we begin to, take out the root cause of the. But if you say go and get I'll get it later. So that means action ends at when I have my PVC. That's what we're subconsciously saying. And what Tolu is, saying today really is to charge us. And again, I'm bringing to bear what I said before. All advocates, right, and everybody in Nigeria, literally, we can control this one, which is the people in your circle of influence. We can actually begin to ask them, are you voting? And it's a very good thing Tolu has said. Thank you so much, Tolu.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, absolutely, like I said, until we ask the right questions, sometimes we won't get the right answer. So the question is actually, do you plan to vote? If you plan to vote, then surely you must get a PVC to vote. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope that our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way, we'll be able to encourage you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocates NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocates NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocates NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. So today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. We check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. Government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. When it started, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up. And it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing. We are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. So there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we go get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? We had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace and tolerance. Is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are trade for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and ordered government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it, no painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example now, this is lion. A lion represents our king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Today's message is part 5 of our current series titled Training in Righteousness. We have dealt with 3 courses already that David had to undergo in order for the cracks in his life to be mended and the character flaws to be healed. God took him through those courses, and I will take you to the fields where he had his practical training so that you know that God is not going to leave you untrained. He does not use untested vessels. In course number 1, I told you that David discovered 8 principal things that God is to a well-trained righteous man. I mentioned that like 2 times. As I studied this week, I discovered there were 9. And you know me, if I discover, I come back to you and I said 8 before, is now 9. I was studying the same passage, and I jumped only one word, the Savior, because he called him the horn of my salvation. I just thought that is covered. But I saw the Savior written in capital with capital S, and I knew immediately that what David needed was a Savior, not just a teacher. Because if you're not saved, you continue in your sin. What a sinner needs is a Savior. And David, now you know there are 9. David got to know these 9 qualities, 9 attributes of God and who he is to a well-trained person in righteousness. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 to 4. 2 Samuel 22, 1 to 4. This was a verse I was reading to my friend in Abuja. I'll get to the very location of the prophecy, and I trust God to release me to bring forth the word. Then David spoke to the Lord the words of this song on the day when the Lord had delivered him from the hand of how many? All his enemies, and from the hand of Saul. May your principal mortal enemy and all his supporters, may God deliver you from their hands in the name of Jesus. And he said the following 9 things about God. It was in the course of his trial, the course of his training, that this revelation of who God is became his. Every time you see Jehovah this, Jehovah that, it's because of an experience that someone had just encountered. God does not show up and say, this is my name, this is my name. No. When Abraham saw the ram that was provided, it was not God who said, I am Jehovah Jireh. It was Abraham who called the place Jehovah Jireh, because God made provision before the need ever arose. And David said, The Lord is my rock, say one, and my fortress, my deliverer, the God of my strength, in whom I will trust, my shield, 5, and the horn of my salvation, 6, my stronghold, my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. It is that Savior that I joined. Do you understand me? And how did the Lord take me back there when I saw the 9 different places God took him to? I realized that there was a reason for every field where he had practical training to become a righteous man that he became. You won't see David and say he was righteous. You won't see him and say he was blameless. But we have record that all these attributes became his because God gave him instructions and training in righteousness. And then he sang, I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemies. Verse number 5. And in verse number 5, why were this revelation of these 9 attributes of God revealed to him? Because he was surrounded with waves of death. The floods of ungodliness made him afraid. The sorrows of hell and the snares of death also surrounded and confronted David. It was in the course of this confrontation, being surrounded by Sheol, being confronted by death, that he began to see what God could do for those he truly delights in. In my distress, I called upon the Lord and cried out to my God. He heard my voice from his temple, and my cry entered his ears. Then the earth shook. I can read the rest of that. That's cause 2. When he had discovered the attributes of God for those he delights in, when the enemy came against him, when death encountered him, when Sheol surrounded him, when he was in the distress with the flood of ungodliness, he found out who God is. May you find out God in your situation. May you find out who God is in your circumstances, so that when the day comes that you should be afraid again, say, no, I remember what you did before. The same God who did it before can do it now. He delivered him from his enemies, and he will yet deliver you from yours. Cause number 2. In cause number 2, we discovered that God removed heaven and the earth in order to deliver those he delights in. It does not matter what happens. If he had to move the whole of heaven and the whole of the earth just to deliver those he delights in, God would do it. I studied law a bit. And concerning English law, the English will tell you the arm of the English law is long enough to protect every British citizen anywhere. America will not say so, may not say so, but you know they will protect their own citizen. Go and ask Idi Amin in Uganda. When they kept some Americans there, Israelis, I beg your pardon. Israel flew there, delivered them, and it was the younger brother of the prime minister who led that particular rescue mission, and he was the only one who died. Do you understand me? They're willing to lay down their lives for their citizen. May we not just die like cockroach here. Almighty God will move both heaven and earth in order to deliver those he delights in. If God delights in you, it does not matter if you are stranded now. He's coming to fetch you from there. He's coming to deliver you from there. In the mighty name of Jesus. I love Psalm 124, but I don't have time to read it. If it had not been the Lord who was on our side, now may Israel say. I like the conclusion. He said, the snare is broken, and our souls are escaped from the snare of the fowler. May every snare of the fowler in your life be broken, be shattered, be dismantled, in the name of Jesus. 2 Samuel, chapter number 22. Verse 17 to 20. It will show you that God will move heaven and earth
to deliver those he delights in. He sent from above. He took me. He drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, from those who hated me, for they were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my support. He also brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. Almighty God will move heaven and earth just to deliver those he delights in. Can I hear amen? In course number 3, we saw David displaying his interim report of all that God did for him. Course number 3 for David. Second Samuel 22, 21 to 25. 2 Samuel 22, 21 to 25. In the course of his training, he received some interim reward or interim report or testimonial of his God's dealings with him. And he said, the Lord rewarded me according to my, somebody please talk to me. The righteousness of David, how did he come by it? We're going to find out. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness, the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me. For I've kept the ways of the Lord. I've now wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and as for his statutes, I did not depart from them. I was also blameless before him, and I kept myself from my iniquity. When I got here last Sunday, I began to celebrate self-restraint, self-control. So therefore the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his eyes. Not in the eyes of people, but in the eyes of God. He said, the Lord God Almighty had enabled me through my training and the study of the word to restrain myself from my iniquity. That it is possible for you to overcome sin. It is possible for you to overcome besetting sins. It is possible for you to get to the place of self-control, self-restraint from everything that militates against you. And at that spot, if you are here, the equipment began to misbehave. It will stop. I first spoke to myself before I said it. I said, I will not lose control. I'm just going to stay cool. And then they restored. Whoa! It's never happened before. At the end of the service, I asked a question. What is this mess? They said, no, it's not the equipment handlers and it's not the equipment. One of the generators developed some technical itches, and what is it that dropped? The voltage dropped. And when the voltage dropped, it affected this. It has nothing to do with those who are manning it. And I wasn't too happy, but at the end of the day, I rejoiced in my room. You know why? I was teaching on self-restraint, self-control, and a test came for me to fail, but I passed. I passed. I don't know, and I'm not trying to explain anything away. I'm just telling you when I heard the reason for the malfunctioning of the equipment, that it was voltage drop that affected it. I thank God that I didn't lose my head, and you know me. Oh, you know me. Hey, you know me. We will fight it in the open. Everyone there, hey, would have done it. But now I realize that whenever you pray for God to give you patience, it's given to you in the midst of trials. Count it all joy when you fall into diverse trials. So when you are teaching about restraint, all kind of things will break forth to see whether you can control yourself or you can give the Lord praise. Give the Lord praise. It is clear from the testimony of David that the way you respond to God is the way God responds to you. Hello. When things happen, some will react, others will respond. The way you respond shows your maturity, that you have been trained in righteousness, and you know how to act just as Jesus will act. David said so in 2 Samuel 22, 26 to 27. Listen to him. With the merciful, you will show yourself merciful. With a blameless man, you will show yourself blameless. With the pure, you will show yourself pure. And with the devious, you will show yourself shrewd. Now, you know me. When I read such a thing, with the devious, you will show yourself shrewd, I needed clarity. My English is not that good, so I decided to go to New Living Testament to give me the interpretation of what he just said. New Living Testament, verse 27, 2 Samuel 22, verse 27. To the wicked, God shows himself hostile. I just don't want to read things and sweep them. I want to understand what is it. To the wicked, God shows himself hostile. The Bible says God is angry with the wicked daily. My understanding of the word of God is that the opposite of righteousness is not just unrighteousness. The opposite of righteousness is wickedness. Are you righteous or wicked? God the Father affirmed the same thing to Eli the priest, that the way you respond to him is the way he will respond to you. He sent an unknown man of God to go warn him of his excesses. My God. Look at the book of Samuel, 1 Samuel 2, 27 to 36. Strong word. The way you respond to God is the way he responds to you. Then the man of God came to Eli and said to him, thus says the Lord, did I not clearly reveal myself to the house of your father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house? Did I not choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer upon my altar, to burn incense, and to swear to wear an ephod before me? And did I not give to the house of your father all the offerings of the children of Israel made by fire? Why do you kick at my sacrifice? If you think the offering taken every time in the church is for the pastor, you better watch out. It's his offering, it's his sacrifice. Why do you kick at my sacrifice and my offering, which I've commanded in my dwelling place? And honor your sons more than me, to make yourselves fat with the best of all the offerings of Israel, my people. Therefore, the Lord God of Israel says, I said indeed that your house and the house of your father will walk before me forever. But now I say, I changed my mind. Now the Lord says, far be it from me, for those who honor me, I will honor. The way you respond to God is the way God responds to you. For those who honor me, I will honor, and those who despise me shall be lightly esteemed. I don't want to read all the curses that followed. The days are coming that I will cut off your arm and the arm of your father's house, so that there will not be an old man in your house. He told him, your two sons, Ophni and Phinehas, will die the same day. After God sent this on a no man of God, God then raised Samuel, the little boy, to go tell him the same story. And he said, it's God. Let him do what he wills. And he did it. The way you respond to God is the way God responds to you. The Lord Jesus in the Beatitude affirmed the same principle in Matthew chapter 5, verse number 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Last Sunday we demonstrated that God did not extend mercy to David because he was lucky. No, it was because he first sowed the seed of mercy. Twice he had every opportunity to kill Saul, to destroy him. At the end of the day, Saul said, I've been playing the game of a fool. Tell your neighbor, stop playing the game of a fool. He had every opportunity to kill him, but he didn't. He restrained himself. How shall I do this against the anointed of the Lord? He didn't. Even to this Egyptian servant of the Amalekite who was left to die of, is it malnutrition now, of hunger strike, whatever it was, The man had no food for 3 days and 3 nights, was going to die. David's men saw him, they picked him and brought him to David. David gave out of their own produce cake, this, that, water for him to regain his strength. And it was a key to his recovery. Don't bypass those God has planted in strategic position for recovering all. You can ignore them, you can say they are nobody, and yet they may be the key to where you are going. It's good to be merciful to people, to show compassion to people, because what you are looking for is not lost. God had preserved everything and much more elsewhere, but he wants to see how you treat the less privileged. All these put together constitute the first 3 lessons we have learned from David, or the 3 courses he went through. Now, let's take one more, and that is verse 28. Apart from being merciful, that's a point I didn't mention last Sunday. David, in the midst of his trials, became extremely humble. He became humble. It became humble. In verse 28 of 2 Samuel, verse 28, 2 Samuel 2:28, you will save who? The humble people, but your eyes are on the haughty, that you may bring them down. You can see in the life of Jesus Christ that he humbled himself even unto death. Peter the apostle wrote to the church, he said, you younger people, submit yourself to the older, and one another submit to yourself to one another, because God receives the proud and he gives grace to the humble. You can't win by righteousness except you're willing to be humble, to recognize the sovereignty of God, that is not because you are smart, it's not because you fast, it's not because you pray, it's not because you give, that God is a merciful God who is designed your own syllabus, taking you on a course or in training for righteousness so that you can fully represent him and he can give you responsibility for his kingdom on the face of the earth. I love the way the Message translation translated everything that David went through. 2 Samuel chapter 22, beginning from verse 21 to 28 in the Message translation. God made my life complete. Hello. God made my life complete when I placed all the pieces before him. The good, the bad, the ugly, the low moments, the down moments, the high moments. He placed everything before God. God made my life complete when I placed all the pieces before him. When I cleaned up my act, he gave me a fresh start. Indeed, I've kept alert to God's ways, haven't taken God for granted. Tell your neighbor, don't take God for granted. Every day I review the ways he works. I try not to miss a trick. I feel put back together and I'm watching my step. God rewrote, and that's going to apply to somebody today. God rewrote the text of my life when I opened the book of my heart to his eyes. You stick by people who stick with you. The way you respond to God is the way he responds to you. You are straight with people who are straight with you. May you stick with God. May you be straight with him. May you not be crooked and walk wickedly. In the name of Jesus, I pray that grace to operate not in wickedness but in righteousness will be your portion. In Jesus' mighty name. Friends, true grace is contingent upon humility. Peter says so. He said, this is the true grace in which you stand. After you have suffered a while, God will settle you, establish you. This is the true grace in which you stand. Don't confuse grace with lasciviousness and just live carelessly and think God will show up. No. You may have to suffer for a while because you are following righteous principles, but at the end of the day, you will win by righteousness. Can I hear amen? Now let's do the fourth course. The four course David took during his training in righteousness. Beloved, in almost every field of endeavor, especially field of study worldwide, you have both the theory and the practicals. Science students will know more about this. Even law students have moot court trials. It was our practical. The theories you learn in teachings like this will eventually be deployed by you in the midst of storm, like a pilot who had mastered his art and he has been trained. Even in the midst of storm, he's not looking at the storm, he's looking at his instrument. He's not bewildered and overwhelmed by all the things happening in the midst of storm. He knows if he keeps his focus on the instrument, he will land safely. So in the midst of storm, in the midst of vicissitudes of life, when you face ugly circumstances, in real life situation, God will have taken you through practicals that will toughen your muscle and prepare you for such things in future. Can I hear amen? Amen. We want to go to the practical fields that God took David to in 9 different locations within and out of Israel. In the course of his training, I wish I'd read a book on this. Maybe I'll be more coherent than I am today, but this is what the Holy Spirit had put in my heart to teach the church. That when you saw him being taken from place to place, he was not going on an adventure. No, he was going through practical training in different fields within and outside of Israel. The first field, when he fled from Israel, from Saul, I beg your pardon, and when he fled from the presence of Abimelech, where he pretended to be mad by throwing saliva on his beard, the first place he went was the cave of Adullam. The cave of Adullam. 1 Samuel 22, verses 1 and 2. These things that you read are not decorative accessories to fill space in the Bible. There's a reason for them. Pause to ask the Holy Spirit questions. What is he doing? Or what was he doing in the cave of Adullam? 1 Samuel 22, verses 1 and 2. David therefore departed from there and escaped to where? To the cave of Adullam. So when his brothers and all his father's house heard it, they went down there to him where? In the cave of Adullam. Verse 2. And everyone who was in distress, everyone who was in debt, and everyone who was discontented gathered to him. I tell people that if God will put Davidic anointing upon you, the rich, the famous, the men of valor will not be the first to be attracted to you. It will be those in debt, those who are distressed, completely discontented like Nigerian citizens. They will become your port of call to fix their lives first. God will give you the raw materials of what you will have to do with the entire nation when opportunity presents itself. Those in debt, those discontented, those distressed, gather to him. You may be wondering, what is the reason for the cave of Adullam? Adullam means testimony. Adullam means testimony. You cannot have a testimony without a test. The reason you are given a testimony after leaving school or a course of study is to show how you fared in your course of study. You will recall it was in this cave of Adullam that David himself tested the ruggedness of 3 of his 30 chief men when he longed for the water of the well of Bethlehem at the gate surrounded by the Philistines. Not only was he sure that they were going to get a testimonial following the test, David established from that moment on. You can read the story of the mighty men of David, that their promotion will not be based on longevity, how long they have been with him, but on productivity. 1 Chronicles chapter 11, beginning from verse 15. 1 Chronicles 11:15. Now 3 of the 30 chiefs went down to the rock to David into the cave of Adullam, and the army of the Philistines encamped in the valley of Rephaim. David was then in the stronghold, and the garrison of the Philistines was then in Bethlehem. And David said with longing, oh, that someone would give me a drink of water from the well of Bethlehem, which is by the gate. You know, the Pharisees, the garrison of the Philistines was there, and you are asking them to go bring you water. So the 3 broke through the camp of the Philistines, drew water from the well of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and took it and brought it to David. Nevertheless, David would not drink it, but poured it out to the Lord. And he said, far be it from me, O my God, that I should do this. Shall I drink the blood of these men who have put their lives in jeopardy? For at the risk of their lives, they brought it. Therefore, I will not drink it. These things were done by the 3 mighty men. By the time the 3 mighty men were returning, blood was dripping everywhere, but not inside the water. They fought, they got the water, and they brought him. Friends, let me tell you this. Progress in life involves risk-taking. If you can't take risks, you can't attempt great things for God. Promotion in the kingdom is not by longevity. I got born again in the year 1919. No. It is by productivity. I want you to look through the life of David and see how many times he had to take risks. Those who are not willing to take risks may as well die in their comfort zone. May that not be your portion in the name of Jesus. Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, Queen Esther, Mordecai, and a host of others were all risk takers. Esther said, if I perish, I perish. She was taking a risk. If you are not willing to take a risk, you cannot even venture into business, because business is risk. Everything about business is risky. From the cave of Adullam, the next stop for David was Mizpah of Moab. From the cave of Adullam, David relocated to Mizpah of Moab and dwelt there in the stronghold of Moab, where his great-grandmother, the legendary Ruth, came from. 1 Samuel 22, 3-4. Then David went from there to Mizpah of Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, please let my father and mother come here with you till I know what God will do for me. Many of you will want everything to line up. You want to really not take any risk, and you just want everything to line up before you take the first step. David said, I really don't know what God will do with me. I didn't ask for the anointing in the midst of my brothers. I didn't ask to be king of Israel. Look at the trouble I've gotten just by defending Israel against Goliath. I don't know what God will do to me. But let my brothers, let my father, let my mother stay with you. So he brought them before the king of Moab, and they dwelt with him at the time that David, all the time that David was in the stronghold. Moab means of his father. Of his father, which can be interpreted in pidgin English as Nami Bonam, Nami Givam Bele. I'm sure you know about the incestuous relationship between Lot and his 2 daughters that produced Ammon and Moab. I'm not about to delve too much here into spiritual DNA of David, or tinker with a crack in the wall of David's moral fiber. that produce its character flaws. It's okay to start your field practicals in the cave of Adullam, which means testimony. But if you're going to sustain that testimony, you may have to check your roots. Romans chapter 11. It's critical that you check your roots. It's critical that you take your history. Familiar spirits are looking everywhere to sell you the same product that your ancestors bought. Do you understand me? Okay. In Romans chapter 11, 16 to 18, for if the first fruit is holy, the lump is also holy. And if the root is holy, so are the branches. And if some of the branches were broken off, and you, being a wild olive tree, were grafted in among them, and with them became a partaker of the root and fatness of the olive tree, do not boast against the branches. But if you do boast, remember that you do not support the root, but the root supports you. Now, have you ever considered looking at the tree of knowledge of good and evil? It has a good part. It has the evil part. Do you know many will be deceived that since it's tree of knowledge of good and evil, I will take the only good part. I will not take the evil part. It is the same root that supplies both. When you are rootless, you become fruitless at the end of the day. God will take you to Moab to locate your roots, because if you don't do so quickly, you may struggle through life not appreciating the need to be firmly rooted in Christ. Look down your family line and see the crisis there, and see them haunting you, and see you repeating them. God is taking you to your Moab so that you can discover your root and then relocate yourself and be rooted in Christ. The Yoruba say, Kokorotunje for, Lara follower. Lamentations put it in a very straight manner. Lamentations chapter 1, 8 to 9. Lamentations 1, 8 to 9. Jerusalem has sinned gravely, therefore she has become vile. All who honored her despise her, because they have seen her nakedness. Verse 9. Our uncleanness is where? Kokorotonje for, Lara for. Our uncleanness is in our skirts. She did not consider her destiny, therefore our collapse was awesome. If you're not driven by destiny, you'll be driven by what others give you to do. The moment you're not purpose-driven, others will give you fresh assignment to latch onto and to begin to embark upon, and yet it's got nothing to do with your destiny. What's your name? Jacob. I checked my record. That's not your name. Your name is Israel. Who called you Jacob? Being called Jacob has already made you a supplanter even from your mother's womb. And now the struggle continues. But in my record, you are a prince with power. You have power with God and power with men, and you have prevailed. He will continue to bear Jacob for the rest of his life if God did not root him. Look at the man called, what's his man? The man that was born out of sorrow. Oh, remember his name, Jabez. How can you give birth to a child and say your name is Jabez? Because his mother gave birth to him in pain. He said, this pain is too much. Your name is Jabez. Do you remember that Rachel almost placed that trouble on Benjamin? What did he call him? Benoni, son of my sorrow. She was dying. And the father said, of the 11 brothers or sons in my house, all of you mothers name them. This one, I'm accepting responsibility. I'm going to refuse your death wish. His name is not Benoni. His name is Benjamin. Oruko Amaroni. His name is Benjamin. When I was born, according to Islamic heritage, my father gave me the name of his grandfather, Sindiku Bakari. Do you understand me? I became the Bakari to my family. That's why they call me Babagba. Nobody could mention my name, but I got to school. And Olu Anitilo, Isaac Anitilo began to call me Sindiku, Sundoko, Sandaka, Sandeke. I said, this name has to change. Nobody pleaded with me. I went back home and said, were there other names given to me when I was born? They said, yes. Your father named this. My grandfather named this. I said, me ujeba bagba mo. Me uve darugbolo songo. I changed Babagba to Babatunde. I took Bolan from my fathers, the name they gave to me, and I changed my name myself to Bolan Babatunde Bakari. Left to my father, I should have been Bakari, because he gave me Bakari as a name. That was why nobody could call me by that name in that family. They call me Babagba. But you old lati kekere. Are you still here? Now, I'm not asking you to go change your name if God is not asking you to do that. But if you call a child Benoni, it must have some significance. If you call that child Benjamin, it must have some significance. Benjamin was called Benoni and Benjamin because it was a type and shadow of Jesus Christ that will be born in Bethlehem. He will be a man of sorrow, acquainted with grief. But when he finishes his work here, he will sit on the right-hand side of the Father. Does your name have a meaning? If your name does not have a meaning, go to God. Maybe he will show you the real meaning. I like your name, Olowo Dollar. And if you really want to twist it, we say Olowo Dollar. So from now on, I will not collect Naira from you. I will only collect dollar. Madam, please say amen. Thank you. We have done you in today. Hallelujah. Colossians chapter 2, you must be rooted in Christ. Every one of you must relocate yourself back in Christ. Family troubles could pursue you all the days of your life. And all you need to do is to relocate so that you don't suffocate. Colossians chapter 2, verse 6 to 10. As you therefore have received Christ Jesus the Lord, so walk in him, rooted and built up in him, and established in the faith, as you have been taught, abounding in it with thanksgiving. Beware lest anyone cheat you through philosophy and empty deceit, according to the tradition of men, and according to the basic principles of the word, and not according to Christ. For in him dwells all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, and you are complete in him who is the head of all principality and power. There is nothing more to add to what Christ has done in our life. When he said, it is finished, truly, it was completely finished. There's nothing more to add. From the stronghold of Moab, David and his men relocated to the forest of Hereth. They relocated to the forest of Hereth. 1 Samuel 22:5. I'm making this easy for you, diligent study. And I trust God that you take note of everywhere God took David to for practical training. 1 Samuel 22:5. Now the prophet Gad said to David, do not stay in the stronghold, that was in the stronghold of Moab. Depart and go to the land of Judah. So David departed and went into the forest of Hereth. This new location is very interesting. According to Jewish tradition, and please don't just take my word for it. You can Google and find Hereth and look for it. It will tell you the pronunciation and it will tell you what happened there. It was in the forest of Hereth that David wrote his most popular psalm, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. When you study, you discover that Hereth, though called a forest, was a dry place where no vegetation could grow, yet God came through for David. The forest of Hereth became the forest of his freedom. If God could feed David in a desert as he did for Israel in the wilderness, then he can sustain you and sustain me in any situation or location we find ourselves. Hereth, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He looked at everything was bare, dry, everything. And yet God sustained him and all his men there. If God came through for David, in the name of Jesus, as you listen to me today, will come through for you. The fourth location, from the forest of Ereth, David relocated to the city of Keilah after helping the city by fighting and defeating the Philistines that came against the city. 1 Samuel 23, 1-5. Is this boring you or are you enjoying this? I'm showing you his field practicals. God was taking him from place to place. You'll find out why. This is how he fixed his life. The circumstances you are complaining about and you want to jump out of the boat is unnecessary. Just stay and ask, what is the reason for the season I'm going through? He has a reason. He has a purpose. When men will rise up against you, he has a purpose. He has an assignment that he wants to commit to your hand, that he can't commit to your hands where you are presently located. Then they told David, saying, look, the Philistines are fighting against Keilah, and they are robbing the threshing floors. Therefore David inquired of the Lord, saying, shall I go and attack these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, go and attack the Philistines and save Keilah. But David's men said to him, look, we are afraid here in Judah. How much more then if we go to Keilah against the armies of the Philistines? Then David inquired of the Lord once again. And the Lord answered him and said, arise, go down to trouble zone, trouble spot, difficult terrain. Arise, go down to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into your hand. And David and his men went to Keilah and fought with the Philistines, struck them with a mighty blow, and took away their livestock. So David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. Can I give you some insight here? Are you ready for this? Fasten your seatbelt. Are you sure? Because we are about to enter into storm. Are you ready? You can hear the pilot telling you, fasten your seatbelt. We are about to enter into some storm. Keilah means citadel. Woo. Did God bring us here? Are we being mocked? Are people not tongue-lashing us? Welcome to the citadel. It was here that King Saul thought that David was locked in and could not escape from his hands because the town had gates and bars. But David's reliance upon God and his default, his ability to constantly seek God's direction, build him out. 1 Samuel 23, 6-8. Now it happened when Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, fled to David at Keilah, that he went down with an ephod in his hand. And Saul was told that David had gone to Keilah. So Saul said, God has delivered him into my hand, for he has shut himself in by entering a town that has gates and bars, citadel. Then Saul called all the people together for war to go down to Keilah to besiege David and his men. When David knew that Saul plotted evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, bring the ephod here. Then David said, O Lord God of Israel, your servant has certainly heard that Saul seeks to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hand? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? O Lord God of Israel, I pray, tell your servant. And the Lord said, he will come down. Then David said, will the men of Keilah Deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul. And the Lord said, they will deliver you. Dear friends, David and his men, about 600, arose and departed from Keilah and went wherever they could go. No fixed address. Do you understand me? You can see when he dedicated the house that Hiram built for him, the king of Tyre. Because he didn't live in the palace of Saul. He lived in the house that was built for him by the king of Tyre. He said there at the dedication, tears may tarry for the night, but joy comes in the morning. You claim the scripture, but you have no experience. You don't know what birthed it. Do you understand me? Hey. Tell your neighbor, welcome to the citadel. In every citadel, there are inhabitants of Keilah. They will repay you evil for the good you have done for them. And if you are going to try to walk in victory, it is better for you not to get hurt badly by expecting that those you are good to will pay you back in kind. I've seen all kinds of rifles and all kinds of dagger, even by those who had benefited from our ministry turning against us because we have come into the citadel. But because we rely upon God for everything we have done, and we seek him constantly, we will always escape unhurt from their evil machinations in the name of Jesus. I want to encourage you, let God be your rewarder, and you not be so disappointed by those who return evil for good. Our word is enough for the wise. From the city of Keilah, the fifth location, David relocated to the wilderness of Ziph. Here in the wilderness of Ziph, Jonathan came to David, just as I did to you this morning. You didn't expect it, you didn't plan for it. And I started telling you, we are going to be strategic partners. Somebody had done that to me when I was in the U.S. When we opened our ministry and we started flourishing, he said, from today, we will connect with you and we'll give our tithe to support your ministry. He didn't give me one kobo. Not one time. I won't mention who. So I've given you words of encouragement. Even if I've not put a dime in your hand, do you trust that I will deliver? Do you doubt me? No, because there is character. But here comes Jonathan with his mouthful falsehood in 1 Timothy 23, 14 to 18. 1 Samuel, I beg your pardon, not Timothy. 1 Samuel 23, 14 to 18. And David stayed in the strongholds in the wilderness and remained in the mountains in the wilderness of Ziph. Saul sought him every day, but God did not deliver him into his hands. So David saw that Saul had come out to seek his life, and David was in the wilderness of Ziph in a forest. Then Jonathan, Saul's son, arose and went to David in the woods and strengthened his hand in God. How did he strengthen his hand? Listen. And he said to him, do not fear, for the hand of Saul, my father, shall not find you. You shall be king over Israel, and I shall be next to you. Even my father Saul knows that. So the two of them made a covenant before the Lord, and David stayed in the woods, and Jonathan went to his palace. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway
and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Taiwo Ajala, is asking the court to compel Dr. Adeduro to refund 2 million naira deposit he made for a land transaction.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Taiwo Ajala and Adeduru. Party sworn on oath.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome.
To Taiwo Ajala, you are
no.
the one that has brought Dr. Adeduru to court.
Yes.
Can you please narrate what is going on?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sometimes in May 2020, my admin manager approached me and said the defendant has a plot of land to sell in Abuja that he has some clearing to do at the port. And it's in need of money. And I said, okay, how much is the plot of land? He said 8 million. It's in a Jikoyi outskirts of Abuja. So after all the negotiations, we agreed on 5 million. And he said he's urgently in need of 2 million to clear his consignment at the port because it's attracting demurrage. I said, okay, first thing first. Before I would do that, let me even find out the veracity of his claim. So we have an office in Abuja. I sent our office in Abuja, one of our staff in Abuja, to go to the land and to go to Abuja Municipal and find out if the land is actually genuine.
So you took documents from him?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So the result came back 2 days after and said, yes, he's the owner of the land. So I advanced him the 2 million naira. So, and he gave me the title to the land. So about 2 weeks after, I said, okay, now that we've verified that he is the owner of the land, let's now go to the land and find out if the land exists. Because the document will not tell us whether the land is vacant or if there's anything on the land. So I sent someone again to go there, but surprisingly, when the person came back, he said the land adjacent to it, there is a graveyard, that people are burying the dead there. And
adjacent, not on the land?
Not on the land initially, adjacent to the land. And I called him, I said, this is what I found out. He said, no, it is not true. I said, okay. Our project director, who is sitting here, traveled to Abuja 3 weeks after. On the same land, they were actually burying that day 3 corpses. And I said, this is not what you told me. He insisted that it's not true. I said, okay, let's go there. Let's go to that land. And if you are sure that the land, there is nothing like that on the land, let's go to Abuja and let's find out. He was just giving me excuses why he cannot go. Then sometimes a month after, he called me that it's right there on the land and that the secretary of the land is with him. I said, this is not our agreement. The agreement, we go there together. Let me see for myself that the land is free of encumbrances. He didn't go. And I said, okay, I don't have any issue with you, but I want my money back. So he called for a meeting, sometimes 2nd October 2020. He called for a meeting somewhere in Ikeja, in a fast food restaurant in Ikeja. And one Mrs. Pepe was there. The woman confirmed that she also has a plot of land very close to his. And it's true that they've turned that place to burial ground. I said, okay, fine and good. I want my money.
When you paid deposits?
Yes.
Before you paid the deposit?
Yes.
You didn't have a physical inspection of the...
No, I only had Abuja Municipal document, yeah, that is the right owner of the land.
Okay.
So the woman said she also has a plot of land adjacent, not far from his. And she has been told that that place is a burial ground and she has let it go. So, and I told him that, okay, I want my money back. He said, that was October 2nd, 2020. He said he would pay me in March 2021. The woman was even accusing him of that why are you delaying it till March? He said he has an estate in Calabar and ASU on strike. When they call off the strike, he will get money, he will refund my money back. I said, okay, he gave me another taking that he will pay back in March.
Let me see. Go ahead, leave that first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I will find it. So, March came, he didn't pay me a dime. And I said, you promised to pay me by end of March 2021. It was then, in May, he made another proposal. May 17, 2021. He said he will be paying me 300,000 naira every month till November.
Let me have a look at it.
I agreed.
Show him.
It was a WhatsApp message. He said he will be paying it instrumentally every month, 300,000 naira. Till November. November came, not even a dime. And even till today, he has not paid me a dime. He has not even 1 penny.
That's your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the land in question, I bought it in 2004. And when he approached me to the admin manager to buy it, they did all the searches or whatever they could do on the land. It was confirmed that I own the land. They went to the land and they did a video recording of the land. My phone, because I've been waiting here, my phone went off because I had the video recording on my old phone. The video recording was sent to me by the admin manager, where it was said that we are on the land now. It's semi-built up.
Is that correct? Is the admin manager here? I want you to come out. Let me know, because we can put the phone on, we can charge it and have a look, but let me hear from him if there is no controversy as to that. No, just want to ask him, is that correct, what he said? That you were on the land and you had the video recording?
He wasn't the one, Your Honor.
Not him.
And so they sent the video to him. He sent to me before they paid for the 2 million.
Okay, you saw the video of the land then. Was there anyone buried there at that time? No. Okay, you can go and have your...
So when they saw the video...
Go and sit down.
It was after the video, Your Honor, that the 2 million was paid. And the balance was to be paid after. He said I should release the original documents. Once he gets the original documents, they will pay the balance.
It's not done that way.
Yes, ma'am. The admin manager...
Let me, because I will be taking it at every...
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I asked you to first, that they do have a physical inspection before making...
No.
If you did not, that's not right. You have to see what you are paying for. Under the law, there's what we call caveat emptor. Buyers beware. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor.
You're spending your hard-earned money on something that you have not cited. It's not done. And for you, you are selling a property. You had original documents with you. The appropriate thing to do is to make photocopies to give out for them to go and conduct search. It's only when the full payment is made that you release the original document.
Yes.
So I'm just correcting the two of you on that. So go ahead.
Yes. Your Honor, so after the original documents was released, actually I released through the admin manager, who is my son-in-law. And he said once he gives the original document, he was going to come back with the balance. So he went away with the original documents.
Is that true? You were supposed to pay the balance ordinarily.
No. What we agreed is after making the 2 million naira payments to him, the recording he was talking about was after the payment was made. After the payment was made, we had an agreement, signed agreement.
When you made that deposit initially,
yes,
that was with the intention of paying the balance later.
Balance after seeing the land physically.
Okay.
Yes.
All right then. So go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So one of the things I told him is that when you pay the balance and you want to move into the site, please, you let me know. Because part of the balance you will pay to me, I will settle the king of the area.
Exactly.
The plaintiff, Taiwo Ajala, deposited a sum of 2 million out of the 5 million naira price agreed for a plot of land in Abuja. He claims to have discovered that the land sold to him is a burial ground. He said that one of his staff witnessed the burial of 3 corpses on the day he went to inspect the land. He alleges that Dr. Adeduru made an undertaking to refund the 2 million naira deposit but has not paid a dime since 2020. The defendant, Dr. Adeduru, said that no corpse was buried on the land as at the time he sold it to Taiwo Ajala. He further stated that he has since released the original documents to the buyer with the expectation that his balance of 3 million naira will be paid. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
You know why I said exactly?
Yes, ma'am.
Because what the two of you do not know is that this court had gone to that place.
Yes, ma'am.
We've gone to investigate this matter.
Yes.
So I just come in because I have the two of you, I have your claim here. I know where the problem is. as at the time you bought, nobody was buried on the land. Initially. On the land.
Yes, adjacent.
On the land.
Yes.
We're talking, you didn't buy adjacent land.
Yes.
You bought his own land.
Yes.
None. After you made deposits, yes, so people were buried on the land. Now, according to the king and the local people there, when you are about to start work on the land, ordinarily, or when you resell, he is supposed to settle them. It's their custom. They know it. And even the king said, the person that has buried somebody there, they could still ask him, they will ask him, but you have to come and do the needful first, because that is the custom. Once that is done, then they will call the chief. They said he's one chief. Do you know the man?
I don't know.
They said he's a chief. That they will call the chief and ask the chief to come and exhume from the land. Now, you come to contracts. There was an offer. There was an acceptance.
Yes.
There's consideration from your part. All that is left is specific performance. Yes. You've committed yourself. You have as good as bought the land. All you have to do is to pay balance. It's your land. It's no longer his land. You have the original documents with you. Whether you release them or you do not release them, you will still need him before you can change the title to your name. It's just the law. I'm just telling you the law, the way it is. Because he has to give you a deed of assignment. And it's the deed of assignment and the receipts that you are going to use to perfect your title. It's like you make payments. Oh, you've bought it. That's it. Let me just put it there, under the law. All you need to do is pay him his balance. And he will do the deed of assignment. He will go and tidy up that end. He will just go down to the village once he gets that money and sort out. Because I would have taken him up that when he collected the deposit from you, how come he did not do the needful? But from your narration, you said you already knew what you wanted to use that 2 million naira for. That's why I'm not holding him responsible for that. Because ordinarily, you know your custom, you are selling, immediately you collect the money. The first thing you ought to go and do is that. And you only send somebody down there for them to have a look because you want to make payment.
Final payment, yes.
You wanted to pay the balance at that point in time. So that is where you are right now.
Yes, Your Honor, there was also a caveat on our agreement that if there's any encumbrance on the land, my money will be returned to me. We both signed before I even paid the 2 million.
Let me see what's your sign.
And this is his own response to that.
You know, I'll explain. I just want to see what you wrote there. But the bottom line is, right now, you have not even completed payments. With this, I realized that you have both agreed, even you have accepted to return the money. Yes, by installments. You've agreed.
It's our agreement.
Yes, he's not denying that. Yeah. You see, I first told the two of you the position of the law and where you've gone wrong. Yes. Do you understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's the position of the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
But subsequent to that, or despite that, you've had your own agreements to pay. All right then. Now, you are ready to sell. That's
sell.
the condition to
Yes,
sell.
Your Honor.
You have the document to sell the land.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand? So it cannot sell. Because it's like a stalemate. You can't sell unless you get the documents. And when you get the document to sell, you pay off everybody and you return his own money.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
If you
I've
like
offered the documents to him, but he refused.
Let me have the documents. Do you have it here?
No, it's not here.
Where do you stay? Are you in Lagos? You're
Yes,
based in
Your
Lagos?
Honor.
You are based in Lagos too?
Yes.
Okay. When can you bring them to the legal team?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay, bring it to the court tomorrow morning. Come over to the court tomorrow morning. That's by the side. Then you really have to speed up because it needs his money too. It's more of a gentleman agreement, even though you have signed as well. Let me have a look at it. Show this to me. That's your signature, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to confirm that. So, you bring the document over tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
You sell it on time.
Can I have 6 months, Your Honor? Because I'm not based in Abuja. I got buyers the past. I call his lawyer.
Okay.
Because I'm giving it to a lawyer. I told the lawyer, I have a buyer.
Okay.
Can you send the copy, even if you have to
Photocopy,
make,
yeah.
if you have to make a mark on it?
Okay.
Let the buyer make up his mind and pick up. The lawyer didn't give me the paper. He didn't even respond. But in this case
That's
now,
not true, Your Honor.
Anyway,
I won't lie.
we've passed that stage now. It's the way forward now. So it's talking about 6 months. But if you get the money before 6 months,
Yes, I will.
Is that okay by
The
you?
issue I have, Your Honor, is that he has made several
No,
promises.
this is court now. This is court now. It's court now.
Is that right, Your Honor?
You are giving. You said 6 months.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right then.
Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So tomorrow morning,
Yes, Your Honor.
you bring the document to the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
So bring it to the court. Take it to the legal team. And I'd like you to come over tomorrow. So what time? Agree on the time you meet here tomorrow now.
What time?
10 o'clock.
Is that okay by you?
I will make it.
All right, so 10 o'clock tomorrow. So my ruling on this matter is that the plaintiff will hand over the original documents of the land in dispute to the defendants, and in 6 months' time, that's by October, by 31st of October,
Yes, Honor.
2022, you pay him the sum of 2 million naira.
Thank you.
If you decide to pay by installments before that date, you can start.
Thank you.
You don't really have to wait till when you sell. Do you understand?
Yes,
If you can offset from any other source, you can start making. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's my job.
Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you.
Continuing.
My name's Matthew Sunday Churi, and I was actually looking out for justice because I have my tenant who was long time overstayed, up to getting to 2 years, or couldn't pay. And I had no choice than to look for help. And when I came here last year, it was like a magic it was a surprise to me.
Previously on the Justice Call, the plaintiff, Matthew Chiori, is asking the court to compel Alero, his tenants, to pay 550,000 naira overdue rent and vacate the apartment. The defendant claims that revenue from her business has taken a downturn due to the pandemic. She is pleading for more time.
And on precisely 2018, Ms. Alero came and told her stories. She was looking for a house in my apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. So based on sympathy and the story she told about herself, so I considered giving her the apartment 2018 July precisely.
And when I saw the apartment, it was okay. I said, okay, let me go for this one because it was really stressful for me looking for a place. So I paid for a year. I moved into the apartment July 18th, 2018. My business was doing well. I was taking care of the kids. I was trying my best. I was paying school fees. And I used to pay the utility bill he's talking about. I tried my best to pay that.
Now, I ask her a question. Your Honor, please. How many months after you packed into my house did you pay?
Whenever there is, whenever there is.
When you pack in, did I collect any agreement fee?
No.
I did it because of her situation. And since then, she took me for granted. And you know that my kids, I'm a clearing agent. I didn't
take him for
and my
granted.
customers,
He was nice to me. I didn't
most
take him
of my
for
importers
granted.
are no more importing. I told you my kids, you see them stay at home because of school fees. So what you're saying, I understand whatever you're saying, but it's not that my date, you saw the first floor is flooded when it rains. So I can't put anybody there. So if you keep living there and owing me, telling these stories, so for how long?
The defendant, a single mother abandoned by her husband with 2 children, claims that the pandemic and the consequent downturn in the economy complicated her financial situation. The plaintiff also claims that he is equally impacted by the pandemic and the rent is his fallback plan. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Last Christmas that you were cooking, did you see my family cook anything in the house?
How would I know, sir?
No, you are there. You are there.
How would I know?
You saw them and you saw we didn't cook because I wasn't having money. When you were frying the chicken, you think my children don't eat chicken.
Your Honor, he doesn't even know how I got that chicken. My kids have not been eating with.
No, I understand.
They have not been eating anything.
When
that day I had to go and take that chicken on credit.
Judge Fumi is sympathetic towards the ordeal of the defendant. She offers support, and after the break, Judge Fumi rules.
So judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 550,000 naira. The court is going to assist the defendants in offsetting 100,000 naira out of the 550,000 naira. Secondly, the defendants will vacate the premises by June 2021. Judgment for the plaintiff.
It was a long time issue I've been facing myself and I couldn't help myself. And by God's grace, somebody introduced Justice Court to me. And I wanted to give it a try, though, because I know some court procedures will take a long time to be resolved. But fortunately, as God may have it, I came here. So coming here was like a relief and was like a prayer answered because I came here just once. After all said and done, the court helped me. Instantly, the court agreed to give, first of all, 100,000 to support her payment to my house rent she's been owing for long. And after which, the court decided on how the payment should go. And within a space of I think a month and 2 weeks, the whole amount was paid from the tenant. And it was like, do you still want to retain the house or you want to pay? So, but she took the decision she want to go to a lower standard house that can accommodate her. I actually came here to thank the Justice Court and also to appreciate them for their gesture, though my house where she parked at the down floor is still swampy because of rain coming from the floors. But I still thank God that that money was paid then, and also want everybody to thank Justice Court on my behalf. It is actually here in Justice Court I find courts not unstable, because out there the court we know now may not give you justice for a very long time. I tell you the truth. And when I came here, I was thinking, okay, going to court is not just to waste my whole year dragging over issues. But I came here, it was like a family resolution. I came here, it was done like something else. So if you need to pray and you are advised to come to court, consider this prayer answered, because here is a place I came just once and I had a solution to that problem. I think it's a good place to be.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Now, with 8 governors from the south and 5 governors from the north, with the chairman of the Board of Trustees also from the north, and the national chairman from the north, Nigeria's main opposition political party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, still gave its 2023 presidential ticket to a person of northern extraction. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar from the northeast geopolitical zone, Adamawa State to be precise, beat 14 other aspirants in the PDP primaries that held on the 28th and 29th of May 2022. He won those primaries with a total tally of 371 votes, defeating the first runner-up, who was the governor of Rivers State, who scored 237 votes. And on the back of those primary results, my guest today says about the primaries, quote, "The North showed that they are better political players, adopting cohesive strategy in politics where collective aspiration trumps individual ambition," end of quote. He also goes on to say that Southerners are learners in national politics and think it's about speaking, too much grammar. Political analyst Femi Ogunsanwo joins me on the program today. I wanted to start with your general overview of the PDP's presidential primaries.
PDP presidential primaries, it was a well-organized event. You have to give it to them.
Yes.
But, and the big but,
Yes.
why the emergence of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar to be their flag bearer when everybody is thinking President Muhammadu Buhari is from same northern extraction? I don't know what played out over there because I'm not a member of PDP. But generally, every Nigerian or think power should go back to the south. So the way it is, or the way I see it, PDP was only after grabbing power again. They were not thinking of building the nation. Where is the equity, fairness, and justice in what they did? And it's unfair to folks in Southeast and South-South. The two regions gave 100% to PDP from 1999. So you will expect the power to revert back to the south. So for PDP to decide going back to the north makes it, if I'm repeating myself, it means they were just after grabbing power. They are not thinking, okay, we need to have an inclusiveness in this country. So, like I said, since Iyorchia Ayu led NWC of PDP came, they've done a lot. They've reorganized. But after that, what they did with this, because everybody applauded what they did during the event, but the outcome wasn't good enough. The expectations of Nigerians.
So what about the argument that Muhammadu Buhari indeed is from the north, but he is the APC's northern candidate, even though, yes, he is not the president of the north, he's the president of Nigeria. But the PDP, don't they have the right to legitimately see Buhari as not their own northern candidate?
Looking at what you raised, Mr. President is from the north. And PDP, as a party, they were the one that started zoning in this country. They brought it. And after President Obasanjo, he ensured that a northern politician, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, succeeded him. And it's been going on that way. And in 2015, when President Buhari came, it was after President Jonathan from South. So everybody was thinking that every party in the country, every political platform will be looking towards the South. And if you look at PDP, they have able men enough. Even the man that came second surprised many because he wasn't a leader in PDP for some time. He came into the picture maybe 2 years ago to become the leader, maybe because he was funding the party. He started funding the party. So everybody was thinking, even if you don't want to give it to Wike, there are other people. Peter Obi, who left the party recently, is actually a good candidate for them.
Former
Senate President is another good one. So everybody we were all thinking they would look at the Southeast or the South because they supported them. They gave them 100%. I think that's the only region in this country who gave it all to PDP. So I don't know how the two regions, the geopolitical zones, will react in the next election, next year. So to me, maybe it was a false power. Maybe they made a mistake. It might come back to hurt them, to hunt them.
Okay, so you had advocated a win-win solution for the South going into the 2023 presidential election. You said if both parties, the PDP and APC, would zone to the South and have the PDP micro-zone the ticket to the Southeast and the APC micro-zone the ticket to the Southwest, it would be a win-win for the Southern region in 2023. Rationalize this for us.
Since 1999, the Southeast zone gave everything to PDP. I mean, it's only of recent that you start having. So if there's any general election, almost 90% of the votes will go to PDP. So you will expect that that zone will have it. And APC is not popular in the Southeast. So there's no reason for anybody from Southeast region to want to aspire under APC. So that was why when Governor Dave Umahi came to APC, joined less than a year ago, I thought it was a wrong move. It makes no sense. And he is such a good performer from what we heard, what we've seen in Ebonyi State. So if he had remained in PDP, he would have been a good candidate. Same with Peter Obi. And who else? Yeah, I think those two, I'm not their member, but I see them as good materials for presidency. Now, if you come back to the Southwest, we play the game of balancing in Southwest, but APC is very popular and they are supported more. So it goes without saying that it will come back to Southwest. Now, if it was microzoned in PDP to Southeast, and then anyone from the two I mentioned, emerged, and then anyone from Southwest, emerged. So what you have, the two major platforms squaring up in general election, you will have a Southern extraction politician becoming the next president. And it will make it, acceptable to all. But now you have Northeast with Atiku Abubakar as the flag bearer. Now APC is in a
tight spot.
Yes. They are thinking, how do we go about this? They are thinking of their own counter strategy. They have to come up with a good candidate. And to me, they still have to insist of someone from the South. Where it comes from the South, I'm not going to advocate that here today. So that was why I said it would have been a win-win if it was microzone in PDP to Southeast.
Former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, and Dele Momodu, a journalist, did having two candidates each from those regions affect anything? Did this help the cause of the South in getting the presidential ticket? Perhaps if Wike or Udom had stepped down for each other, they wouldn't have been splitting the votes, because Governor Udom got 38 votes. If there was only one candidate, perhaps Wike would have absorbed those 38 votes.
I think I'll look at it two ways.
Yes.
The first one, the easiest part, is just the politics. Few of them, I don't know about Dele Momodu, because he's not even a member of PDP for that long.
Yes.
I think he joined them like a year ago, and then all of a sudden you want to be presidential aspirant on a platform that nobody knows you.
Yes.
I don't know how people play their politics.
Yes.
So let's leave his own aside. Governor Fayose, the little I know, I've seen him having a very smooth and charming relationship with Governor Wike. So it might just be politics. It might just, maybe it came out to deliver Ekiti State's delegates, which obviously happened at the end of the day, because he didn't record any vote, or maybe
he didn't.
Yeah. So, and then the contiguous state to Ekiti is Osun, and he will be the one controlling that area as well. So he might want to deliver that place as well. So it's just politics. Why will Akwa Ibom State Governor want to contest for the same thing with the governor of Rivers State? If you pull your resources together,
yes,
you become a force. You have the funds.
Formidable force
Yeah,
to be reckoned with.
exactly, in the party. And people will look, and then they will want to listen to you guys. And another mistake they made, they could have used their resources to support someone like Peter Obi.
Yes.
Everybody collapsed their structures in that area. About 11 states. If all the governors in South, and Southeast did that, excluding Anambra and Ebonyi and Imo, so you have 8 states.
Yes.
You have enough, the war chest, to do what they wanted to do. So that was a mistake to me that I think they made. They could have come together, support one person. And that goes back to what we were saying, the initial thing that we said.
Yes.
The southern people, everybody from the south, we still don't understand how to play national politics. That's our problem. We are not able to come together. We are not able to align. The cohesive strategy was what played out. And that's where you see someone like Tambuwa. He realized that it will just be a spoiler if he goes ahead.
Yes.
So, few minutes to the commencement of the voting, he came out and then he withdrew from the race. When he came out, I was thinking he's going to declare for Wike because they were working together. We thought they were a unit. All of a sudden, when I heard I'm stepping down and all my votes should go to Atiku Abubakar, I was like, wow, end of story. When are we going to come together? When are we going to think we are one in the South?
Rather than individualistic.
Yeah, which is what has been the bane.
Join us again after the break. Okay, so let's examine all the horseplay that went on at the primaries. First, there was a search before the primaries for a Northern consensus candidate. We had former Senate President Bukola Saraki, the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed. We also had former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and of course, former Managing Director of FSB International, Mohammed Hayatuddin. They all got together. We saw them trying to get a consensus as a candidate from among all four. That didn't succeed. Would that be a matter of egos clashing, for example?
In most cases, it is. A lot of them,
yes,
they are big players. I mean, the people you mentioned, former Vice President, former Senate President, a sitting governor, and who was FCT Minister, and who played a very key role during GEJ, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan administration. So you might be thinking, why do I need to step down? But the difference is they know how to agree, that when it goes to the crunch time, they will all collapse. I think the only man that didn't really go along is former Senate President Bukola Saraki.
Yes.
He didn't really, I mean, he contested and he got only 70.
Yes.
He got only 70 votes.
Yes.
But maybe he knew because his man Friday, Senator Dino Melaye, was the agent for Atiku Abubakar. When you see that, you will think maybe there's a problem in no, there isn't. To me, it's all politics. It might even, maybe they've done their, I don't know.
Did you think at the point where Senator Melaye lifted Governor Tambua up, you know, I thought that's a signal right there for former Senate President Saraki to toe the line. You know, this man has stepped down. This senator is carrying him and kind of hailing him for doing that.
For doing that.
You know,
because the votes, the entrance poll for Tambua, I think people were talking between 120 to 150. Nobody knows. These are figures that people were just. So if you deduct that from Atiku's votes, Atiku would have come to 250. Or 220 to 250. And if you now do addition to someone like Wike or spread everywhere, Wike would have carried the day. So that singular action of stepping down did it. Even the party chairman said, you are the hero of this convention. So everybody knew at that point that Atiku Abubakar.
So we had Mohammed Hayatuddin step down before the day of the primaries. we had Tambuwal, the Sokoto state governor, step down just before voting started. In not stepping down, did the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, deprive Atiku Abubakar of those critical 70 votes? And do you think he will be penalized for it in any way?
In politics, you are the winner.
Yes.
So you have to carry everybody along.
You still have to reach out.
Yeah, you still have to reach out. You are not from, Atiku Abubakar is not from North Central. And when you look at North Central, former Senate President Bukola Saraki is
it's formidable then.
So you can't toy with him, regardless of what happened during the convention. Everything that happens, it was a race. And the fittest, whoever emerged was, we all rally around. So you can't alienate anyone because they contested against you.
Yes.
So a good politician will bring everybody together.
I want to talk about the question of the North always wanting to retain power at all costs. Everyone is talking about that, especially as a result of the former vice president emerging as the candidate now. I've looked at the Constitution, and the way the Constitution is crafted, no one can become president even if you win all the votes in one region. In fact, you need the support of the other region to win the presidential seat. So is it possible for the North to retain power without the support of the South?
The exact thing in the Constitution states that you need to have the maximum tally, the highest vote.
Yes.
That's one. Then you need to have 25% in two-thirds. That's 24 states out of 36.
Yes.
Then plus FCT.
Yes.
But there are able people in APC as well. And then the new party that came up, NNPP.
Yes.
So they are going to divide these votes.
Okay, so what about the argument that, I want to craft this properly, yes. The argument that no Northerner will vote for a Southern president if the APC presents one, when they have a Northern candidate in the PDP.
I think it's a fallacy. I think people that said that, maybe they didn't know what happened in '93. MK Abiola ran under SDP and he contested against Bashiru Tofa under NRC. Bashiru Tofa is from Kano. Kano has the largest vote in Nigeria.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, he actually trounced him in that state. SDP won, was beaten. So it depends. Sincerity of purpose. If people are ready that power must shift to South, then the players in the North will do their best to give whoever becomes APC flag bearer
from the South.
From the South. So saying, oh, because we have a Northern candidate from Northeast region, or because they've never...
Northeast has never had it before.
Yeah, so it means we have to give it to them now. It doesn't play out that way.
All right. Now, I want us to talk about money for delegates, because that has been a major issue. I don't know if you've seen videos of people buying cars with their delegates' money that they made. Will it ever stop? And I'm saying, if indeed it happened. I'm using if indeed it happened because we saw EFCC operatives at MKO Abiola Stadium on that day.
Yeah.
We saw them accosting people with huge Ghana must go bags. But We have no information that anyone was arrested, either distributing money or anyone arrested with any sums of money. So do you think there will come a time when we will not have to give delegates money?
I think that's the best thing to happen to our democracy.
Yes.
We are currently in a nascent democracy. It's building, and people are being sensitized enough. So by the time we keep doing what we're doing, we'll get to a stage. And from people's reaction, we all knew that people were alarmed with what happened during the convention.
Yes.
But the EFCC part, I will address it. Number one, there was no economic crime committed.
There.
Yeah.
So giving money for votes is not a crime?
For EFCC to hurt, there must be a petition. So who petitioned them that money was exchanged in hands?
Yes.
Secondly, we don't have any proof. I mean, if you want to charge anyone to court, there must be a proof.
Yes.
You must prove it beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
So where is the crime? They came with only 775 or so delegates.
Yes.
That's one per local government. Let's say they came with 3. We are looking at about 2,000 and 2,300 thereabout. What about if the statutory delegates were added?
Included.
You'll be looking at 6,000, 7,000 people. How can you do that? It will be unimaginable to give $15,000, $20,000 to 6,000 delegates. That's, you are looking at close to 20,600. That's $12 million. I mean, if you do that, or am I right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
it's crazy.
It's crazy. So we can't go on. We can't sustain it. It's unsustainable.
Yes. Join us again after the break. So welcome back. Now we're still on the question of the Southeast region. They've been consistent with the People's Democratic Party, very loyal to the PDP over all these years. Yet, at a time that it should have been zoned to the south and micro-zoned to the southeast, as you said, they've got zilch, nothing. Yet, many of them still did not vote for their own. I mean, we had former Senate President Pius Ayim with 14 votes. We had Sam Onwabua with 1 vote. I know that there were not only 15 Southeast delegates at that primaries. So, you know, doesn't this dent the allegation of marginalization of the region? I mean, they had 2 options there. If the region felt or feels that it is marginalized, I would have thought that would have been an opportunity to vote for their own.
I think the way they play their game, people find it difficult to trust them enough. Then the cohesion in Southeast is a bit absent. Organization as well is, they can't come together and get themselves organized.
Yes.
And with that, people will not trust you. You wouldn't want somebody from Northeast to be advocating for you.
Yes.
And you don't expect a Yoruba man to start or agitating for you. You have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And you have to show everybody that you want to be recognized.
Yeah.
You want to be respected.
What about the point they make saying the ticket should be given to the zone? People say power is not served a la carte, you know, but they seem to think that it's fair game to concede it to them.
I've never heard in politics where power is given to you. You take it.
Yes.
You go for it. And how do you go for it? You negotiate. You judge. And you come under, let's use that same phrase, under one umbrella.
Yes.
Identify a very good candidate. Support him or her. Put all your resources together. So, if they want it, I don't know about 2023, they have a figure who is now in Labour Party. But what he will achieve in Labour Party, I'm trying to understand, or how he's going to
maneuver
and then achievable. I don't see it.
Yes.
But maybe he knows better than me. But politics is not on social media and online.
Yes.
It's right there at the grassroots.
The call on the national chairman, now reading the papers today, they're calling for him to resign. Some groups are saying, you know, he wasn't neutral. I think that statement he made to the Sokoto governor, Tambo, are calling him the hero of the convention. People, supporters of River State Governor Wike, saying they expected the national chairman of the party to be neutral. And I thought, isn't that being naive, expecting that neutrality?
The statement he uttered was the day after. I mean, there was a winner already.
Yes.
So if I'm now saying you are the MVP or you are the hero, I mean, that was just like...
After the fact.
Yeah, after the fact. So it's not anything. I mean, they were neutral enough during the contest.
Yes.
So the people that were raising this, I think, I will call them sore losers. That's the word I will use, because there's no reason to raise that. If you want to raise something else, if you're saying he should resign, legitimately, I think he has to. Because you can't have a party chairman from North Central, from Benue State, and then you have the flag bearer from Northeast region. He has never, I mean, from my own little experience of what I've seen, I've been following politics right from when I was young.
In my introduction, I talked about even the chairman of the board of trustees too is from the north.
It's from the north. I mean, how does that play out? I mean, the board of trustees is just like a
administrative body.
Yeah. But the critical one is the head of the NWC, and you cannot have the party flag bearer and
the national chairman.
And I think when he emerged, he made mention of something like that.
Yes.
That he will resign if a northerner becomes
emerged,
becomes the party flag bearer. So if the people saying he has to resign, they need to come up with solid argument. You don't need to be emotional. Being emotive makes you look infantile.
In 2013, the Northern Elders Forum wanted the North to have the ticket, and I remember that they berated former President Goodluck Jonathan, you know, for coming out to contest in 2015. Now, after 8 years of President Buhari, the Northern Elders Forum is still saying the North again, which means 16 unbroken years of a northern president. You've talked about equity, justice, fair play, and all that. Can you in any way rationalize why they think it should go to the North again?
The Northern Elders Forum,
NEF, yes.
Most of them are not political players. They are just stakeholders in the North. Many of them are technocrats.
Yes.
And I think they reckon they need to have the political power. Because there's no other justification for their argument.
Yes.
And Probably they were thinking the economic power of the nation resides in the south. The commercial one is in Lagos or the southwest, and then the mainstay of the economy is in south. And then the southeast people are the entrepreneurs.
Enterprising.
Yeah, very enterprising. So maybe that was their reason.
Yes.
But when elders come up with such argument, you wonder, will it be fair? What are they really thinking? That someone from the north is about to finish, regardless of the platform where it came from.
Yes.
President Muhammadu Buhari is president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not for APC. So when PDP came up with the argument, they've not really gotten much from the north in PDP.
Yes.
That the only man that was president, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. That's not the time. The moment you become the president, you are for the nation.
Yes.
So it's not for the ethnic region anymore. So what NEF is saying, I mean, they are just talking ember of discord. People will not be happy in the south that a northerner will want to be there. I think he said he will be there for 4 years.
Yes.
Whether 4 years or 8 years, that's a straight 12 or 16 years.
Yes.
In the north, I don't know. That's why I said I don't see folks in the APC who are in the north that they want to be outside of the picture for the next 8 years. I mean, so if PDP can be there for 16 good years, what stops them from doing the same? So I believe they will come up, they will all rally together, both the northern people in APC and then folks in south,
yes,
and then ensure victory for APC. So what NEF is saying is not how to build a nation where unity should be the watchword.
And if we're talking unity,
yeah,
what does that, how do we look at it now? If your party, the APC, chooses a southern person, the PDP has obviously chosen a northern person.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's very divisive that it's like north versus south? This is not like in 1999 when it was all south, or in 2050 when it was all north. This will be the first time the two regions are actually eyeballing each other. You know, how isn't that going to cause more rancor, more divisiveness in our polity?
It won't bring any rancor.
Right.
Politicians knows how to talk, they know how to judge you. Their posturings online, TV, interviews is different from when they get behind closed door.
When they meet in real life.
Yeah, they have to look at, okay, what do we want for this country? What do we really want to achieve? So that would be the overriding factor, that we need not stoke the ember of discord just because some people, and if you look at it, the people in NEF, they might not even belong to any of the parties. And I know few of them, or we've heard few of them.
Yes.
And I don't think they are card-carrying members of either APC or PDP or Labour or... So they are just agitators, or they are just trying to make themselves relevant in the polity. So I think they should be kind of ignored.
Will religion play any role? You know, people are talking about a Muslim ticket. There's speculation that, if it goes to the south, in your party, APC, a northern Christian running mate won't work, won't be, the North will not have it. So is religion going to play any role in this election?
It will, in a way. In 93.
Yes.
So let me go back before I come to present. In 93, we had a Muslim ticket. Nigeria was peaceful. It wasn't fractured the way it is now.
No.
So it's unfortunate that we are at this crossroad now. And this came about because of statements of political leaders. Because this religion becoming a factor started in 99. It wasn't that pronounced in 99. Well, by 2003, the agitations started.
Yes.
And then people started saying things from religion. And I think, I want to say this. This is just my personal opinion. I think the introduction of the Sharia got us to this point. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yes.
I don't have any reason to condemn anything. But the last time we had an election before 99 was 93. And the man who was adjudged to be the winner of that election is a Yoruba Muslim, or was a Yoruba Muslim. And his VP nominee is from Borno in Northeast. And their campaign was successful. They won a free, fair election.
Yes.
And in this same Nigeria, none of us, we didn't look at it that, oh, he's a Muslim from Yoruba land, and the vice is a Muslim from the north. Then Bashiru Tofa from the north picked either Nwodo or someone like, I can't pick the name now, a Christian from Southeast, and they were trounced, they were beaten, they were defeated. So that factor didn't play out in 93. But when we go to 99, okay, it's fair enough, or it's normal to have, we don't have to go that route again of Muslim ticket.
Yes.
Again, to repeat it. So Obasanjo picked someone from Northeast again to be his vice.
Yes.
And the same thing with the other party. At the end of the day, the moment we started talking about religion coming to become a major discourse, or a national discourse, then we started losing it. And that's where we are now. That it's one of the major factors. But maybe one of the parties might want to change the narrative again.
Yes.
And look at competence, capability, and who can do it. Maybe a Southerner who is a Muslim might emerge, I don't know. I think there are two of them, or
yes.
Yeah. And then they pick somebody from the north who is a Muslim, or they look for somebody who is a Christian. I'm not from the north. I don't know why the Christian north. Because I knew that Abiola tried to pick Pascal Bafiao from Adamawa, and it didn't work. So, and I'm sure there's few northerners who are Christians, who are national players as well, that can be that if.
Yes.
Then, if in Southwest we pick a Christian, it will be very easy to pick a Muslim North to be the VP nominee. So it's unfortunate. That would be my conclusion on that. That we have to focus on religion, not what people can bring to the table, what they can do for the nation.
Yes.
So hopefully things will improve in the future.
Well, I can't have you here as a member of the APC and not talk about Mr. President. A quick word before you all elect your candidate on Monday, June the 6th. I was saying on my Egbon Jimmy Disu's program that anyone who thinks this president will not have a say in who his successor will be, or has no interest in who his successor will be, must have another thing coming, because political science students will tell you that one of the successes of any president is in grooming a successor and preparing somebody to actually take over after you leave office. You know, and I've read you also saying that a lot of people underrated President Buhari. I've given two reasons why. First, a lot of people believed the narrative that he was not educated, and a lot of people also believed the narrative that he had absolutely no interest in politics. In fact, in 2015, when he first came in, there was this talk that he would focus on governance, and the former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju, would be doing the politicking, you know. So what are your thoughts on that, on this belief by some people, you know, that the president has no interest in who his successor will be?
I always laugh. Nigerians are hilarious bunch of people. You see, you have a leader leading a nation of 200 million people, and you say he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not talking about governance now. I'm not talking about leadership now. I'm talking about politics and what plays out. Looking for a successor is all about politics. And I have this belief, I always say it, military intelligence trumps civilian brilliance. Some people will disagree. I don't care. But my little experience, when you relate with military personnel, their intelligence, they don't have to be brilliant academically.
Yes.
But they were taught, they were trained in subterfuge. So if you have such training,
yes,
it's different from the fact that you went to university and
you have a master's degree
and PhD in whatever. I mean, look at what is happening today. People say the man, but they underrated him. But I think they found out right now that he shouldn't. They made that mistake. I think the ideal thing for them was to engage him, give him that honor as the leader of the party. Saying there's another national leader is a slight on his position. People might say, why is he talking this way? I've been a critic of this administration when it comes to governance.
Yes.
But I'm very objective in nature. I will say it as it is. I don't say things because I want people to look at me and say, oh, he's saying this because he wants to be recognized, or no. The national leader of APC is the president of the country.
In fact and in law.
Yes. So why would someone, yes, you did your best, and you didn't do it because you are being altruistic. You did it because you wanted your party to be at the national stage, to become, and you all focused. And I remember what we were saying then in 2012, 2013, 12 million votes of Muhammadu Buhari, and then if you had few bits and pieces
from the southwest, yes.
and from everywhere. He will become, and that was what played out. He got about 15 million votes, and he became the president.
Yes.
Now, so because somebody is in Lagos, you supported him, and you support in every way, which everybody will be grateful for. But you don't undermine the role of the president. So I'm not blaming him, or I'm not blaming anyone. I'm only saying, I think that was where the departure started from. I wouldn't like it.
If you're president and they're calling somebody else the national leader of the party.
I will feel slighted. And nobody in this world wants to be underrated.
Yes.
No one. Even your kids, you can't talk to them anyhow. Or you can't treat them anyhow. How much more when you have someone? Give him that honor, and you get everything you want from him. Now, we have seen, people say he's not, but the whole country is in suspense now. He's out of the country. We are waiting for him to be back. He left a message and he jumped on the plane to go to Spain. Last week, he did the same thing. Went to Malabo, and he didn't even say anything. And everybody started getting, I mean, the details were there. People become, oh, where is he? Where did he? So if you're saying he's not
the national leader of the party,
and you are worried that he's not around, then what are you saying? It makes no sense what people are saying. So to me, the man has shown, and is showing, and he did one singular thing.
Yes.
My own assessment of what he did. The last NEC meeting, you know, the NEC
yes.
is, I mean, you have conglomerates of, or a collection of stakeholders. So he said, take the power of NEC and give it to NWC, headed by the chairman of the party.
Yes.
And the chairman of the party will now be reporting to him directly. So what he has done is a technical thing. That's subterfuge. That I don't want you to report to anybody.
But me.
But me. But a lot of people didn't see it. And you said, this man is not politically smart. And you are underrating him. Anyway.
I look forward to the APC primaries.
Yeah, we don't know what will happen, but they are talking about consensus. So one of them will surely come out. But what I've seen, it will be a win-win for the party if they don't fritter resources unduly.
Yes.
If they don't waste their money. They wasted enough already. And when they were doing it, I was one of the few people that said, are you sure that the party is not going for consensus? Because we had a little bit of
rancor there.
Yeah. No, I mean, we heard that it might be a consensus a long time ago. It's not just now. That the president might want to decide who will be his successor.
Yes.
And he has done it now. He has told everybody. And everybody has to tell.
And those who say that it's illegal, the consensus is illegal, are they forgetting that it is in the party's constitution and in the Electoral Act too, for that matter?
I think a lot of people love to just hyperventilate online. People just come up with their opinion. They don't even know what the law states or says. They don't even know what is in the constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not to talk of the Constitution of APC.
Yes.
But right there, in 2014, when the NWC of APC came about, we did affirmation. There was no election. It was a consensus. Everybody that emerged, there was no contest. Oyegun didn't contest against anybody. People aspired, but I don't know if you followed it then. We were supposed to start early enough on that very day.
Yes.
But nobody came out because they were locked
in negotiations.
Yeah, and they started negotiating. So Oyegun came from ACN the secretary, Mai Malabuni, I think I was there when somebody was saying it 12 hours before the convention that's your next secretary. I was somewhere. So there was no contest at all. Then the treasurer came from Kano State under new PDP.
Yes.
I think Commissioner for Finance under Rabiu Kwakwanso. Then, so you can see that affirmation or consensus arrangement has always been in APC constitution. So when people now come and say it's illegitimate, obviously they don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're talking about. So they just being emotional.
Well, thank you very much for spending an hour with me today, Mr. Ogunson. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
delegates for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Good evening to you. I am Justin Akadonye, and this is the news now on Plus TV Africa. Now, terrorists have attacked worshippers at St. Moses Catholic Church in Robo, Ungwana Kokajuru local government area of Kaduna State, leaving 3 worshippers killed. The terrorists also abducted many worshippers during the incident, which happened while the church was rounding off the first mass. One of the seriously injured persons was rushed to St. Gerald Catholic Hospital in Kaduna. It was also gathered that the terrorists came in large numbers on motorcycles and shot sporadically. They killed and whisked away the worshippers with many injured. Now, the Kaduna police spokesman, DSP Muhammad Jalige, could not be reached for confirmation of the incident. The gunmen suspected to be kidnappers have reportedly abducted Honorable Ahmed Sani Toro, former Secretary General of the Nigeria Football Federation, and Garba Ilya, former Golden Eaglets assistant coach, along Abuja-Jos Road. Both men were abducted while traveling to Bauchi after attending the wedding of the son of a former NFF President Aminu Megari in Abuja on Friday. Their abductors are yet to contact their families. Confirming the development, his friend, who did not want his name in print, said it was true they were abducted close to Riyam in Plateau State, where they were returning to Bauchi from Abuja. While still talking security matters, the police in Imo State have confirmed that 3 persons out of the 5 reportedly shot by bandits died on the spot, while 2 others sustained various degrees of bullet wounds. The victims were reportedly having a meeting in Okboro, Olu local government area of Imo State, on Thursday when the gunmen attacked. In a statement made available to journalists, police spokesperson Michael Abatam said the 2 victims who sustained bullet wounds were rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment, while the corpses were later recovered and deposited in the mortuary. He said the Commissioner of Police in Imo State, CP Mohammed Ahmed Barde, immediately dispatched the command's tactical teams to the area. The police assured that it is working in collaboration with other security agencies to ensure that the perpetrators of the dastardly act are arrested and made to face the full wrath of the law. Now, worshippers at the Adoration Ministry have protested the Catholic authorities' sanction consequent upon Father Ejike Mbaka's attack on Peter Obi. On Sunday, they expressed their support for Mbaka, the spiritual director of the church. The supporters also called for the immediate removal of the Bishop of Enugu, Callistus Onaga. On Friday, Bishop Onaga announced a ban on activities at the Adoration Ground in Enugu. He said some of the teachings and utterances of Mbaka are not consistent with the teachings and faith of the Catholic Church. Mbaka drew anger of his superiors after damning comments against Obi, a 2023 presidential hopeful. Now, following outrage, Mbaka, in a lengthy open letter, apologized to Obi and the Catholic Church for his outburst. And now to Abia State, where part of a 3-story building at Aheke Ndome Ibekwe in Umuahia North local government area of the state has collapsed after a heavy rainfall. The collapsed part was said to be under construction but was believed to be of substandard materials, especially the rods. A neighbor said the rain started around 9:30 p.m. and was so heavy that visibility was poor and movement difficult. According to an eyewitness who spoke on condition of anonymity, the owner of the building is from the neighboring Ikuano local government area and resides outside the country. He said the entire building had been under construction over the years. Now, the Chief of Defense Staff, Lieutenant General Lucky Irabo, has advised military retirees against being used by politicians to truncate the country's democracy, saying such move could lead to a face-off between the military and the citizens. Addressing retirees who graduated from the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, having completed the mandatory vocational training, the CDS warned against complacency.
Transition to civil life after several years of service is a global practice in the military, and the Nigerian Armed Forces is no exception. And to ensure a seamless move back to civil life, the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, was established. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, enjoined the retiring graduates of the center to take advantage of the skills acquired to better their lives. He advised them to be prudent with their retirement benefits and invest wisely. He further warned them to resist the temptation of meddling in politics, as such move could destabilize the country's democracy.
I urge you to employ the various knowledge and skills you have acquired while undergoing the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center training for peaceful and productive economic life as you reintegrate into the Nigerian civil society. I encourage you to justify the magnanimity of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, who has continued to support the armed forces, most especially the retiring members of the armed forces, as seen in the enhanced packages by maintaining your loyalty and dedication to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
316 graduates drawn from the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and the Navy were trained in various vocations for easy reintegration into civil life.
You have successfully completed this course amidst tight schedules, and this shows your commitment and discipline, which are all attributes you have acquired in the course of your active service to our dear nation. Let me emphasize that the trainee speed retirement course is to reorientate and position you for a successful reintegration into civil life after a meritorious service to our dear country. It is our expectation that your graduation, the service, and this center will continue to get positive feedbacks as you gallantly soar through the post-service life. Be bold and courageous. Remain disciplined and focused. The sky certainly is your beginning.
A It is expected that with the acquisition of needed skills, the retirees will lead productive lives in their post-service years. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
As Nigeria joins the rest of the world to mark Father's Day, parents have been charged to domesticate the boy child and not to make the girls feel inferior in any way. This was the consensus of stakeholders at the Father's Day celebration and awards organized by A Mother's Love Initiative, a non-governmental organization to celebrate fatherhood. The Institute's Chief Executive Officer, Mrs. Hannatu Enwemadu, paid glowing tributes to fathers.
Today, we're celebrating fathers. And we are talking about, we are losing it to relate to the boy child because the boy child has been neglected. Even my Bible says man is the head of the home. So if we invest time so much in raising up our girls, who will be the boy or the man or the husband that will be the head of that home? On this day, I want to appreciate every single father sitting here. Especially in this time, it's not easy. It's not. But we and my team want to use this opportunity to appreciate you, to thank you for raising wonderful boys. We are so proud of the boys.
Now, fathers at the event found other parents pushing children from childhood to adulthood, stressing that children should be allowed to grow at their pace.
Most of us, very early, we make up our mind that our children must graduate very early. So what do? We push them through school. They're supposed to start kindergarten at the age of 4. By 2, because we have to go to work, we're already sending them to kindergarten school, sending them to teachers to go and take care of them, take our responsibility, abdicate our responsibility to the schools, to those KD schools. And if they start kindergarten at 2, by 4, they're already in primary school. And that means by 10, if they are not even promoted, double promotion, they're already in secondary school by 10. These are children that are too young for the curriculum they are going to face.
Parents need to step up their games. We need to be physically present. The economy is tough, without a doubt. We know what is happening. But you cannot take the part of the parenting life of a child. There are lots of things that parents need to do. So I encourage parents to please create time for their children, because our children, these children are the future.
Just the way you bring up your girl child, bring up the boy child like that. To work, do chores in the house, grow up thinking about the house. His mind will not always be out playing football, even though I'm not against football. But you know what I mean, stay in the house, learn the politics and the economics of the home. That's what the girls are taught. Girls play around the house. They don't play too far from the house, but boys roam far. So when you domesticate the boy, it simply means that you let him do the things that girls do. Wash clothes, wash plates, sweep the house, clean the house, cook. That's what I mean by domesticating the child.
The celebration was both inspiring and interesting, especially the torches of innovation and thoughtfulness that mothers, wives, and children put into celebrating the father figures in their lives. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has declared Biodun Oyebanji of the All Progressives Congress winner of the 2022 Ekiti governorship election. Oyebanji polled a total of 187,057 votes to defeat his two closest challengers, Shegoni of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and BC Kolawale of the People's Democratic Party. The SDP emerged in second place with a total vote of 82,211, while the PDP was third with 67,457 votes.
Scored a total of 618 votes. Adewolu Kolade Akeyemi of party ZLP scored a total of 282 votes. That Abiodun Abayomi Oyebanji of APC having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared winner and is returned elected. Signed by the returning officer. Dated 19th day of June 2022.
Oyebanji is now set to replace incumbent Kayode Fayemi in October. Meantime, Yaga Africa says official results of the Ekiti governorship election are a reflection of the voters' choice at the polling units. The civil society organization said this in a tweet on its official handle on Saturday afternoon, hours after the election results were announced. It said the official result would not have tallied with the Yaga Africa's estimated ranges if they were changed at the ward, local, government or state coalition centers. Now, Yaga comments comes hours after the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared Biodun Oyebanji of the All Progressives Congress as the winner of the exercise. The returning officer for the election, who is also the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Oyebode Adebowale, said Oyebanji got 187,057 votes to defeat his closest challenger, Shagoni of the SDP. Now, the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Chief Shagoni, and the candidate of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, Kemi Elebute Hale, have rejected the result of the Saturday's governorship election, saying the outcome will be challenged at the tribunal. Oni made this known through Owosheni Ajayi, his state coalition agent, and who was the Attorney General of the state, while speaking with newsmen on the outcome of the election. Similarly, the candidate of the ADP in the election said that the victory of Oyebanji in the just concluded election was tainted with vote buying and corruption. Now, the SDP candidate said that the result as declared by INEC did not reflect the true decision of the people, lamenting that the process was allegedly marred by financial inducement. Now, Shagoni campaign organization has rejected the outcome of Saturday's governorship election, saying it is unacceptable. The Independent National Electoral Commission had declared the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Biodun Oyebanji, as the winner of the election. Now, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in the recently conducted governorship election in Ekiti State, Otumba Olabisi Kolawole, has thanked the people of the state for their peaceful conduct during the exercise. He also thanked the PDP members and supporters who believed in him and the party. He commended the former governor of the state, Ayo Fayose, for his leadership and fatherly role. Kolawole placed third with 67,457 votes. Meantime, President Muhammad Buhari has congratulated the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Biodun Oyebanji, over his electoral victory in Saturday's Ekiti State governorship election. Now, this was contained in a congratulatory message issued on Sunday by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. The president said the victory was well-deserved, considering Oyebanji's contributions to the development of the state and the party before he was nominated the standard-bearer, urging him, however, to be magnanimous in victory in the interest of the people of the state. Now, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has asked the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to prosecute all those involved in vote buying in the course of the Ekiti State governorship election. SERAP, in a short tweet on Saturday, said the prosecution must not end with those caught in the act, but must be extended to the politicians who found their election malpractice. The group's reaction throws news of vote buyers being arrested by operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC. Parading some of the suspects at the Omi area, a division of the Nigerian Police Force, the authorities said the individuals were caught with monies allegedly used to induce voters, and acts the EFCC officials said were carried out secretly. In a communique signed by its chairman, David Anyele, the group, however, noted that it is impressed to observe that marginalized populations, the aged, nursing mothers and pregnant women and persons with disabilities were offered priority voting in most of the polling units observed. Now, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, has accused the ruling All Progressives Congress of monetizing the just concluded governorship election in Ekiti State. The human rights activist, via his Twitter handle, described the exercise as unfair and corrupt. He accused the outgoing governor of the state, Kayode Fayemi, and other members of the ruling party of destroying democracy in the country. Now, several clips alleging cases of vote buying and other electoral malpractices in the election had gone viral on social media platforms. Now, away from Ekiti election, thousands of APC supporters and leaders have stormed the presidential wing of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, to welcome Senator Bola Tinubu, the party's presidential candidate. Tinubu, a former governor of Lagos State, is returning to his home state for the first time after he clinched the APC presidential ticket. Tinubu defeated 13 other aspirants, including Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, to clinch the APC ticket for the 2023 presidential election. Some of the personalities who waited to receive the former governor at the airport were Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat, APC Lagos State Party Chairman Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi, former Minister of Defense Senator Musiliu Banikoro, party leaders, local government area chairmen across the state, and traditional rulers, among others. Now, the candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC for the 2023 Bayelsa West Senatorial District election, Wilson Ayakpo, has advised Nigerians to de-emphasize religion and vote for those who have the willingness to transform the country. Wilson said that politics of religion is anti-democratic and does not support the growth of Nigeria, and as such, it should not be the yardstick for the electorate to elect the next leaders. Our correspondent, Jesse S.A., completes this report.
With the successful conduct of presidential primaries by the political parties and the emergence of flag bearers and their running mates, another issue topping national discourse is that of religion. Some of the big political parties have come under serious criticism over a Muslim ticket, a Christian ticket, or for allegedly failing to honor the principle of rotation of power between the North and South. However, Wilson Ayakpo Dawiya, the senatorial candidate of the APC for Bayelsa West Senatorial District, says Nigerians should keep religion aside and vote for those who mean to develop the country.
Whatever religion, so far you have the ability to meet up what the citizens in Nigeria need. You have the ability to unite the country. You have the ability to put the house together and ensure day-to-day activities go on smoothly. And Nigeria, what we want is a better life, better country. Security-wise, we want our security to be in order. If that person is a beggar, so we don't mind. If that person is a Christian or Muslim, we don't mind. We just need somebody who have the quality to take care of the security, take care of the famine in the country, and unite the country.
It speaks on the zoning agreement between the people of Sagbama and the Kirimo local government areas and calls on the electorate to do the right thing. Wilson also maintains that his desire to represent Bayelsa West in the Senate is driven by his passion to make the right laws that will develop the senatorial district.
It is the turn of a Kirimo, and I know there are a lot of people in Sagbama that have integrity, that will stand for truth, and they are talking. They too, they are not keeping quiet. They say it's the turn of a Kirimo to produce the next Senate. And my advice to them is to stand by their word. When you go to our villages, you see our people in abject poverty. You see things are not going on well. You see the houses and bamboo house they are staying. They are just suffering. Our people need capital human development. That is the truth. And I tell you, that is what I stand for, to develop the person. Like, thank God some persons once that when that I use the advantage of that COVID-19 opportunity. Some person through that avenue, they were able to raise block house, and they are happy. And those are the things our people need. And also pass good laws that will benefit them, that will bring development to the various community. That is what our people need. Attract technical school, attract polytechnic. The only polytechnic we have in our library is not even functioning.
The lawmaker still believes that Bayelsa State will give the All Progressives Congress APC the highest number of votes in the South-South, just like in 2019. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News.
Now, the People's Democratic Party has constituted its deputy governorship candidate screening committee. The National Working Committee of the party, which approved the nomination of party stakeholders that would serve on the constituted committee, said it was for the purpose of screening, verifying of nominated deputy governorship candidate of the party in all the 28 states where governorship elections are scheduled to be held. The party had constituted a vice presidential candidate screening committee that screened Governor Ifeanyi Okowa after his nomination as the running mate to the standard bearer of the party. In a statement, the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Debo Olungwagba, said the mandate for constituting the committee was pursuant to the provision of Part 4, Paragraph 11 of the Electoral Guidelines of the PDP. Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Imo State has stated that it is working round the clock to ensure that residents in the state are not disenfranchised in the forthcoming general elections. The Commission gave the assurance following the call to extend the CVR closing date in order to reach the more electorate. Our correspondent who monitored the exercise now reports.
This is the mood of Owerri residents as they came out in their numbers scampering to register for their voters' cards. A visit to some of the INEC registration centers in Owerri shows that many electorates want to obtain their permanent voters' cards but were disappointed due to the lack of adequate manpower by INEC.
It's very slow, I'm disappointed. They should get more machine for us. Look at crowd everywhere. It's not impressing at all. I've been here since. I haven't even done my work. Talk more of people that have been here since morning. As a citizen, is to say, INEC, you're doing a good job already, and given the short time, you need more hands to get the job done. Very recently, you released a number of machines, which we saw, we read up on the internet when about 200 and something machines were deployed. And I still want to ask, since by your constitution you still have enough time for the registration, I think from the last information, you have 90 days to the polling. That's when registration should stop. So in that manner, we have a lot of people who want to register, people are interested. We have enlightened and informed citizens who want to be part of the election process. So kindly do well to increase the number of the units. They are not sufficient. That's the fact we have on ground.
It's because of what PDP and APC did to Ndibo. What you are seeing today, the upsurge in number of people coming to register for their PVC. Ndibo now have come to realize that PDP and APC have no place for them in the Nigerian polity. So that is why now people have decided to say, let us take our destiny into our own hands and take the bull by the horn. Let us come and register.
But the electoral body says the commission would leave no stone unturned in ensuring that majority of Imo residents, if not everyone, gets registered.
We are battling it. The surge is there. We've tried to, if you look around, we have 10 centers here. So we've tried to decongest the place by setting up other centers within the metropolis, and it's going on well.
We have provided free transport for every son, every citizen of Njaba who is willing to come to get registered. But there is also another factor, that of insecurity. A lot of people are afraid because some of our brothers maintain that there will not be any elections for one reason or the other.
As a result of the state of insecurity in the state, INEC has already closed down some centers in the rural areas of the state, asking the dwellers to come over to Owerri for their registration.
Now, the Council of Elders, Ohanize Ndibo Worldwide, says rotating the country's presidency within the 6 geopolitical zones should be made constitutional for equity, justice, and fairness. Chairman of the Council, Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, said this while briefing reporters at the end of its extraordinary meeting in Abuja. He said limiting the zoning of the country's presidency to the north and south is vague and should therefore be discouraged. Iwanyanwu said the Council believes that if it was agreed that the presidency should be zoned to the south in 2023, since the southwest and south-south had produced the country's president, it was now the turn of the southeast. According to him, the southeast leaders leaders did everything possible to convince the Southwest and South-South leaders of the need to produce the country's next president in 2023. Now, away from the Southeast, the governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, and his government dismissed 2,357 teachers who failed the recently conducted competency test. The state's Universal Basic Education Board announced the sack. In a statement, the board spokesperson, Hawa Mohammed, said they conducted a competency test for over 30,000 teachers in December last year. She said that 2,192 primary school teachers, including the national president of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, Audu Amba, had been dismissed for refusing to sit for the competency test. Ms. Mohammed said that some 165 of the 27,662 teachers that sat for the test were also sacked for poor performances. You're watching News Now on Plus TV Africa. We'll take a quick break and return with more stories. To join us again.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Welcome back into other parts of the continent. The Democratic Republic of Congo does not want Rwanda in a possible regional force on its soil. Now, this is the message from Kinshasa to the British Prime Minister ahead of a Commonwealth summit in Kigali. In a statement, the Congolese government accused Rwanda of supporting the M23 rebels who seized the town of Bunagana on the border with Uganda last week. That Kigali denies any support to the rebels. Now, Ethiopia's state-appointed Human Rights Commission says a video circulated on social media showed government security forces carrying out at least 30 extrajudicial killings in December last year. The video, widely shared since Friday, showed a group of men wearing army combat fatigues forcing men off trucks parked on a rural roadside and shooting them. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, citing conversations with witnesses, said government security forces shot and killed at least 30 people who were members of the OLF Shene group. Ethiopia government spokesperson Leges Tulu, military spokesperson Colonel Getnet Adani, and Amhara Regional Administration spokesperson did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Now, a local official says armed resistance and local security forces in Somalia's Galmudug state killed 70 Al-Shabaab fighters as they repulsed a raid by militants on Bado town on Friday. The state broadcaster posted images on Twitter of at least 20 bodies in military fatigues that it said were among the attackers who were slain. In a broadcast, Al-Shabaab's radio in Dallas said the Al-Qaeda-linked group lost 9 fighters and said its fighters had killed 27 soldiers during a fierce battle after morning prayers. Now, the police say 2 people have been killed and 6 others injured when suspected militants opened fire on a bus in southwestern Rwanda. It said Saturday's attack, which killed the bus driver and the passenger, was carried out by the National Liberation Front, FLN, the armed wing of the anti-government movement for democratic change. The police were tracking down the assailants in the incident on the Nyambage-Rusizi Road in the district's Nyungwe province, or forest rather. The government has said the FLN had launched attacks from the Nyungwe forest area close to the Burundi border in 2018. In a makeshift tented camp outside Calais, Sudanese refugee Ahmed is keeping his sight firmly set on England, despite the threat of being deported to Rwanda once he gets there. Details in this report.
Migrants in this camp near the French port of Calais still hope to reach England, despite the risk of being deported to Rwanda under a new British government scheme. Britain has agreed with Rwanda to send migrants who cross the English Channel illegally to the African country. The first British flight carrying asylum seekers was due to leave on Tuesday, but it was blocked at the last minute by the European Human Rights Court. The UK government says the policy will go ahead. It's supposed to deter people from making the trip. But Ahmed from Sudan, who declined to give his family name, is still desperate to go.
If they take me back to the Rwanda, I will feel that I'm a dead man, because my idea which I put in my mind, they have destroyed it. Yeah.
Minister Boris Johnson on Saturday called the EU court decision a weird last-minute hiccup.
But we're very confident in the legality of the lawfulness of what we're doing, and we're going to pursue the policy.
Claire Mosley works for the Care for Calais charity, which has been lobbying the British government to change tack.
Brutal plan. After all they've gone through to get here and get to safety, the last thing they want is to be sent back to Africa. People we talk to are really frightened of it, and I can't believe the UK government would do something like this. It's incredibly upsetting for us.
Groups estimate that hundreds of African and Middle Eastern migrants still want to make the perilous crossing.
Now, hundreds of people have demonstrated in Tunis in a second day of protest against the constitutional referendum called by President Kais Saied, which his opponents say would cement his hold on power. The demonstration was organized by the Salvation Front, a coalition including the moderate Islamist Ennahda, the largest party in the parliament that Saied dissolved in March. It followed a similar protest on Saturday called by the Free Constitutional Party over the referendum, and a strike on Thursday by a powerful labor union over government economic reform plans, which brought much of the country to a standstill. The president's supporters say he is standing up to elite forces whose bungling and corruption have condemned Tunisia to a decade of political paralysis and economic stagnation. Now, Libya's crude oil production has dropped to less than 200,000 barrels per day amid a continued shutdown of ports and facilities. In a statement, the Ministry of Oil and Gas said the closure has affected almost all Libya's oil fields and ports. Now, since April the 17th, Libyan tribal groups shut down much of its country's oil facilities in southern and central Libya to pressure Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Deby to hand over power to the parliament-appointed government of Fatih Bashara. Prior to the closure, Libya was producing around 1.2 million crude oil barrels a day. And outside of the continent now, NATO's chief has warned that the West must prepare to continue supporting Ukraine in a war lasting for years. Now, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said the cost of war were high, but the price of letting Moscow achieve its military goals was even greater. His comments came as UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson also warned of the need to brace for a longer-term conflict. Both Stoltenberg and Johnson said sending more weapons would make a victory for Ukraine more likely. Now, Telegram channel General SVR has reported the total death toll of Russian troops in the conflict date to stand at 37,592. In addition, 9,457 fighters working for private military companies to support the Russian war effort have reportedly died. Russia last announced its military losses a little over a month after its invasion of Ukraine, claiming that 1,351 troops were killed. Other estimates on Russia's death toll range from 15,000 by the British Defense Ministry to more than 30,000 casualties reported by Ukrainian officials in April. Now, Pope Francis has prayed for Ukraine and asked the faithful not to forget the people. Francis praised brave Ukrainians for fighting for survival, but also said the situation was not black and white and that the war was perhaps in some way provoked. Separately, in a message for the Roman Catholic Church's upcoming World Day of the Poor, Francis lamented that Ukraine had been added to a list of virginal wars. Francis has several times implicitly criticized Russian President Vladimir Putin over the invasion, but without naming him. The pontiff also recalled the cry of pain of so many people who lack basic humanitarian assistance and who are forced to leave their homes that have been burnt down and to flee violence in Myanmar. Now, United States Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says some tariffs on China inherited from the administration of former President Donald Trump served no strategic purpose and that President Joe Biden is reviewing them as a way to bring down inflation. Another Biden administration official, Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, said the president is also evaluating a pause on federal gas tax as an option to bring down prices. The comments from the officials come as the Biden administration struggles to tackle inflation and record-high gasoline prices.
President Biden is reviewing tariff policy toward China. He inherited a set of tariffs from the Trump administration, many of which were put on as retaliation for China's failure to respond to abuses that were uncovered in a 301 investigation. We all recognize that China engages in a range of unfair trade practices that it's important to address. But the tariffs we inherited, some serves no strategic purpose and raise costs to consumers. And so reconfiguring some of those tariffs so they make more sense and reduce unnecessary burdens is something that's under consideration and could,
so we should expect that soon?
Marginally on inflation. It's under consideration. I don't want to get ahead of President Biden.
Now, Irish Prime Minister says plans by the UK government to scrap part of the post-Brexit trade deal it agreed with the EU will be economic vandalism on Northern Ireland. The government wants to change the Northern Ireland Protocol to make it easier for some goods to flow from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. Michael Martin said they would damage Northern Ireland's economy, but the DUP MP, Sammy Wilson, said Mr. Martin was focused on Dublin's interest.
The obvious thing to do is to get into negotiations. The European Union has proven its flexibility, produced proposals last October, which you have said yourself contain a basis to reach a resolution with the British government. But what now needs to happen is really substantive negotiations between the British government and the European Union. We believe there are issues around the operation of the protocol that affect a small minority of business in Northern Ireland. We should resolve those. There's a way to resolving those. We are open as part of the European Union to resolving those. But do not underestimate the damaging impact of this legislation on sectors of the Northern Irish economy that has been doing very well.
Our business news is up next with Mercy Ebokbo.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
And in business news, the World Bank says inflation shock is projected to push about 15 million more Nigerians into poverty between 2020 and 2022. The Washington-based bank said these in its latest Nigerian Development Update report, titled The Continuing Urgency of Business Unusual. The report read in part, overall, the inflation shock is estimated to result in about 15 million more Nigerians living in poverty between 2020 and 2022. The lending bank stressed the need for reducing the rising rate of inflation, which is pushing millions of Nigerians into poverty. Although the World Bank says inflation in 2022 is projected to be 15.5%, Nigeria's inflation of May this year is 17.71%, which is higher than the World Bank's projection. The World Bank says the Central Bank of Nigeria's development finance intervention is fueling inflation in the short term and weakening the ability of the Apex Bank to control inflation. According to the Global Bank, the CBN's continued provision of subsidizing funding to a certain sector has to slow down as it is undermining the ability of commercial banks to lend on a risk-adjusted pricing basis. It added that the Apex Bank's disbursement in the private sector as its share of private sector credit rose from 6.5% in 2019 to 10% in 2021. With the launch of trade houses in Egypt and Togo, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC, is targeting a 40% increase in the country's export. Speaking during an event entitled Advocacy Program on Export Trade House, Cairo, Egypt, Abuja, the Chief Executive Officer of the NEPC, Dr. Ezra Yakusak, said the export trade houses were targeted at driving market access for Nigerian product. He said through the export trade house in Cairo, Nigerian products will be shipped, warehoused, displayed and purchased in North African country. Yakusak stressed that the trade houses would enhance the visibility of made in Nigerian product outside the Nigerian shores while reducing the cost of logistics on the Nigerian small and medium enterprises. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency has taken delivery of additional mobile asset for enhanced maritime security under its Deep Blue project. According to the agency, 2 unmanned aircraft system, 9 interceptor patrol boats and 10 armored vehicles have been added to the existing asset earlier procured by the federal government. Director General NIMASA Dr. Bashir Jamor, while thanking President Buhari for sustaining support in the fight against sea piracy and other maritime crimes, said the additional equipment would improve on the gains recorded in securing the Gulf of Guinea and the Nigerian maritime domain. Jamor, who described the recently held Gulf of Guinea Maritime Collaboration Forum in Abuja as a success in rallying international support in suppression of maritime insecurity. He further said that the trade houses would increase the share of Nigerian product in targeted market, create employment for citizens and increase foreign exchange inflows into the economy. And that's it on the business news. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bokpo. The news continues.
And away from business reports, up next is entertainment news.
Paul Walker and Jenny Rivera are set to receive stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2023. The pair will be celebrated posthumously by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce when they and 22 other celebrities receive their own stars on the iconic Walk of Fame next year. Paul died in a car crash in Los Angeles in 2013, will be celebrated in the motion pictures category, while Jenny, who died in a plane crash in 2012, will receive her star in the recording category. The panel thoughtfully selected these talented individuals, and they can't wait to celebrate them as they become part of Hollywood's history with the unveiling of their star on the world's most famous walkway. Mariah Carey has a serious reminder for those discrediting her songwriting skills. During her speech at the 2022 Hall of Fame induction, the Without You hitmaker clapped back at trolls who insisted that she is not a songwriter. Before concluding her message, Mariah showed how proud she is to be among 33 female songwriters Hall of Fame inductees. Mariah received the accolade just weeks after she was hit with a $20 million lawsuit over All I Want for Christmas Is You song title. This year's Eurovision Song Contest winner, Ukraine, will not host the competition in 2023. Instead, the chance will be offered to the United Kingdom, organizers of the European Broadcast Union said in a statement. Ukrainian folk rap group Kalush Orchestra triumphed last month with their track Stefania, surfing a wave of goodwill from European nations to clinch the country's third win at the annual event. The EBU also revealed that it will now begin discussions with the BBC to host next year's competition. An award-winning U.S. artist, Chris Brown, says he has been friends with Nigerian singer Ayodeji Ibrahim Balogun, known professionally as Wizkid, for more than 15 years. He stated this during a recent interview. Recently, Chris Brown released Call Me Everyday, a single in which he featured Wizkid. Reality TV star Tega Dominic has mourned her dad, Senator Bassey Ekpeyong, stating that he would have disowned her by now if he were still alive. In commemoration of this year's Father's Day celebration, Tega shared a video of her father telling him how much she missed him. The Big Brother Naija Season 6 ex-housemate noted that her father's death shook her entire life.
Now, the very best in sports news is coming right up.
Liverpool have signed defender Calvin Ramsey from Scottish Premiership side Aberdeen. British media reported that Liverpool paid Aberdeen £4.5 million plus add-ons for the 18-year-old right-back. Ramsey recorded 9 assists in 33 appearances across all competitions for Aberdeen in the 2021-22 season as they narrowly avoided relegation from the Scottish top flight and reached the final round of qualifying for the UEFA Europa Conference League. He becomes the Merseyside club's third summer signing following the arrivals of winger Fabio Carvalho and forward Darwin Núñez. And British professional boxer Daniel Dubois says he would prefer to face Anthony Joshua over Alexander Usyk when the WBA mandates his super heavyweight title clash. Following his win over Trevor Bryan, WBA secondary ruler Dubois is in line to fight for the actual championship against the winner of Joshua vs. Usyk 2, possibly in 2023. When discussing his win over Bryan in Miami, Dubois picked AJ over Usyk for the occasion. The rematch between Joshua and Usyk was delayed due to Ukrainians' return to his home country after it was invaded by Russia. The duo are now set to lock horns in Saudi Arabia after a date of August 20 was confirmed for the rematch. UFC middleweight champion Israel Adesanya has been hailed by ex-fighter Michael Bisping and MMA fighter Anthony Smith as the most creative champion in the sport right now. Since making his debut in 2018, the last stylebender has looked better each time he stepped into the octagon and is still undefeated at the middleweight. He first captured the interim title in the Fight of the Year winner against Kelvin Gastelum in 2019. Izzy then defeated Robert Whittaker and unified the titles that same year.
And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching, and do have yourselves a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need.
Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking.